julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 pop.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome to the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are here in the beautiful Huntington Beach, California. Contest will be taking place at the south side of the iconic pier, and the swell has arrived this morning. There's some great peaks on offer, and we are about to get underway as the fog has cleared and we can now see the lineup. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth to call to action this morning alongside Mitch Salazar. And Mitch, we're in for a real treat today.
We definitely are, Shannon. Waves are pumping out there, and we see a combo swell on offer, which is really the best time out of the year to surf in California, especially in Southern California. Really looking forward to seeing a lot of good performances today.
We've got a lot of great heats that are going to be coming up through the week. We've got 9 different disciplines, classifications within the parasurfing world. Today, we're going to be surfing through 5 of those classifications on the men's side, starting out with our men's Neil division, and they're about to get underway.
Yeah, and some big names out here, too. Really looking forward to seeing Josh Bogle in the first heat that we're going to have out here this morning, coming out of Haiku over there on Maui. And he's been one of the standouts for sure in the few years that we've had this event so far, Shannon.
Yeah, we've got Maxime Caban of France, Ollie Von Jones of England, and Josh Bogle of Hawaii. So just 3 surfers that'll be fielding out the first 3 heats of the day. We'll have 2 more heats after that, filled with 4 surfers each. And there you can see with this great drone angle, the combo swell that has picked up through the night. And we've got some great conditions to be able to kick things off this morning. Surf's a little bit bigger than what we expected it to be as well, with that next swell pushing through. And it's just going to create some really, really fun opportunity. As it looked like our surfer in red, Maxime, with a quick in and out to kick things off. I believe that was in red. And it looks like this heat is underway. We've got 20 minutes on the clock for all of our heats that will be running through this afternoon. And it's going to be a great day of surfing to kick things off, Mitch.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Shannon, an uptick in swell, too. This is definitely something that I didn't see in the forecast necessarily, but with that northwest wind that we had yesterday afternoon, definitely looking very promising out there. There's a lot of consistency, and the tides throughout the entire week for this event are going to be pretty even. So not a huge difference between the low and the high tide. Perfect combo swell out there, especially with how good the sandbars are.
Yeah, it's going to be a great week here, and we'll be finishing out competition on Saturday afternoon with our closing ceremonies. We had a great opening ceremony yesterday, and it was really fun to see the whole community gathered together to be able to walk down Main Street here in Huntington Beach and to be able to come through into the opening ceremonies as a united front for surfing. So we take a look here at Josh Bogle having a paddle. He's now onto his knees and he'll go down. Just getting those first couple scores on the board. It was Maxime with that quick in and out before, just a 0.5 to start things off with. And that does set up Ollie Von Jones from England with priority. But he's really separated himself from the other 2 surfers.
Oh, he's way over by the pier bowl right now, a bit closer to the pier, obviously being that pier bowl, the wave that breaks going left into the pier and right off of it. But I feel like that's a good strategy right now, Shannon. There's definitely been a much bigger swell out there than we have seen in the previous days leading up to the event. Both Josh and Maxime, a couple of quick scores for them, but I think overall, first heat of the morning, first heat of the event, you just want to be able to make it through this one.
You can see competitors that have been getting some warm-ups in throughout the day. Team Brazil is fielding a really solid team coming into competition this week.
Always do. Very well organized as a team, too. It's a long travel for them, though. There is a straight flight from Sao Paulo to LAX, but if not, usually have to get at least one connecting flight to get here.
Well, they got here and they're ready for a big week as we take a look here at the event schedule. Of course, our opening ceremonies was yesterday. We've got a big week of competition. We'll be finishing out with finals on November the 11th, as well as our closing ceremonies. And we're hoping to run, you know, pretty much all day, every day between now and then. We did have to go on a hold this morning because that fog was just so thick. There was no way the judging panel was going to be able to see what was happening in the lineup.
Yeah, and it's a bummer too, because I felt like those early morning conditions for certain people were a bit more suitable. But just to be able to use as much daylight as we can. We just had daylight savings yesterday, so there is an hour less of sunlight every day now, but overall, we couldn't really ask for a better start day right now. Conditions 3 to 4 feet on the sets. I'd say most of the sets though 2 to 3 feet, but there's a lot of push out there. For those who haven't surfed Huntington Beach before, especially on the south side, fall and wintertime tend to be the best times out of the year here for the south side. North side tends to be more of a summertime spot, but just the sandbars right now, the positioning, there was a combo swell about 3 weeks ago here. It's really lined up things perfectly.
Very exciting. We can see priority now coming into play as our 3 competitors sitting nice and tight together. Maxime in the red has first priority. Ollie's down into third priority, and Josh in second priority. Still waiting for a score to come through for that first of Josh. And we've just got 15 minutes remaining on the clock. Still plenty of time to go for this first heat to get things underway, and there it is. A 2.37 sets Josh up in the lead.
Yeah, it's a good opening score for him, and as you mentioned, we're in parasurfing kneel. So in this division, there's different classifications, as you had mentioned, Shannon. Any surfer who rides a wave in a kneeling position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower limb amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. Those are the people that will be surfing in parasurfing kneel. There's different genders in this division too, so we will be seeing the women later on today.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see the women hitting the lineup. As we take a look here at a paddle from Ollie, he's unable to get himself into position. He is sitting under that third priority though, so he's free to just have a little look. Got a good looking set rolling through here as we keep our eyes on the water. And it's our surfer currently in the lead. Josh Bogle now up and riding for Team Hawaii. And he does kick out as Ollie drops in, but Josh had second priority, Ollie in third priority, which means that Josh had the right of way on that wave.
He definitely did, but it didn't seem like there was any kind of impediment in terms of the scoring by either surfer. Don't think it'll affect anything or give anybody a priority interference right here, but good execution right there by Josh. A wave that closed out fairly quickly. Wasn't really able to get a turn in, but already has the 2 in a score line. Looking to get a backup score right now. I think he does it right here with 13 minutes on the clock.
So scores come through for Josh Bogle, a first score for Ollie as well to get himself on the board. Maxime now sitting with first priority. You can see so many free surfers just littering the coast here in Huntington Beach today as we've got some great swell. It's going to be a big week of surfing. On today's schedule, we are just going to have our men's division hitting the water. So we're starting out with our men's kneeling division. Following that, we'll be heading into our men's prone 2 first round. After that, we'll be heading into men's stand 1, and then followed by prone 1 and stand 2, both in the men's for those opening rounds. As we take a look at the description here for our parasurfing kneel division, which does include any surfer who rides a wave in that kneeling position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower limb amputations, congenital or impairment equivalent. As we take a look now at a ride, and it looks like our surfer in green, Josh Bogle, just really starting to find some rhythm out in the water.
Yeah, and it seems like Maxime might have a good looking left here, Shannon.
Great looking wave for Maxime. Nice corner to it. Goes in for that first big turn. Keeps that control as well. Now looking to just hook it in for the finish. And he'll get a nice combination out of that one. Ollie now with an opportunity. Bigger sized wave, but closes out on the takeoff.
Yeah, and real good execution right there by the surfer in red, Caban. He was able to not only get the real first turn we've seen out of this heat, but right out of it cleanly and add one more afterwards. I think the toughest thing right now, especially being the first heat of the morning and of the event, positioning-wise, especially after not being able to see the waves that well, it's going to be really difficult. Angling, especially with a combo swell out here, is imperative to do well on these waves, Shannon, especially with that short period swell that we're seeing from the west and northwest.
Yeah, that angle straight off the takeoff is so important, isn't it?
And a lot of the surfers from out of town were asking me a couple of tips yesterday, and I told them, hey, just be in position, but don't be too far outside, because the farther outside you are, you have to go over the first hump and then generate speed afterwards. So Seeing good stuff so far from the surfers out there right now.
So we got scores in for that third wave of Josh Bogle. It was a 3.67, which adds to his heat total, taking him up to that 5.67 that we're seeing on screen. Of course, that's the total of his 2 best waves so far. We're now waiting for a third to come through. Scores to come through for both Maxime and for Ollie as well. Maxime with a 5.83 sets the standard for the heat.
That's a good score right there. Something close, touching the good range. Anything in the good is a 6 to a 7.9. Anything above that, an 8 to a 10 is an excellent score. But as of right now, it's the best score of the heat, the best score of the event, and well rewarded too. He had a great bottom turn, hit the lip line on a smaller wave, but really just goes to show you the maturity and the patience that he's showing right now with 10 minutes to go.
Halfway through this heat, and it's Maxime with that single highest score, the 5.83, improves on his 0.5 that he started off with. Ollie Jones for Team England, he drops in a couple of 1s to start off with, so he'll be feeling a little frustrated. He has been charging on some of those bigger sets, but maybe that wave selection's where that improvement could come from.
100%, and as you can see, it's nonstop out there. I mean, both green and blue are just getting caught inside. Maxime's almost out the back by now, but you know, the consistency with a lot of these wind swell waves out there is something that you need to prepare for. Be in the spot for your 2 best waves, and realistically, you only need 2 waves per heat to be able to add into a good score line too. So I think you just need to be a bit more selective. 20 minutes does go by real quick, but with the waves on offer, I feel like there's more than enough opportunities out there, Shannon.
Now, the nice thing about the schedule today is that this will be the only heat these guys have to surf through. They're not looking at, you know, conserving that energy in any way
Right.
with the factor of having to surf multiple heats in the day. We'll see that come into play likely later in the week as we'll have a lot of different divisions running, but we'll head through those rapid charge rounds as well, which is really classic of the ISA at every event to offer that rapid charge round, which gives every single surfer that opportunity. It means that right now this is not an elimination heat. Our bottom surfer will be heading into the rapid charge rounds while the top 2 will be staying in that main event.
And those are the hardest heats, really. Usually they're 15 minutes. Those go by extremely quick.
It goes so quickly.
If you don't get off to a good start, it's almost game over. But I think the big equalizer is that you're at a beach break now rather than at a point break or a reef break. There's much more opportunities up or down the beach.
8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Lots of support on the beach throughout the morning. It's been great to see, you know, so many of the teams that are down here bright and early, even if, you know, the women aren't competing today, but there's been a lot of women that have been out in the water already getting in their practice this morning, wanting to get a feel for the waves, especially with a little bit of a different swell than what we've had through the week for that preparation. But a lot of teams have been showing up. You know, they arrived early enough to be able to really get a feeling for what was happening here in Huntington Beach, especially because this is the very first time that we're seeing the World Parasurfing Championships for the ISA hosted in Huntington Beach, California.
Yeah, and I personally think it's a great option. You know, there's a lot of accessibility in terms of accommodations. Obviously, 2 major airports here. You have LAX and Orange County John Wayne, which is huge. There's a lot of connecting flights through there. But I think overall, just the perspective of having a world championship for parasurfers at an iconic place like Huntington Beach, where they've hosted the OP Pro, the US Open, multiple ISA events, and now having the para event, it's huge. As we look at the replay here of Josh, I believe that was the 3.67. So a wave that he was able to get, you know, on the face, not fully committed to the lip line though, and this is his 3.83, so his best wave afterwards. Nice, good set wave right there, and you can see that left outside just healing down the line. This was the wave that Maxime got the 5.83 on, and if you look right here, this bottom turn, when he comes off of it, I mean, he fully executes the lip line hit, and when he came out of it, he added 1 more afterwards, so nearly getting a 6-point ride for a couple of decent turns, Shannon.
Yeah, that was really solid surfing from Maxime. Josh, however, with the combination of his 2 waves, has put himself into the lead. The 3.83 and the 3.67 has him sitting in first. And it does put a lot more pressure now onto Ollie Jones. Ollie chasing down a 5.01 to get himself into that advancing position, which keeps him in the main round and helps him to avoid the rapid charge too early.
Yeah, and definitely don't want to go into reps early on. I feel like if you get it, you know, 4th, 5th round afterwards, you're still a couple of heats away from the main final. And overall, that's what you want to do. You want to keep moving through to the main rounds. You will be facing higher level of competition, but eventually, if you want to be a world champion, you're going to have to do that anyway, Shannon. So right now, I think the most important thing is just getting a backup score for Maxime. And with 6 minutes, Ollie's still in this. I mean, he needs a 5 but he needs to be aware that Maxime has the highest score of the heat, though, the 5.83.
That's right. You could see those fives come through from that single big maneuver. He's been taking off for Ollie on those set waves. If he can take off on a set wave that just holds back for a moment where he can get in that one big closeout re-entry, he's looking at a score easily in the 5-point range.
Yeah, and some real cool stories by all three surfers out there. Maxime's 30 years old, loves to wheelchair ski. He also loves to wheelchair tennis. You can definitely see that he's one of the better competitors that we have in this division right here. And Ollie Jones, the 40-year-old from St. David's in Wales, he's been not only a great proponent of parasurfing throughout that region right there, but he also has a brand called Arctic Fox that develops a lot of ski material for injured athletes that want to be able to get into different kinds of sports and different levels. And I think a lot of these stories that happen behind the scenes besides just surfing is really what we want to see from a lot of these surfers. Most of them have full-time jobs. They can't just surf for a living, so they make it here to the World Championships, and their year's made.
It's so true, and especially in the conversation around parasurfing, where it's a relatively new sport, and so many of these athletes are the pioneers of what we're seeing from parasurfing. They've also come from, competitive careers outside of surfing, specifically in other parasports. So it's been great to be able to get to know more of these athletes coming together, getting to know their stories a little bit better, finding out, what it's been like to really be a pioneer of a sport that includes that different dynamic of getting to know the ocean, having to have that wave knowledge, having to link in their equipment and their abilities to riding waves at the highest level in order to perform to that of a world title.
Right, and traveling is a difficult part too. There's times where you don't have enough money to go and prepare for an event before you actually get to it. So sometimes you just have to rely on the waves that you have at your home break. Overall, though, being at a beach break right now, I feel like it benefits most people around the world coming to a place like this because you're able to see a lot of broadcasts of events that are here in different times of the year. And when you're able to get here, you already have a feeling of what to expect. So for a lot of these surfers, especially after Pismo last year when conditions were much more different, I think this is a really shining, bright thing in the sky right now for them.
It's so true, and there's been so many more parasurfing events that are running around the world. There's a parasurfing world tour now, so there's a lot more events as opportunities. It's happening at the state and national level as well as the regional level. So it's been really exciting to see, the likes of Josh Bogle walk away with that state championship title to his name, to be able to spend more time, not just in that preparation of free surfing, but preparation while wearing a jersey as well, to be able to become great competitors heading into a world championship like this.
Yeah, and coming from Haiku, that part of Maui, that's where, Peahi is, that wave known as Josh. And
terrifying.
I met Josh a few years ago at the Surf Ranch at an event that we were working at, and I remember on the runway right there, Kelly was about to paddle out. He did his run, and Josh was able to meet Kelly afterwards, and he said that it was one of the most meaningful moments of his life to be able to share a moment like that with the 11-time world champion. And I look at Josh right now, he has an opportunity to win a world championship here in Huntington where somebody like his idols have won before.
So incredible to be able to link together those stories for him to even reflect back on those kind of memories. As we're down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, Josh sitting in the lead out of the island of Maui in Hawaii. We got our French competitor Maxime sitting in that second place position. He's looking to improve on just a 0.5, which would make the task that much harder on Ollie from England sitting down in third. Ollie with those couple of 1-point rides has been taking off on some of the bigger waves, but hasn't been able to actually connect with a major maneuver in order to get his points higher. He's also sitting down in third priority, and there you can see Josh just starting to make that paddle towards Ollie and really start to sit in that priority conversation for the last couple minutes.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Maxime right now has been holding on to first priority even though he's in second place and still hasn't gotten a better backup score. But, Ollie Jones, he had a third place finish at the European Championships earlier this year, so he has the experience, especially within a jersey. But competing here with two people out there in the water, people that have a lot of experience in moments like these, you need to be able to bring your A game, and he has a minute 20 to do so, Shannon.
Clock is ticking down on our very first heat for the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And we've got a set starting to roll through. Sitting in first priority, it's Maxime. He's going to paddle over. Josh as well, just looking to reposition as that wave was a little bit small. They were not quite going to be in position for it, but these next two waves could offer some great scoring potential. We've got Ollie taking off on the left. We've got Josh taking off on the right. We'll track with Josh as he's got a great looking right in front of him. Can't quite get into the open face, but he did maintain a lot of control within that, which the judges are going to love. And it looks like Maxime's decided to paddle over and let that last right go.
That was a good wave too, and I'm interested to see what Ollie Jones was able to do on the left, because it's a huge moment in the heat with 30 seconds to go, as Caban had a paddle right there, wasn't able to get into it. So say he doesn't better the 0.5 and Ollie gets the 5, that was a missed opportunity right there where he had priority for around 10 minutes, Shannon, and wasn't able to get a better backup.
Oh, a paddle there for Maxime as well with one more chance, down to 10 seconds. Ollie's going to have a score to drop, and it's a 1.5. Now, we didn't actually get a look at that wave, but the judges have already put it through, so we know that Ollie would still need a 4.84 as the buzzer sounds, and it doesn't seem like we've had any other waves ridden aside from that last split peak between Josh and Ollie.
Yeah, and Maxime dodged a bullet right there for sure, because he was an opportunity to get knocked down to third place. As we look at the replay here, Josh, a wave that ended up closing out relatively quick, just a 2.2 for him, so it didn't improve on either of his two scores. But the one left, you know, we look at the replay here, this was a wave that felt like it had more potential down the line. It just ended up closing out. It seems like that wind swell definitely favoring more of the reds today, Shannon.
That's right. So that was the right from Ollie, and he just scores a 1.5. He's unable to move himself into that advancing position to stay in the main round. But the great news is it's non-elimination today, and he will have another opportunity in repecharge later in the week. And that was a really great way to kick things off. Josh Bogle of Hawaii takes a commanding lead with that 7.5. Maxime Caban of France actually had the highest single score, just never found that backup score to take him into the lead. But a great performance from both Josh and Maxime, holding on to those top two positions. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with more action from sunny Southern California right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach, California for the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We've just seen our very first heat of the event run through, and we got this great combination swell with plenty of peaks on offer this morning. It's going to be a really fun day of competition with a lot of our men's competitors getting to hit the water. We're now into heat number 2 for round 1 of our men's kneeling division. And out in the water, we have Ibon Oregi of Spain, Martin Pollock of England, and Altair Olivares of Chile. Shannon Hughes alongside Mitch Salazar to call the action. And Mitch, we've really had some great conditions as that fog has cleared away. That sunshine is starting to roll through, and we've got some great waves.
Yeah, definitely, Shannon. And, you know, the thing that I was looking forward to the most today was not only seeing the rise in the swell when we showed up, but also the performances that, you know, a lot of people will have to adapt to. You know, seeing somebody else perform well and then you having to overcome them, that's one thing that I think we will be seeing a lot of today.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, competitors like Ibon currently in the water, but we've got Martin up and riding, Pollock of Team England, great top to bottom surfing. And he's going to be out the gates with a quick score. Ibon has a look at that wave, who walked away with that copper medal at last year's event in Pismo for the World Parasurfing Championships. He'll be one of those competitors that's really hungry to walk away even better with maybe that gold medal this week. But a great start from Martin Pollock.
Yeah, and it seems like he's riding an alternative board too. Might be looking to get a backup here real quick. Don't think they're going to count that wave, but 39 years old out of Cornwall, England. He rides a Stormblade, so a little bit of an alternate craft as we look at Ibon right here. Good looking right, Shannon.
Oh, beautiful wave selection. Nice in the pocket to start things off. Gets that first turn, keeping that speed as he flies down the line, connects with the section, and gets one last hit as he'll kick out with control. And he's going to be really setting the standard.
For sure, and you can definitely see that he has a lot of skills too. Great surfer coming out of the Basque Country areas, Arauts to be specific, in Spain. And not only, I think, one of the best waves we've seen all morning, the execution to be able to fit in 2 turns in a real short space. That was some great stuff from the Spaniard Oregi. Right now, though, Olivares, the kid from Arica, that's in the northern part of Chile, he has priority. Comes from a real solid place in terms of waves. A lot of consistency over there, and as we all know, Arica, home to that famous wave of El Gringo. They call it the Chilean pipeline, Shannon.
An incredible place to grow up and to, get to have a love of the ocean, as well as the knowledge to be able to charge in some really solid surf. As we take a look at this replay here from Martin.
Yeah, a decent combo right here on the forehand. Was able to fit in 2 and then got hung up on the third one. But this wave, to me, no doubt going to be a big score. Fully lays it on rail, brings it all the way around. And you can see right there the way he was able to grab the rails to control his board a bit more. Even paddled a bit with his right hand and then was able to finish with a great second turn up into the lip line. Scores in, Shannon. It's a big one.
7.50 to kick things off for Ibon of Team Spain. Highest score that we've seen this morning in our second heat of the day. And a 4.83 for Martin Pollock of England. Sets him up with a great start as well as Ibon goes down on the opening turn of his second wave.
Yeah, I was trying to get a second wave in real quick, and that wave opens up for him, and I think he's going to get another big score. A bit frustrated right there. You saw him splash the water. He wanted to be able to get a second score right off the bat, Shannon, but still, no harm, no foul. He's already got a 7.5 on the board.
15 minutes remaining, and we've already got a 7.5 to kick things off. All eyes now on Altair from Chile. Sitting with priority, great looking left, opening up for him. Has a paddle, can't quite get into it. And I think we're going to see a few barrels today. What do you think?
Could be. I don't think the tides are low enough to see a consistency of them, but I wouldn't be surprised to see 1 or 2, especially in the Neil division. I feel like they can fit in a lot easier under the lip.
Nice small hollow pockets that we've seen this morning. A couple kind of spitting out in the fog. So we'll see if anyone's able to tuck themselves into it. Ibon in the lead now with that second place priority, and Altair with that first priority. Just putting himself in position here, looking to get his campaign going as he has a paddle, and he's got a good looking right in front of him. Altair now up and riding. Nice steep takeoff into that open face, goes in for that first turn, now hooks it up steeper, more critical for the second, and maintains that control.
That was really smart because Pollock just dropped a 4.83 as his first wave, Shannon. So Olivares is going to get a wave on the board right now. He recognized that he wanted to get something going with just under 13 minutes to go, and here's Oregi again.
So much action as Ibon is up and riding on his backhand. Just comes unstuck on that second turn. Fast section in front of him. So he's looking to build on the 1.83 that he put down before.
Yeah. I feel like he'll improve, not by much, but still be a bit better. And right now with 12.5 on the clock, you're seeing an experienced competitor out there right now in the red really execute a good game plan in the first 7.5 minutes.
All cheers coming from the beach as everyone's getting really psyched for a big week here. Feeling stoked for the competitors. They're going to be paddling out in the next heat. And we'll have so many great heats to run through throughout this week. We've got 9 different divisions in total to be crowning world champions in. We've got sitting division, we've got 3 standing divisions, a kneeling division, 2 prones, and two visually impaired divisions as well. So we'll be doing our best to educate the audience and to share more about, the dynamics between each of those divisions and the classification process as well. And we'll get to explain a lot of that today because we'll see 5 of those divisions competing.
Yeah, and I'd have to say out of the entire world, especially within surfing, might have to be one of the events with the largest number of divisions or classifications within them. Here in the United States, we now have, the U.S. board riders and the West Coast board riders, but all of that's shortboarding. So we have divisions all the way from 14 and under, 15 and 19, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s plus, and a women's division too. But out of this one, definitely the largest amount of classifications, and people ride different kinds of boards too. I think equipment is a big part of how these competitors are able to really bring out the best in them when it comes to surfing. And preparation in terms of a beach break too, with different types of fin setups. That is obviously if you're able to bring different boards and different fins. Some people might be limited to just having one board or one set of fins. So, playing around with different things, especially at a beach break when it's small like this, could be a really fun thing, Shannon.
And a paddle now from Martin. He's just outside of kind of the braking zone of that wave, so he won't be able to get into it. But that's a great bit of insight. Talking about that equipment, we're going to be diving deeper into that throughout the week, and especially being able to connect with those surfers and to find out more about what they're riding and what they're finding that their fellow competitors are riding as well.
Yeah.
Gaining that inspiration from each other to work out their equipment for future events.
I think not only is that spot on, but you want to be able to see what is benefiting a certain surfer in comparison to another, because you can't be really comparing yourself to somebody who's in a different classification if there's a big amount of difference. You want to be riding something that's suitable for yourself and to your own style too, specifically when it comes to the amount of waves that you're usually riding at the places that you're surfing at home. So when you come to travel afterwards, you're riding a specific board that is to this place. And Huntington Beach being a wave that rarely changes that much, it's a wave that really benefits all types of equipment.
And it's different than, the beach break pier setup at Pismo, which is where this event has run for the last few years. Of course, Pismo Beach tends to be a whole lot colder than what we have here in Huntington. So a lot of the surfers are excited to be able to wear maybe a 3-2 rather than needing that 4-3 plus wetsuit. But also just, the kind of nature of that beach break tends to be really heavy out the back with that dead section through the center. And so it's great to see a little bit of change up here in Huntington Beach this week.
Yeah, and Pismo tends to be a wave that closes out a lot more too, especially all the way on the outside. I feel like Huntington Beach not only a lot more accessible to everybody else, but get a variety of different peaks out here too.
So we've got a set starting to roll through now, and our surfer with priority is our current heat leader, Ibon Aregi, who's already got that 7.5 on the board. His backup score 2.23, and he's setting himself up in a great position now for that forehand attack. Nice opening turn, and he's ducking into the barrel and doesn't quite get, an intense cover up, but he's able to pull out. You can hear the cheers from the beach, and everyone is feeling stoked.
Well, you called it, Shannon. First barrel we're going to see this morning from Oregi, and great execution right there. I really love the way he engages his rails, uses his entire body to his benefit. That was some good stuff right there. Going to get a good backup score.
Well, as we wait for the scores to roll through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Ben Way with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much, Mitch Shannon, here with the winner of the Neil Division Round 1 Heat 1, Josh Bogle from Maui, Hawaii. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ben Way. This is amazing. Yeah.
So you said you were stoked to have this little fog delay because that gave you extra time to warm up. You were able to kind of feel it around. Different swell, different currents today. Explain the conditions.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a little more west, and the wave is a little more dynamic today. So being first heat, I grabbed my jersey and went to paddle out, practice free surf. So when we had the fog delay, I got almost a whole hour of free surfing in before my heat. So actually, it was more of a warm-up. Everyone else was on the beach in the fog, but I was out there surfing waves.
Almost an unfair advantage. So we've been speaking a lot about equipment. We're super excited about all of these different things, especially me being the board nerd that I am. And we talked yesterday about your brand new sled from Matt Kinoshita, Kazuma Surfboards. You said this thing works super good. Explain what you got going on this one compared to your last one.
Yeah, so this is knee board design. And Matt follows Ben Ipa's traditional the Ipa tail on this. So I'm running it a quad fin. It's got a little more paddle volume in the nose, but going to a traditional knee board from a regular surfboard gives me that much more dynamic performance in the pocket.
No stress off the bottom?
No, actually, I think Matt's kind of one of those surfboard shaping wizards. So I've surfed with him all the time at Hokipa, and he's seen my ride style. So he put a little bit of his wizard magic in this board.
Amazing. He shows that wizard magic on Instagram every day, sharing his shaping skills. We're going to get back to the live action. We wish you a lot of luck and a little words for your friends in Maui, powering them up.
Oh, yeah. So Lahaina strong, Maui, everyone in the world, we appreciate all the aloha and love you've been sharing, and just want to send my heartfelt to everyone. We're all healing together. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Josh.
It's been way.
Go give some water to Maya.
You got it. Yeah, she's right here in the jacket. Yeah.
All right, back to the booth with you guys. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Josh. Love hearing about that dynamic of, working with a shaper so closely at home that knows his style, that knows exactly what he needs for equipment.
Yeah, and Kazuma makes great boards over there on Maui, and Maui no Koi, Maui the best, Shannon. And you can see right there preparation from Josh, especially that hour that he was able to surf before his heat this morning said it was huge for him. As this score comes through for Ibon, it's the best of the event so far, an 8.83, nearly a 9. So they really scored this barrel well. More of a head dip, as you were mentioning, but he got in there. I mean, he was fully committed to that end section right there, but that carve at the beginning too, comboing it up with a barrel ride, some good stuff. And you can just see that he is in excellent shape. Really commits to that use of the rail right there and is able to get a good head dip. So something in the upper excellent or the mid excellent, Shannon, an 8.83. He's got everybody else in a combination situation right now.
Super, super impressive. Great wave selection to be able to go out there. He's already caught 4 waves, but his first and his last being of that, one in the excellent range, one a near excellent 7.5 to kick things off with. And he was watching closely. He wasn't able to be out there during that free surf, in the fog for that whole time, as he would have been expecting to have to, be on the sand, kind of getting ready for his heat coming up in that second one. But wow, really making the best of the situation out in the water. He's been doing some great things back at home with his family. He's the creator of an adaptive surfing sport club back at home called Aparatan Bizi. And he's been doing some great stuff of pouring into that community as well. And to be able to see an entire surf club dedicated to parasurfing specifically has been incredible for that crew.
Yeah, and you can obviously see that he comes from a beach break too over there in Zarauts. Usually surfing a lot of waves that are quite similar to here at Huntington Beach Pier Southside. So he is well prepared, well versed in these kind of conditions. So are the Irukandjis. I saw a couple of their surfers paddle out without a wetsuit this morning. Thought to myself, maybe a bit too cold for that today, but they're well prepared, always super well trained, and they have one of the most incredible surfers in the draw, Mark Mono Stewart, who will be coming up in the last heat of this round. That's
right. They've got multiple gold medalists competing for their team as well. We've got Sam Bloom that'll be coming up in the women's prone divisions later on this week as well. So it's going to be really exciting to see how strong the Australian pack comes out, especially with Mono that'll be coming up in just a few heats time.
Yeah, there's Josh and one of our surfers from Costa Rica. A lot of aloha, as Josh was mentioning, here on the beach, and always stoked out. So good to see the good nature of a lot of these surfers, especially after a good heat win, Shannon. Normally won't see that kind of smile if you're making it into the repercharge or bowing out of the event, but good for Josh, was able to come down here early and prepare himself for a big heat.
Yeah, feeling stoked. He's got that, that early rhythm, and he's got a long way ahead of him in order to get into that medal round, but could be a great run. As we take a look at this set rolling through now, Altair with a paddle and up and riding. On the left, goes for that big section. Had a lot of speed coming into it.
He did, and I thought he was actually going to go for an air. I don't think the section really offered up what he was looking for right there, though, but only needs a 0.27 for second place. Going to get that in a bit more, and real tight battle for second place right now. Pollock has a 4.83. Olivares has a 4.57. Seems like Goregi, once again, looking at this one, Shannon, he's going to let it go, though, but with 2 minutes 20 to go, if you're Pollock right now with first priority, you need to get busy because Olivares is going to take second place.
That's right. Olivares with a great looking wave on that last one, just needing that 0.27. Had he been able to ride out of that last maneuver, it would have been a really solid score. He's a former silver medalist here for the World Parasurfing Championships, so he'll be one of those names to really keep a close eye on for Team Chile as well, adding into those really critical points for the team's conversation that we'll get into deeper through the week. And Martin with a paddle, but he's unable to get into it.
That was a good wave, too. As you can see, it's still peeling down the line. And seems like Olivares had to give way right there for Oregi, who had priority. So smart decision to kick out of that one and straighten out. And there's the score for Olivares now. comes in and he moves up into second place, Shannon, with only 90 seconds on the clock.
A 2.23 for Olivares drops him into that second place position. It pushes Martin Pollock down into third. Martin now chasing a 1.97. Martin kicked off with such a solid start, finding himself with that 4.83. It was a really beautiful right. It was a little bit smaller, but it just had that length of ride to it. He was able to find that speed and control coming off the pier bowl. And now he's looking to put himself into a similar position here with a paddle. This could be the wave he's been waiting for. Chasing just a 1.97, angling down the line, drives off the top, and he's able to connect back down to the bottom of that wave. That could be exactly what he needed.
Oh, for sure. That was huge right there. And a clutch moment, too. Was able to, you know, recompose himself after that one paddle. He wasn't able to catch that good wave all the way on the outside, the left, and able to execute well here on the right. Only needs close to a 2, as you were mentioning. And we don't have eyes on Olivares right now, but there he is, looking to improve on a low 2 and make things more difficult for Pollock. I don't think that'll do it, though, Shannon. I think Pollock's going to get a buzzer beater right here.
Wow, what a way for Pollock to hold on to this. He opened up early with that 4.83, waited for a really long time, had a couple paddles, was unable to get into those bigger sets, but kind of readjusting and reading the lineup, able to put himself back into a position with that inside really clean right that was going to allow him the opportunity to get some scoring potential. Really smart surfing from Martin coming down to the finish from our surfer out of Cornwall. Loves competing. He absolutely loves being in the jersey, so this is one of the things that he just thrives in the most. And you can see him being able to hold on to that pressure down to the finish to be able to get that last wave.
Yeah, and great execution, too. He was able to come a bit further inside, pops up on this one, was able to go down the line. Just a one small hit, but I feel like that's enough for the 2 that he's needing at the moment. You know, he was able to get a wave, especially after that one miss with the paddle, and then underneath everybody else's priority was able to execute under pressure. Some good stuff from Pollock right there. And as I said before, Shannon, he was able to read the heat too, understand that Olivares didn't have a big backup. In the end, you only need 2 waves to make it through.
That's right, and that's exactly what he's done. A 3.33 drops through for England's Martin Pollock, and he takes away the second place position, pushes Alter Olivares of Chile into that third place position. A former silver medalist here at the World Parasurfing Championships heads into the repechage round as a bit of a shocker for this second heat of the day. Official results with Ibon Oregi of Spain taking out the win and England's Martin Pollock in second. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the opening day of the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Events taking place at the iconic Huntington Beach south side of the pier. And with a combination swell, mid-November, it is a great time of the year to be running an event, and the surfers are feeling pretty stoked to be hitting the water.
For sure, and a brand new heat out there right now. Shannon, Brazil, Japan, Chile. First time we're seeing a Japanese surfer out there in the water. Same thing could be said for the Brazilian surfer Saraiva now.
That's right. It's going to be great to see Enrique, Masafumi, and Vicente out in the lineup, especially after the scores that we saw drop down in that last heat. across the board, it was a really tightly contested. Aside from Ibon getting those, getting into that 16-point plus heat total, it was a really solid heat.
Yeah, and I think it just comes down to being able to be at the right place at the right time. And if the wave comes to you, surf it as well as you can. Don't overthink it. And I always tell a lot of people that I work with, react to what the ocean is doing and don't act upon what you feel like you could be doing out there.
Enrique now up and riding. Gets caught behind the section. He'll duck out quickly. Sente putting himself in position. And still very early within this heat, so we'll have a score to drop through for our Brazilian to kick things off with. Waiting for Japan now to get his opening ride as he has a look here for Masafumi Kobayashi. He'll decide not to go.
Yeah.
What closeouts this morning?
Sorry, Shannon. Henrique, I mean, he comes from Rio and a lot of beach breaks over there. He's really used to heavy water waves, especially when you travel a bit outside of the city. You go to Saquarema and Prainha and Macumba. We're going to have the juniors at the end of the month over there. Those are two waves that have a lot of similarities to here to Huntington Beach. But when they get big, they get quite heavy too. So if you're prepared in those kind of conditions, this should be a walk in the park for you.
Masafumi now up and riding. Just ducks out the back of that wave quickly. Like the control and the use of his inside arm to just whip that board around.
Yeah, and to be able to position yourself on the wall too. Sometimes, especially somebody that's on their knees, you're going really fast down the line and you need to be able to control that speed, especially when it's a wave that really draws out further down. But you see Red Dog Wheatley right there from Australia. He's coming up. He's one of the few people that I saw wearing trunks this morning. It seems like he's going to do the same thing in his heat.
Feeling happy to be surfing in some cool waters, but it's actually not as cold as I would have expected it to be this time of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're still very comfortable with a full suit. Sun's out though, you could easily pull off a spring suit or a short sleeve though, but trunking at 20 minutes, I get it. I don't think I'd be doing it though, but it is small enough to the point where you're going to be very active. I think it's a smart call for him.
It's so true. Quick little ice bath, but keeps that, those energy levels high.
Wakes you up too.
Really wakes you up. He'll be ready for the rest of the day, supporting Team Australia down on the beach. A 1.13 drops through for first of Masafumi, and a 1-point ride for Enrique to start things off for Brazil. Chile with that 0.33. So just small scores. Everyone's had that opportunity, but hasn't been able to put anything on the board that really matters as we're down to that 16-minute mark. And we are kicking off our competition this week. First round to be run is our men's kneeling division. And that is surfers that ride in a kneeling position on the wave with either, as we take a look at a good-looking set here from Enrique, he'll just duck out the back. Unfortunately, unable to kind of connect with that lip line. But I'm sure we're going to see these guys going for it at some stage.
Yeah, and Kobayashi might be in position for one of these incoming sets, Shad. It seems like he's going to be going right.
Good looking right in front of Kobayashi. Right in the pocket as he comes through that first section. Now turns back into the foam, using his arm as well to just redirect that board. And holding on to a lot of control to get those first couple maneuvers together. Yeah,
and should be the best score of the heat too. So only had a 1.13 before that. Feel like this is going to be a decent number for him.
Well, the winner of that last heat, Ibon Oregi of Spain, put together some fireworks. He's down on the beach with Benway.
Much here with the winner of that heat 2 for the kneel division, Ibon Oregi from Zarautz in the Basque Country in Spain. Amazing surfing. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias. Carricasco. Thank you.
Escaricasco. So we were saying you come from a beach break condition. I've surfed Zarautz myself. The sand is very loose. The fondos, the banks change very often. Does that help you to be a better wave hunter because you found very, very good scores?
Yeah, my friends always say that I'm very nervous in the water and I'm waiting for I can stay a long time waiting for the waves, but this is good for conditions like today. It's nice. The beach from Zarautz and this one is quite similar with these conditions, and I like this kind of waves, and they give you a power. You can make some barres or some good turns, and it's nice. I like it.
So let's talk about your barrel. I saw you in there. You said, I don't know if I got in there, but man, you disappeared, popped out. That had to feel great. Amazing score, 8.83.
Yeah, that's nice. The last year I made something similar in the first head, and it was amazing. My first participation in a World Champion. Today I was a little bit nervous after the last year, but I feel good myself in the water, and it's brilliant for me. Yeah, I'm more peaceful now.
Well, finally, I'm missing the Basque Country myself. I'm missing the tortilla española, the Carlos Arguiñano. So if you want to say something to everybody at home supporting you.
I want to say everybody eskerrik asko, zuen laguntzagaitik, aupa Carlos, and maybe one day we go together to eat a tortilla or something to shout out.
Suena perfecto. Agur. All right, back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Yvonne. That was a really awesome, just to be able to see that wave one more time, that 8.83, to hear his thoughts on it as well, getting that little cover up. Stoked.
Yeah, and he's in real good spirits after that kind of performance. I mean, dropping something close to a 9 will always get you a smile on your face, but you can definitely see that he is a beach break surfer coming from Zarauz. Real good execution of what he wanted to see out there. But the game plan, a 7.5 and an 8.83, it's an excellent start, Shannon.
Fantastic. And like he was saying, he feels comfortable just waiting. He knows that it's just those 2 waves. You've been talking about that through these first couple heats this morning, Mitch. But he feels comfortable waiting, and that maybe puts that pressure onto his friends on the beach cheering him on.
Yeah, and he always says that, his friends think that he's nervous out there when he's wearing a jersey. I feel like nerves bring out the best in you, and as Billie Jean King said, pressure's a privilege, Shannon, and use that pressure to your advantage. And if everybody else seems like they're putting a bullseye on your back, use that and make that execute an even better game plan for yourself.
We got the crew warming up for our next heat. That'll be Munad Al-Maki from Saudi Arabia. Just getting a few warm-ups in. He'll be paddling out in our 4th heat of the day. And we do have 5 heats total in our opening division for the morning for the men's kneel.
Yeah, and the biggest event we've seen out of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships before, Shannon, 27 nations. So cool to see representation from all different parts of the world, especially the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Not a place that necessarily breeds a lot of surfers, but as we're seeing now, those surfers and parasurfers in that region of the Middle East. So cool to see some surfers from different parts of the world come up, and let's see how they're able to compete against people from South Africa, from Australia, and even from Portugal, who's always been a great performer here at the ISA level.
Down to 11 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock for our current heat in the water, and we do have some scores that have dropped through. We were listening to that interview with Yvonne, catching up on some other details of the week. Masafumi now sitting in the lead with a 4.5 to improve on that 1.13. Enrique from Brazil sitting with a 2.43 and a 2.17 on the board. Has him in second now. He's also sitting with that second priority. And our surfer in green has first priority. Still hasn't been able to find himself a wave that really matters yet, just a 0.5 and a 0.33. You can see him now just having a little paddle around, trying to figure out his positioning in the lineup, maybe starting to feel a bit of that pressure, hearing that the other surfers do have, scores that have him with that requirement in the 4-point range now.
Yeah, and the Brazilian surfer in red, he's a former ISA gold medalist himself, so he knows what it takes to be able to move through heats and win events. As we look at the replay here for Kobayashi, the 4.5, good execution right there on that wave for the surfer coming out of Japan. As you see the angle here of the beach, just real good performance when it comes to finding the pocket, and more than anything, be able to use the rail to his advantage, Shannon, and maximize the scoring potential on that one. So not bad for Kobayashi for his best wave so far.
We've got a paddle here from our surfer in red. Quick paddle for Saraiva of Brazil. And great looking carve to set up that first turn. Slides straight past the photographer and just hooks it under the lip for that second turn. So great combination of surfing, and he'll be looking to improve on that or chase down that 3.21 he needs.
I was a little preoccupied when he stopped paddling, and he got a little hung up when he was getting into it. I felt like that wave was going to run off of him, but luckily, especially with the mid-tides that we're having throughout the week, he got hung up, but he was still in good position for the rest of the wave, Shannon.
Masafumi now up and riding. Gets that little kind of cover up off his back as he looks for this reform on the inside section. Nice couple turns to start things off with, and he'll be looking to improve on that 1.13. It is a 7.13 that drops through for last of Enrique of Brazil, and has him sitting in that leading position now with a 5.27 requirement on Masafumi.
Yeah, as we look at the Japanese team, they've been very successful here in Huntington Beach before. We've seen multiple champions, especially Kanoe Igarashi's win
last year. Given he is a local surfer, I feel like that's not really a surprise, but he had to go through a lot of different people to win that ISA gold medal last year at his home break. He also gave Japan an extra slot into Paris 2024 with that win on the men's side too. So I feel like they have a lot of competitive experience. And both Japan and this part of the United States, the West Coast, we share the Pacific Ocean. So there's a huge connection between them. It's an easy flight to get here from Japan. You can always fly to Honolulu, either on the way here or on the way back too. And I feel like California for them is a place that they feel very comfortable in, Shannon.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Japanese competitors have success right here in Huntington Beach over the years.
Hiroto Ohara, also U.S. Open champion. Feel like a couple of the juniors that I'm forgetting about. Maybe Joe Azuchi might have been real good. I remember Keanu Kamiyama might have won the event here in 2019.
There's been some really impressive performances. That one of Hiroto always comes back to memory.
The cars.
And we've got a paddle now from our surfer in the blue jersey. Masafumi unable to get into it, so we'll track with our Brazilian. Currently sitting in the lead. He dropped a 7.33 for his last wave. Now starting to feel really free. Nice opening turn and hits the section for the second, but just nosedives. Masafumi now with a chance. And a great looking wave. Has so much speed. Can't hold on to the finish, unfortunately.
Seems like he's riding the quad too, Shannon.
Now, what are your thoughts on, is the quad a better decision over a twin fin in conditions like we got today?
Well, the quad controls speed really well. I had a conversation with one of the competitors from Hawaii yesterday, Eric Lazar, who will be coming up later. Super cool guy, but he told me that the shape of his board is something that he's been working on for here. But he asked me, what kind of setup do you think I should ride? I have a quad or a keel. I said, hey, the keel, with the amount of size that we're going to see throughout there this week, for somebody like yourself who's a little bit bigger, you're going to be generating a lot of speed. So I felt like that was the better decision for him. Somebody as lighter as Kobayashi, you want to be able to control that speed a bit more. So I feel like the quad is a good board to be using right now.
Great to see the equipment that all the teams are bringing down to the beach this week. A few keel fins out in the water, a few quads as well, especially within this kneeling division specifically. As we take a look here at the replay for this last wave, we're waiting for the scores to drop through for Lassa Brazil.
Yeah, this is a good wave here by Saraiva. And as you can see, he fully knows what he's doing when he gets on a wave, especially the right one. I actually think that was a 7.33. This to me is, one wave that I felt could have had a bit more score on it if he was able to really get into the wave a bit earlier, but he was able to execute well. A 7.33 just based off the two turns right there. Has a lot of knowledge, a former ISA gold medalist. It's showing right now, Shannon.
Scores to roll through for Enrique. As judges are taking another look at that replay, looking to improve on a 2.43, which he'll do no doubt. So it will increase the requirement on that second place surfer. Masafumi currently chasing a 5.27, but that will no doubt grow. Masafumi's last score was that 2.5. And Vicente from Chile currently sitting in that third place position, chasing down a 4.87, which would well and truly be his best ride of the day. As we're down to that 5-minute mark, you can see there's still a bit of fog, that cloud cover, out on the horizon, but thankfully that sun has kind of warmed things up. It's cleared out. We were able to get off to that 8:45 start. The original plan this morning was a 7:30 a.m. start.
Yep.
But that fog was so thick this morning, there was no chance we were going to be able to clearly see the competitors out in the lineup.
Yeah, and it might make things a bit choppy, but it'll help clear things out for the rest of the week if that northwest wind picks up later today. I know it's going to be a bit difficult to compete, but it's way cleaner on the south side when you do get that wind. And everybody should prepare to compete in different kinds of conditions too. As we look at the Irukandjis, the Australians, they travel a long ways to get here, and they always have gold on their mind, especially Mark Mono Stewart, former multiple champion here.
It's so true. We've got Jocelyn Newmuller sitting in the back there as well. There's a great pack from the Australian contingency. Mono with the hat on and the sweatshirt, keeping himself warm this morning. He's already got that wetsuit pulled on. He'll be paddling out in the water pretty shortly and getting ready to go for our 5th heat of the morning for our men's kneeling division. Following this, we will be heading into the first round of our men's prone 2 division, which is the prone division where the surfers require assistance. So we'll see their teammates or coaches out in the water with them also providing that assistance. And we'll talk through more of that as we get into those heats in just a little while. As we're down to that 4-minute mark, scores have finally dropped in from the panel. It's a 6.23 for our heat leader for Brazil in Henrique, and it does increase the requirement now to the 9s on Masafumi.
Yeah, and Cuevas right now, the 33-year-old from Matanzas in Chile. Favorite wave is Puertecillo. Real good waves in that area where the Lopez family's from. Matias, his daughter Estela, who just competed at the Pan American Games too. But it's Kobayashi who's been in control of second place so far, Shannon.
Oh, solid looking wave. He's got so much speed as he drives through that second turn. Really finding that change of direction. He's got one more opportunity to just hit the section. Trying to hold on to that control. And great looking wave from the start.
Yeah, and only looking to replace a 2.5. Feel like he's going to do that and a bit more. As Cuevas needing something close to a 5-point ride, Shannon, before this last wave of Masafumi. He's definitely going to need something a bit better right now and needs to be on a wave with 3 minutes to go.
Strong paddle now for our heat leader and finds that positioning. Riding a board that looks pretty narrow, pretty small under his body. It really allows him that maneuverability.
But nowadays, shapes have become so much more volume centered, which I feel, sometimes it's detrimental to a lot of surfers, especially people that are just getting into surfing. You want to be able to get a board that is suitable for yourself and not necessarily base it off of how much paddling power I'm going to get. It needs to be accentuated with the length, the width, and more importantly, the thickness too, because the thicker the board, the faster you're going to go most of the times, especially on a wave like this.
Team Portugal will have a lot of competitors coming up throughout this week. In total, we have 27 nations competing for this year's World Parasurfing Championships. We've got 184 registered athletes in the draw. We've got a record 62 women competing as well. The women won't be competing out there today. They'll have a day off to be able to just get some free surfs in and to be able to support the men on their teams. It'll be great to see, the whole field as we get through the next few days. Down to 2 minutes on the clock, and scores through for Masafumi. Comes through as his highest. It's a 5.93. Well rewarded for the Japanese competitor, and puts the requirements now into the 8s for Vicente as we take a look here at Henrique. And one more opportunity to just showcase his skill on the inside and looking to improve on a 6.23. Paddle here for Masafumi. Quick up to his knees, and he's just caught behind the section, manages to find that speed and actually get around into that closeout, but he can't hold on to the maneuver to ride out complete. And Henrique on one more wave here as he's just feeling so comfortable in the lineup this morning.
Yeah, no, you can definitely see it, and he found his rhythm out there too, Shannon. His last two waves have been the counting waves for him in the scoreline, 7.33, 6.23, and we're still owed 2 brand new waves for him too. So he was just able to find a section of clean water out there and build upon his scores, and I feel like he might even be replacing both of his scores that he currently has in his scoreline right now with 40 seconds to go. But it was the lack of determination by some surfers in this heat that weren't able to get them scores above a 4, and you can see Cuevas hasn't even broken anything better than a 2.13. Unfortunately for him, he's going to be relegated to the repechage.
That's right. He's held on to priority for a lot of this heat as well, so just unable to make the most of having that priority next to his name. Maybe that adding that extra element of pressure.
Could be, for sure. And, priority, unless you know how to fully use it, could be something that you don't want to be with most of the heat. Especially at a beach break, you want to be able to roam free a bit more and not play as much defense.
Down to 5 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be Brazil with the lead, Japan in second. Those two advancing through for Henrique and Masafumi into the main round, and Vicente will be staying into the repechage round for Team Chile. We will have another score to drop through here for our surfer in red, but he'll be holding on to the lead. We know that Blue was unable to get the requirement that he needed on his last wave. It was just a 2.07 for Masafumi to get himself into that leading position. So it will officially be our surfer in red holding on to that win.
Yeah, and I feel that the waves have really showed up this morning, Shannon. It's been very consistent throughout the first 3 heats of the morning. We're going to see a lot more consistency later on today, too.
Well, it's been a great morning of surfing so far. We've got so much more action to come, and we've got 2 more heats remaining for our men's kneeling division. So stay tuned, and we'll be back with more right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back, surf fans. Thanks for tuning in to the continuation of the opening day, day numero uno, day 1 of the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship presented by Visit Huntington Beach, live from Surf City, USA, as we move into heat number 4 of the men's kneel division, the men's kneel classification. I'm Sam Bleakley in the booth with the mighty Ben Way as we look to see some fantastic surfers taking to the water. John Paul Andrews from South Africa, Red Dot Wheatley from Australia, Thomas Freitas from Portugal, and representing Saudi Arabia, Munhad Al-Maki. A really exciting 4-surfer heat coming up. Continuation with 20 minutes, best 2 waves, each wave scored out of 10 by our panel of judges. The highest and the lowest scores eliminated, an average taken. 80 minutes left on the clock, live action. It's Red Dog out of Australia up and riding, pumping through that section there, getting a bit of drive, a bit of speed, but not able to connect with that lip. But he'll get a score on the board. Ben, it's sunny, it's good, a little bit of north swell. Great to be here. You've already done a couple of post-heat interviews. Tell us about the energy on the sand.
It's amazing. And the fact that we had that little kind of drama from the little fog delay, a lot of people were really excited to kind of have it just open up and give us a big surprise of what we got on offer for today. Amazing scores, punchy conditions, everyone's just over the moon.
John Paul up and riding from South Africa, takes a late drop, pulls into that section there, just punches out the back of the wave. We've already seen a couple of tubes on offer, Ben. I mean, tell me about these types of conditions at Huntington. What will the surfers be looking for?
Well, you know, we have this little kind of stirred up swell from the wind swell that we had throughout the afternoon into the evening. And we've noticed that the currents have kind of switched. We got a little bit of push out of the north in the morning. And you can see that it's predominantly a little bit more punchy, a little more stretchy on the rights as you have that energy coming from the right side of your screen, flowing through that pier, and then finding its way to this really profound sandbar that we have here. I mean, it's really 2 predominant peaks that are working.
Looks like we have a little interference issue here at the start of the heat. Our surfer in blue there gets that wave, but our surfer in green drops in. So that was Thomas Freitas from Portugal. Probably will have an interference call on him.
I was noticing that exchange, and I noticed that Red Dog was actually in 4th priority. He'd already gotten a wave. So it's going to be interesting to see because he might have had the lower priority.
So we'll wait for the judges to announce the situation on that. But as it stands right now. Thomas Freitas is sitting there in first priority. He's got a 0.67 to his name. He's just shifted down into second priority. So sitting there with blue, Red Dog Wheatley, Jade Red Wheatley, the 2022 national champion out of Australia, the 42-year-old from Newcastle, riding a 5'10" board, loves his water photography, works with Mobility Clinic on the waves, which is an opportunity for amputees across Australia to safely access surfing at various places. As we see the Irukandji's team there on the sand. That's
Jocelyn Neumuller right in the middle there.
Gold, a medalist, and Jocelyn just comes off the back of winning the event in Oceanside last weekend. And of course, she was there at the Parade of Nations, the mixing of the stands that you hosted yesterday. As we see Red Dog up and riding, takes off, hits that lip, projects, gets some vertical projection, doesn't ride out of that re-entry, but he'll add to his 2:17 as Thomas Freitas looks to go for that wave, doesn't catch it. So Red Dog Wheatley in the driving seat at the moment, Ben.
Yeah, he's been keeping really busy. I mean, just scouring the break and kind of manhandling the crowd right there. But yeah, we really would love to see White get his. Yep, I think that was the thing, is in that exchange with the interference, Red Dog had the lower priority. I saw the 4 in the little box next to his name, and he was sitting on a 1.17. So actually Green would have had the right of way, and he kind of powered him out. So it looked like Green was dropping in on him when Green actually had the right of way on that exchange.
Up and riding John Paul Andrews, nice glassy clean section in trim, a lot of speed, pulls into that closeout, punches out of the back, covered a lot of ground, good distance, should be a decent score for John Paul.
Yeah, I would figure so. That first one, he kind of dropped too hard to the bottom, wasn't able to get any projection down the line. And this one, he was able to run it. So we look forward to seeing what that comes out as. Needing a 0.05, it's likely that he'll pop into that in Green's position, at least for the moment. Still really early on.
So South Africa, of course, the reigning Rugby World Champions there. That wonderful country, unity in diversity is their motto. They've just won that Rugby World Cup, and we've just seen John Paul get a great wave, improving his position. I'm Sam Bleakley. Thanks for tuning in. Joined by Ben Way. Of course, Ben, you shape so many of the boards for these para surfers. How important is for them to have this record participation this year? Nearly 200 athletes with that push for LA Paralympic inclusion.
Well, it's unbelievable, and coming from someone who designs and kind of trying to help to push the performance of the sport forward, when you have this community growing and the sport growing, it starts to bring in shapers that weren't possibly aware of parasurfing and start to spark some interest. So these competitors will have more options, hopefully, with equipment and shapers in the coming future.
Super exciting. Thomas Freitas there, he gets a nice takeoff, as we can see Irukandji's team, the Welsh flag there. We got Llewellyn, Sponge, Williams coming up against Mark, Mono, Stewart in heat number 5. Isaac Hare also from Wales represented, and Tyler Pike out of South Africa. So that's going to be our last heat 5 of the men's Neil classification today. Stay tuned, because that's going to be fireworks. You'd imagine that Mono and Sponge will be competing for that gold medal, but look out for Ibon Origi from Zaruz, Basque Country, Spain. He was red hot today. And what about your Hawaiian friend, also looking really good, your first person?
Josh Bogle, he's always a great competitor, really solid, working with some brand new equipment right now, and just loved by the entire community, especially as like holding that Hawaiian flag for Maui. And here we have Mono. Mono looked so charged up that he could finally see the conditions. He was watching a couple of the early heats online, and man, he was super stoked to come down on our access tracks, make his way down here, and find his way out to the Irukandjis. We're going to have an exciting heat with him and Spongy.
Absolutely, and the rivalry they've had last year, Llewellyn got the better of it, took the gold. Previous year, Llewellyn had an interference, Mono took the gold, but of course, Mono has been a multiple 3 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion, 3 times gold medalist. At age 53 in 2015, when he won the inaugural ISA World Parasurfing Championship, he became the oldest World Surfing Champion at 53. He's still going strong at 61. He's electric.
I saw him yesterday in considerably much flatter conditions, about waist high, was a lot peakier yesterday, so a lot of the guys would come off the bottom, and the wave would be over before they could even get into a maneuver, and he was just zinging turns over on the shoulder, looking really lively, looking about half his age.
Yeah, well, he really is timeless, as we see the Welsh flag there flying high. Sponge is going to be coming up next. He's with his partner, Sarah Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Abersoch in North Wales, is our reigning ISA World Para Surfing Champion, the first Welsh surfing champion out of that fantastic hothouse of surf culture, the likes of Carl Williams, Chris Guts-Griffiths. I mentioned two iconic Welsh surfers as shortboarders and longboarders. They were very proud to see Llewellyn win that world title for Wales last year, as we see Jean-Paul Andrews get another score on the board. Little left, it'll be his third scoring ride.
Yeah, I was going to point out that last exchange, he got what he needed and more, and moved him into the first place position before this wave.
There we go. So John-Paul Andrews out there in first place. Low scoring heat. Red Dog Wheatley had that interference call, so he'll lose that second scoring wave there. He's just got a 2.17 to his name. Thomas Freitas only chasing a small score of a 0.88. Munad Al-Maki from Saudi Arabia. He is in fourth position as Mark Mono Stewart walks himself down to the pier. Talk us about the paddle line that the surfers will choose today in these conditions, Ben. Where will they look to paddle out, and which peak will they opt to sit on, do you think?
Well, you know what, with the incoming, I haven't seen the exact time, the hour of the high and the low today, but there will be times as that tide moves where the current will speed up. And if they don't paddle out next to the pier, they'll get dragged down a few peaks down where it will be really hard to get back to the zone. And so they could well easily get dragged out of the competition area to where they wouldn't even get scored for any rides that they got. So I think we're going to see a lot of the people kind of hugging that pier where you've got the little safe rip, kind of a little escalator on the way out.
We can see Munad from Saudi Arabia there. The world's largest sandy desert, the Rub El Khali Desert in Saudi Arabia. So he's used to the sand, but they've got that short bit of coastline on the Red Sea coast there, just over 1,000 miles of coastline. You know, low consistency of waves, but what we're seeing out of Saudi Arabia is a really strong emergence of not only parasurfing, but also SUP racing, SUP surfing, and also we got some good shortboarders coming out of Saudi Arabia in the last few years who are getting the opportunity to travel around the world.
Yeah, Saudi surfing, as they have their Instagram, they're doing a big push in the whole branding of their teams. They're really taking participation in every event. It's amazing. And we just saw them in our World SUP Championship that we had in Les Sables d'Olonne, France. They had quite a few riders there. And so as I was watching him make his way to the shore break, I was worried that might have been an equipment failure or something like that. And what they're doing is they're doing just as what I was saying, getting back next to that pier to get back out. Because if he were to try and paddle out from that last ride, he'd probably get dragged well down the beach. So they're just repositioning to get him out there.
So much of the parasurfing community is about teamwork. And of course, we have all these exciting classifications. There's 9 different classifications. This is the Neil classification. We've got 104 athletes from 27 teams, 62 men, 62 women, 122 men. Record participation of women. So there's over 305 attendees here when you add the 121 team officials, as we see Munad there paddling out Team Saudi Arabia. Just 1 athlete, but 4 officials. And you can really see the opportunity to use that current against the Huntington Beach Pier.
Yeah, and as we talk about the growth of the sport, we've just gotten the facts on our first competition that we had when it was still called the Adaptive Championships. 2015, we had 69 competitors from only 18 nations. So we are just bumping it up, and this is really a new sport that's really catching on around the world.
And of course, there's that push for Paralympic inclusion with surfing, the official sport of California. Parasurfing is such a powerful proposition for the Paralympic program and Los Angeles 2028. So the IPC has confirmed parasurfing demonstrates competitive viability and integrity, as well as the strategic benefits to the Paralympic Games. So it's really exciting to see how this will unfold as LA 28 is leading that process of evaluating the opportunity to include parasurfing, as Jean-Paul Andrews from Muizenberg, South Africa, again on a left, adding to his position there, out there in the lead. Red Dog Wheatley with a priority interference, pumping through this section. Nice open face, carves that cutback, puts that board nicely on rail, finishes there in style, little slide out. He's going to be paddling straight out for more, still in second position despite the interference, Ben.
Yeah, and it looks like Jean Paul is kind of finding his way. He's decided to kind of start going left. The first small scores were on rights, where he got kind of the section ran on him. And one thing that we don't think about in the kneel class is we think that they're on their knees, but they're still in a staggered natural regular foot and natural goofy foot stance on the board. So they're definitely positioned sideways. They're not directly straight on with the nose. So definitely they're going to have an advantage either in having a strong front hand or a strong backhand, and they might have to kind of adjust to that, to the conditions, and go with whatever stance or whatever direction kind of favors that stance.
5 minutes remaining there. Sparkly flying diamonds out in the lineup as we can see the beautiful coastline of Huntington Beach. Great history between Huntington Beach and the ISA. This has been the location that has hosted the most ISA events, as we see the replay now of Red Dog.
Yeah, so you can see he's really milking some speed. He wants to do his turn in the critical section. He gets a little pocket there and really able to redirect on top of that little double up. And so one strong turn, but definitely going to give him a score. We still have that interference, unfortunately. So in a priority interference situation, the backup does get eliminated. So he's going to be relying on that top score throughout, and he just needs to keep bumping it up.
Proud moment there for Saudi Arabia. Munhad Al-Maki representing that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, up and riding, adding to that 0.87, that 0.50, chasing just a 1.91 to move up into second position. But just the opportunity to fly the flag for your nation, a great element of pride here at the World Parasurfing Championship as John Paul Andrews, our heat leader, pulls in a little head dip, little shampoo, and a little almost collision with our surfer from Portugal, Tomás Freitas.
Yeah, so once again, that was him going on what might be his backside, but it seemed like the section just ran away, similar to that first wave that he went for that very low score before he bumped himself up. And so he's just kind of testing out the left, testing out the right, a little bit of communication, making sure everyone's all right. Looks like we're all good.
Okay, and with that, let's go down to Shannon Hughes, who's with the winner of our previous heat.
Thanks so much, Sam. Henrique, congratulations. That was an incredible heat out there. How did it feel to find those two solid scores?
Oh, that was good. Today we have a lot of opportunities there. Like if we wait for the sets and get the right waves, it's very good. Yeah, it's good to compete when we have a lot of waves.
Pretty exciting to be able to see that combo swell show up this morning. Now, you're representing Team Brazil, originally from there, but you actually live in Pismo. How do you feel about the event, moving away from your hometown and getting the experience of being here in Huntington Beach this week?
Oh, it's pretty nice, and this is the first time that I don't come from the summer to the cold water from Huntington Beach or San Diego or Pismo Beach. Now I'm coming from the cold water from Pismo Beach and getting the nice weather from Huntington Beach. So it's pretty nice for me. It's a nice opportunity, and I'm loving living in Pismo. The surf community there is very nice, and it's pretty nice.
Now, you're a returning champion. You won the gold medal back in 2018. Where is your sight set for this year's event? What have you been doing to prepare to try and get yourself another medal like that?
Oh, I'm trying to stay relaxed. I think in 2018, what I learned that I was pretty relaxed during the event. I wasn't expecting too much, and was a competition that I was building, like I was getting better and better during the competition. So I hope it stays like that. I hope I did good in the first round, but I hope I can do better then and get the best of me when I need it.
Well, keep surfing the way you did this morning, and you're going to be looking really good for the rest of the week. Congratulations out there. Is there anyone you'd like to say hi to before we let you go?
Oh, I want to say hi to all my friends in Brazil, my family. I love you so much. Thanks for all the support you have been with me this year. Like, I want to thank my family for everything. And I want to say hi to Pismo Beach too.
Thanks so much. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Brazil, what a great team. But Australia, another strong team. And we just saw a really good ride for Red Dog Wheatley there. He's only carrying that one score, but he could well move into first position with the performance we just saw then, Ben.
Yeah, he's found his little nook on the sandbar. He went for that same right as his previous, same spot on the sandbar, producing that right, but he was able to hit this one a little bit more vertical, a little more critical. I'm sure we'll get back to the replay that was during that interview. Wow, these guys are motoring back down to that little north side escalator that's going to pull him on out and back into the lineup. He'll be back in a position in moments, but we have very little time.
Red Dog up and riding. Blast that lip with style. Rides out cleanly. That was exceptional, Ben. I can see you smiling. We can hear the Irukandjis cheering. That could be a really good score.
And what's amazing is he's going to have to win this with one single score and beat the entire field. He was needing a 4.23, and that's producing a score that's more than their combined scores, and I think he's looking pretty strong to take this one.
Well, on his previous wave, he's already got the score he needs to move up into first position, so this could solidify his lead there. As we move down into the last 15 seconds on your screen, you can see Munhad Al-Maki from Saudi Arabia, but we just saw Red Dog Wheatley just smash that lip clean and ride out with style.
I can't wait to see where he pushes that score, because that was definitely, I would say it's going to be better than that 4.33, and this is going to be exciting, and that's just great, plus that little interference drama in there that just made him push that much harder.
Wow, he's going to be a contender for medals. We got Mark Mono Stewart and Llewellyn Sponge Williams coming up next, but they have just got a little demonstration of how red hot Red Dog Wheatley is. But Saudi Arabia, great to see them represented. Munad will move down into that repechage round. But stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got multiple gold medalists coming up next, live from Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action, live from Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA for the 2023 ISA World Para Surfing Championship as we move into heat number 5 men's Neil classification with 3 times gold medalist Mark Mono Stewart, the mighty Aussie, the Irukandjis team leader, coming up against reigning world champion Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Abersoch in North Wales. Also representing Wales, Isaac Hare, and representing South Africa, and having just ridden the opening wave of this heat, that little sucky wedgie left-hander, it's Tyler Pike. Great heat to look forward to. We just saw a great performance from Australian Red Dog Wheatley, but what can Mono and Sponge bring to the table, Ben Way?
Well, they have definitely been showing some amazing performance in the practice days leading up to the competition, and with much more surf on offer, not to mention being able to see kind of which peak everyone's picking out, who's getting the higher point rides from where on the sandbar. They kind of have an advantage of being able to watch the entire round go before them.
Absolutely, big advantage for those surfers. We just saw Isaac Hare, the school teacher from South Wales, based in Swansea, surfs Llangennith on the Gower Peninsula. He got a great performance at the Welsh Parasurfing Championships at the Wave in Bristol earlier in the season, getting that 4th place finish. He represented Wales last year at the 2022 World Parasurfing Championship at Pismo. He's a big part of the surfability community led by Ben Clifford, but up and riding right now, Mark Mono-Stuhl, carving off the bottom there, generating that speed. And we can see in the background, Llewellyn, Sponge, Williams, reigning gold medalist, up and riding, cracks that lip, looks to ride out of that lip as his partner Sarah there raises the flag there. But that nerves, the being in these teams, you know, having your partners out there surfing, going for golds, you know, the emotions that the partners go through is indescribable, Ben.
You know what? I think Sarah Gibbons is a lot more stressed out about this heat than Sponge is. And he's probably feeling that heat out in the water, but I'm sure we'll see some much better rides coming up. And both Mono and Sponge just kind of feeling out the sandbar, very different conditions, different currents than they've been practicing on. So it's going to take probably half the heat just to kind of find their bearings and kind of navigate around the sandbar. And
great for these two surfers to come up early in the division. Potential medal hopefuls could be the likes of Josh Bogle from Hawaii, of course, Ibon Origi from Spain. We just saw a great performance from Enrique Serrava from Brazil, but up and riding right now, a reigning gold medalist. Llewellyn Sponge Williams comes off the bottom, cranks a vertical re-entry off the lip, rides down to the base of the wave, but perhaps didn't quite ride out of that as cleanly as he would have hoped to really solidify that bigger score.
Yeah, we still have that kind of, it's still kind of focused on the shore break. And so where that wave was still a good shoulder high, it's starting to finally break in about a foot of water. And so he had so much explosion coming up, it caught the nose. And I think the judges will deem that incomplete.
So, Llewellyn Sponge Williams out of Abersoch, as I said, our reigning ISA world champion. He's looking to get this little left-hander there, up and riding, nice bowl section. Pulls into the barrel, looks for a little coverage there, looks to come out, doesn't ride out of that, but had a little bit of tunnel time there, wearing the sun visor, looking good. That's going to be a great shot from our water photographer. Tell us about the incredible work this water photographer does, Ben.
Well, I'm trying to make sure that that is Sean, because we have Sean Evans from here in San Diego, and then we have Jerson Barbosa from Nicaragua. They're going to be switching on and off, doing their rotation out in the water. But yeah, Sean's been getting a lot of coverage. He's been covering the Kelly Slater wave pool. He was one of the only photographers allowed in the Olympics venue out in the water. And so, yeah, he's doing a lot of work, does some amazing imagery.
Here's that replay of Sponge. What do you think of that re-entry there? Powerful off the lip, Ben.
Well, you know what? that was a quick switch over into his little barrel. But the previous wave, as you see a lot of these Neil surfers, they will have one hand that kind of controls that heel edge turn. And so he had that back, his front arm on that back heel edge rail, and it seemed like it kind of threw him off balance possibly, as if if he didn't grab the board at all, he might have been able to kind of control his balance more. And so that's one interesting thing when you have, we have Noemi Alvarez, which you'll see in the women's division. She also rides like that, where it's also, you always have one hand controlling that heel edge turn. And in that case, it didn't seem like it helped him out.
So here's our Spanish flag flying high there. Coming up next, we move into our prone classification. It's the men's prone 2 with Jose Martinez, a former gold medalist.
That's his pusher Joe right there.
Yeah, exciting. Scott Davies from Hawaii and Brock Lettner up and riding right now. Sponge, Llewellyn Williams, big off the top, second speed drive, little coverage there in the little section, and then rebounds off the lip there. Doesn't ride out of that final turn, but that first turn was very, very strong.
Much better wave, was really able to fit himself in that. It was basically the only open opportunity on that entire wave, and he fit in there perfectly. So we'll see what the judges award him with that.
He's already dropped a couple of decent scores there. Those low twos are keeping him out in first position as we see Jose Martinez, our former world champion, originally from Compton, Los Angeles, representing Team USA. That's going to be a really exciting heat to look out for, Ben.
Yeah, Jose brings the highest vibes to the site, and everyone is always stoked to see him, and he's a huge advocate for the sport. And there's that score, 8.33 for Sponge.
Wow, clean, critical, radical surfing from the reigning world champion. Got that nice opening bottom turn, set himself up nice. But what about this on the replay, Ben?
I love this. He gets so much drive, manages that little bounce, but he could see that one opportunity to really exchange rails, almost kind of looked for the little tube section on there, and then it ran on him. And he almost finished this one, but I think he kind of like lost speed coming around the flats trying to drive around that section. Not enough to come up and finish that maneuver, but what a great turn. And it shows that the judges are really kind of seeing what's possible in this first round to kind of start setting their scale, and we will see some high scores for single maneuvers, I'm sure.
So with that, let's get down to Red Dog Wheatley out of Newcastle, Australia. Just took the win, and he's with Shannon.
Thanks so much, Sam. Red, congratulations on the win, but wow, that was a complicated scenario down in the end. Coming away with interference, how are you feeling about it, and you want to give us a little bit of the process?
That was hectic. It kind of rattled me. I didn't realize that at the beginning, and so that's how I got my interference, obviously. It's baseline now, everyone knows not to do it, but probably the redhead coming out in me. But yeah, that I've like not knowing at the start, then I took off on the inside of old mate, and then got the interference, yeah, which is, yeah, that definitely affected me halfway through the heat, and then I kind of had to bring it all back together and got away with some more scores. So lucky though the other guys were low scoring, otherwise I wouldn't have. Yeah, that is I got saved by the hair of my chin there.
Yeah, thankfully it was a bit slower for the other crew in the water. That 6-point ride holding you through. Now I saw you having a chat with your team, with your coaches here for Team Australia. What was some advice coming from them?
Oh, don't do that. No, it was obviously, I paddled over at 4 seconds to go. I seen that. I was looking at the clock, sitting out on the edge, paddled across, and yeah, just not good. Bad timing. That's what we chatted about. I mean, they're all good about it. I felt really bummed about that. Like I said, I had to bring myself back together. I like knowing that halfway through a heat, you're like, what have I done? What have I done? But yeah, anyway, good stuff. Come through on the other side. So.
Well done. Now talk to me about the equipment that you're going to be riding out here at Huntington this week.
Say that again, sir.
Talk to me about the equipment that you're going to be riding here at Huntington this week.
I ride, this is an epoxy. It's I'm riding Wayne McEwen's at the moment. He's from Tugun on the Gold Coast in Australia, but been getting my boards off him for a while. I just ride a wider board, about 21 inches wide, 510s usually. I ride a 510 in 2 foot to 10 foot. They kind of work for me. Just change the fins up. And move my fins up. So my fins are where my back knee drops down here. If you can see that, but yeah, my fins are down there. So move them up a couple more inches, and that gives me a good pivot point.
Fantastic. Well, great surfing out there. Way to come back from a challenging situation, but you walked away with the lead, and you're heading into the next round. We'll see you out there.
Lucky there's another round, huh?
You got quite a few more. Yeah. We'll get back to you guys. Thanks.
Fantastic. The Newcastrian there, bringing the flavor there, bringing the sting for the Irukandjis. Great performance from Red Dog Wheatley, but look out, Mark Mono Stewart up and riding, right in the pocket section, big off the top there, drives out of that turn, and then looks to get a second score on the board. After he sees Llewellyn drop an 8.33, adding to that 2.77 with a score to drop, but I love what I saw from Mono just then, Ben.
Yeah, that was great. He's really been kind of keeping it cool, sitting back. Sponge has been really busy finding the lefts, the rights, testing out everything out there. But yeah, the veteran Mono just kind of like sitting back, letting the good ones come to you. We were talking about that yesterday. You said you can't really chase after them here in Huntington Beach. If you sit there, one's going to come to you. But the guys that go and run around trying to chase down the peak usually don't get anything. So it's kind of a smart option sometimes with this kind of mixed swell.
Yeah, and it's really interesting when you see those surfers who get in rhythm with it here, you know, and they look like they're not chasing it. They're being opportunistic, but they're in the right spot. But here's that replay of Llewellyn Sponge Williams.
Yeah, so you got that first turn, kind of a setup turn, but then really redirects it and hooks it in the pocket right there. Still looking for opportunity. You can start to see that little lateral bump coming across from the shore break. And then you had Mono. Nice turn under the lip there. The turn, I I would think is complete. He kind of came out that, started driving to another one. So that was a really critical section. It'll be an interesting one to see how the judges score that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a solid, strong, complete turn. I think it'll be a decent score. Waiting for that score to drop also for our surfer from Wales, Llewellyn Sponge Williams. 6 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
So as we were listening to Red Dog talk about where his fins are placed on the board, the Neil class is really interesting because it's the Neil class for me, for what I've put into the prone boards, was watching how far up their fins always have been. And Monos just sticks with his quad setup. They're really close together, closer together than a normal stand-up board. There you have the Idukanji's Mono support. You got Matt Formston, our visually impaired surfer champion, and Matt Formston just had the first book ever that was printed in text and in Braille.
Wow.
And it's called Surfing in the Dark, and it's a children's book.
Well, that's fantastic. Matt Formston, an absolute icon of surf. Nazare, big wave surfer, of course, a Paralympian, a world champion in paracycling there. And he really is an incredible surfer and a role model for the parasurf community. You had a little catch up with him earlier. How was his energy, today? Was he excited about getting his kind of show on the road?
Oh yeah, definitely. And he loves that there's waves, and we were laughing because I had actually done spotting for him in the U.S. Open last year, and that is a very, very difficult job. Well, I'm sure we'll get into that when we get into the visually impaired class. So I get a little action here. Red with a quick one, spins around, unfortunately a little bit too late.
5 minutes remaining there,
I'm not sure if they've rewarded Mono with that last wave. We might still be waiting for that score to come in.
Yeah, it looks like it came in at a pretty low score. So
the judges might have seen it as a semi-incomplete. It was a really kind of hairline border right there.
Yeah, so still in second position there. So surfers in third and fourth will move into the repechage round. It doesn't mean they're eliminated from the competition. Surfers in first and second stay in the main event into those progression rounds. That's the way you want to work easily towards a grand final. But you must remember, if you do get eliminated into the repechage round, as long as you don't lose a heat, as long as you get first or second, you still ultimately have that opportunity to make it to the grand final.
And some of these surfers just want more sessions with only 3 other people in the water at the iconic south side of Huntington Beach Pier. So as long as they keep it in the repechage, that's more surfs with nobody out. Look at Sponge, great speed.
Nice from Llewellyn Sponge Williams there, riding his Johnny Purton boards. JP out of Wales, great shaper, has really been behind the parasurf community, also building equipment for Hannah Dines and some other prone surfers. As we see Sarah there waving the Welsh flag with pride. Fantastic surf community out of Wales, over 1,680 miles of coastline. Cardiff, the capital, population of over 3 million. And in both the north, the west and south coasts of Wales, you have strong surf communities. Llewellyn Sponge Williams is from an area called Abersoch, which is in the north of Wales. You've got waves down the west coast, but in the south, that's where a lot of the more famous spots. The Gower Peninsula is a very famous area. Swansea and Swansea. That's a combination of Cardiff and Swansea. I've invented a new place. There's Swansea and Cardiff. No such place as Swansea, but it's a combination of two places.
It might be a little secret spot around the corner that no one knows about.
So just 3 minutes remaining. It's been a great performance from Sponge. He's got a 15.33, an 8.33, and a 7. So those two scores added together, that's going to psychologically be a strong boost for Sponge. We just saw a wave ridden for Isaac Hare. His second wave comes in at a 0.87. So Mono stays in second position. He needs a combination of scores to move up into first. Live action. Llewellyn Sponge Williams carving off the bottom, off the top, a second turn, putting some spray, not riding out of that second turn, but the flow, the presence, the charisma of the Welshman looking really good. As we see Tyler Pike just gets that one on top of him there, a little bit too inside, but he's got a couple of scores there to be proud of, the South African, as this kneel classification is surfers riding waves in that kneeling position with an above the knee impairment or both lower limb impairment. So that's the classification. It's one of 9. Mark Mono Stewart is one of the greats. Llewellyn Sponge Williams is another of the greats. And How do you think it'll be psychologically for Llewellyn to, you know, come out guns blazing, Ben?
It's got to feel great. Yeah, I was speaking about that with one of the original sport veterans, Chaka, and he was saying that Mono won 4 out of 5 of the U.S. Opens, and the only one that Mono didn't enter, Sponge won. And so it's just this ongoing thing. And what's great is, I mean, the veteran, I've always seen Mono really supportive of Sponge, trying to help him along in his beginning parasurfing career. And now he's really created a monster. So it's pretty interesting.
So there it is. Any surfer riding a wave in a kneeling position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower limb amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. So we see Llewellyn, Sponge, Williams there, who had an accident while skateboarding, which, you know, caused the amputation of his leg, but he came back strong. When he was recovering in hospital, his friends decorated the hospital ward in surfing posters and also with sex wax, so he really had the smell of surfing. And we see Mark Mono Stewart in the tube, coming out of the tube with speed. The line he took there, when I saw him this morning, the first thing he said to me was, mate, looks like a couple of barrels out there. And sure enough, that's what we just saw from Mono.
Insane. And I've seen Mono punching himself out of barrels. I've been catching up on his Instagram. He's been doing a ton of training at the surf lakes in Australia, where you have a barrel every wave, and he has the coolest, he's like the Jerry Lopez of tube riding of the Neil community.
Yeah, and that place is a fantastic opportunity for wedgy, fast waves, consistent waves. Sponge up and riding, off the bottom, off the top, climbing, dropping, wax that lip, doesn't ride out of that third maneuver there, waiting for a score to drop for Mark Mono Stewart in a combination situation, so it won't put him into first, but it'll certainly be a big score. Could be the biggest score of the heat. Will it rival the 8.33 we saw from Sponge, Ben?
It's going to be hard. We haven't seen, well, actually, you know what? We did see an 8.8 something for Ibon Oregi's tube that he squeezed out of. Bigger wave, of course, but yeah, that was a tricky little section that Mono powered himself out of. We'll see what happens.
It's going to be Llewellyn there in first position. We'll wait for that score for Mark Mono Stewart, but stay with us, surf fans, because right after the break, we've got the Men Prone 2 classification live from Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. Welcome back. A pleasure to have your company, surf fans, tuning in. This is the day one, opening day of the 2023 ISA World Para Surfing Championship, presented by Visit Huntington Beach. This is Surf City, USA, as you see the north side of the iconic Huntington Beach Pier. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the commentary booth by Ben Way as we move into men's prone 2 classification. This is the prone assist. Surfers riding waves in a prone position who need assistance to paddle into the waves while in the water. We've got some big names. We've got Jose Martinez, we've got Scott Davies, we've got Brooke Letner, we've got Guy Sinclair from South Africa. There's the Canadian flag. There's a great longboarder there, Liv Stokes. Yeah, she's just come down to support her Canadian teammate. She's based down here in Southern California, but is Canadian, and she is so excited to see some of the big names coming out of Canada. But right now, what about Jose Martinez? I mean, he's an icon, Ben.
Yeah, he is a fierce one in the water, very, very powerful surfer. And with his physical condition, he's got a lot of strength. He trains about 5 days a week, maybe more. And he's just completely fierce, completely serious about winning.
And he's got full trunk movement. You know, he's an amputee, but he's got all of that kind of lower limb movement as well, and that really influences his surfing style. Very aggressive, a lot of rail-to-rail activity you'll see from Jose Martinez.
Yeah, and one thing, I mean, some of the factors is how much feeling they have. It looks like we had green almost into that one, pushed in a little bit late, but a lot of the classification is where they have feeling until. And so a lot of these surfers, they're paraplegic, some of them don't have a core and what they call jelly belly. And it's hard to gain balance if you're strictly working around your shoulders with this body dragging behind you. So it's very different on where they pressure the board, how they control the board, and also where they're going to be sitting on the board.
Absolutely, and we'll see a great contrast is if you study the techniques of the likes of Jesse Bilauer and Jose Martinez. Very different. Jesse will be using the elbows. That's his real driving force in the maneuvers. Jose much more using the core to initiate the maneuvers, as we see Jose Martinez, our former world champion from 2021, off the bottom, off the top, speeding through that section in the whitewater foam there, but already 2 critical maneuvers, looking very lively. This is typical of Jose, the energy, you'll see a lot of body language, a lot of expression, and you'll see that smile. He likes this start. He's looking hungry, as we see Scott Davies from Hawaii, beautiful open face wave, speedy, silky, very stylish, good rail control, top to bottom opportunity here. Is he going to get a little tube through that? He gets a head dip and he rides out in style, Ben. That's a great, long, fast wave for our Hawaiian.
This is a really, really nice start. And it's really a huge contrast on how they're going to use these conditions dealing with the pusher and the catcher. So each of these competitors, they've got one person that's the pusher that gets them out to the guy who selects the waves. They have to work together. So I've done both positions as far as pushing, choosing the waves for the rider, as we see live action.
Brock there engages that rail. You can see how he generated speed on that bottom turn, engaged that inside rail. The Canadian team there really cheering their surfer from Summerland, BC, British Columbia, sponsored by Freeride Board Shop. And he looked really nice on that wave. Wasn't as much of an open face wave as we saw from Scott Davies, but you can see the Canadian team is stoked about that one.
Yeah, it is such a difficult job to choose the waves and predict what the wave's going to do for these riders as you're pushing them in.
Yeah, such a team effort. And talk about that relationship between the pusher and the catcher. I mean, really emphasize how much of a team effort is Prone 2 division.
So I've done both positions. The pusher does a lot more work. As you can see, he has to get them all the way out to the lineup. They do try to meet in the middle of it, but the pusher usually has to get them all the way back out, as we watch that early one for Jose. So he got that nice redirect under the lip there. That will be the scoring maneuver. He still stretched it out, looking for some more opportunity, but definitely showing that he cruised out of that maneuver in control as well with a lot of speed.
Cool cat from Compton. Loves to surf at churches down in Southern California, but what about this from a Hawaiian? Just zen quality there. Open face and so smooth.
Yeah, so Scott Davies, he's also riding those Kazuma shapes from Matt Kinoshita. We saw Josh Bogle win on his early this morning. This is, of course, a Prone design. You can see it looks nice and stable, nice long line on that one.
And this is the replay of our surfer from Canada, Brock. I mean, compare that wave of Scott and that wave of Brock's. You know, who do you think is going to get the edge on that score?
That's a great question. You know, I mean, Scott really had that down the line drive, whereas Scott was kind of coming a little bit more, a little straight to the beach, looking for any opportunity on that wave. But I think Scott's was a better wave just as far as the speed.
I love the control as well, the style, the open face. You know, you got that little cover up on the inside. But Brock really engaged that rail on takeoff. Jose Martinez drops a 6.83 for his opening wave, as we see the mighty Zen master Jesse Bilauer opting to ride his old favorite 7.6 green Bob Hurley board. This guy is an icon, has done so much for parasport around the globe, and we're looking forward to watching him. So definitely stay tuned for the next heat.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of excitement out there, and his association life rolls on, does so much for the sport as well.
Beautiful clean conditions here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. A big bowly wave there. Is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? Our 2021 world champion, Jose Martinez, bottom turns, top turns, and then just hits that foam ball there and takes a wipeout. And we could see the quad setup on his board there. Ben, tell me about the quad and why Jose would choose to use a quad in this Prone 2 division.
I think the quad just gives a lot of kind of speed control, a lot of stability, a lot of drive. The only thing about the quad is sometimes, depending on how far the spins are spread out, the base of the fin is kind of the effective base. And if you have two fins on each side, you've got this big wide track. And so they can sometimes be a little bit too tracky and lose some of the pivotability where you need on a kind of a fatter shoulder. But on that one, it was just basically keeping them straight and stable and under control.
Jose Martinez, the 2021 ISA World Para Surfing Champion, didn't make that grand final at Pismo last year for the World Para Championship. But talking of a potential finalist, let's go down to the sand with our reigning world champion from Abersoch in North Wales, Llewellyn Sponge Williams.
Thanks so much, Sam. That's right. Walked away with the win last year. That gold medal, you finally found it after that interference call in the 2021 final. Now you're back in this again. How good did it feel to get yourself a couple really solid scores and, you know, really live up to that world title that you got last year?
It feels really good. Yeah, I'm obviously here to defend my title, so I've got to work extra hard this year. And to get a couple of good waves out there, watching it all morning, watching the fog clear, and been sitting on the beach since 7, to be able to go surf there with 4 people was just amazing.
Incredible. Well, one of the rivalries that we've seen developing in a healthy way across parasurfing is between you and Mark Mono Stewart. Now, the two of you have gone head-to-head in so many good matchups. You had that first heat with it. How did it feel paddling out knowing he was going to be in the lineup with you this morning?
Yeah, I know it was the first heat, but every time I'm against Mono, he probably feels the same. It's like, it's a final. So it's got to be me and him. It's like, yeah, but everyone else in the division is improving as well, so there's more competition this year. I think we've got 17 in the division, so yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but if the waves stay like this, it's going to be fun.
Incredible conditions. Talk to us about the preparation for the Welsh team coming into this year's event.
Yeah, so the Welsh team, we have four athletes this year, which is the biggest team we've had in the last 6 years. So yeah, it's good. We have 2 in the kneeling, we have Kirsty in the stand 2, and then Matt in the visually impaired. So yeah, we've got a solid team. They've been training down south with surfability, and I've been up north. Luckily, it's been pumping a couple of weeks before we came here, so yeah. And working hard with JP surfboards, we've been like tweaking little ideas and see how it works. So yeah, I've got 2 new boards out with me now, and they seem to be doing the trick.
Fantastic. We'll love to hear it. Thanks so much for sharing that, and we'll see you out there in the next round.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Shannon. Little tweakage in the shaping bay with Johnny Pert and JP. Looking like it's working, Ben.
Yeah, and he's running Mark Richards kind of upright twins with no center. And so very different setup than what Mono's got going. And it just seemed like it helped him get that little hook, a little bit more degree of hook in the pocket. And so that extra degree of turning in those critical spots is definitely going to feed to some scores.
Beautiful conditions here for opening day as we move into this round 1 of the men's prone 2. So this is surfers riding waves in a prone position who need assistance to paddle in, and we get the recap of Jose Martinez kicking off with a 6.83. Back that up with an even stronger 7.33. Martinez looking to get that second gold medal, Ben.
Yeah, he's as hungry as anyone, and the body language looks stoked. I love how he uses his nub to really use that and make a pivot spot. You can see him really come off the bottom, and then we have this one from Scott just shooting down the line.
So this was a 5.67, Ben. So, you know, why did this just come out a little bit lower than Jose's opening 6.83?
Just a lack of degree of turn, I would say. A little more straight down the line, but a lot of control, a lot of drive. Has this? I like this angle a lot. You can see how things are getting a little strangled. This is live action.
Beautiful wave there from Brock. Nice, smooth, blue, open face wave there at Huntington Beach. He's looking to add to that 3.0 could well rival Scott's opening 5.67. That was a really nice ride.
Yeah, small requirement, 2.68. I can see that happening, which will put the pressure. We still have a lot of time to make it up. Should Scott drop into third? 9 minutes and 15 seconds. We'll see how that affects, but that could make a major shift.
Brock Lechner from Summerland, British Columbia. He wake surfs, he kites, he karts, he golfs, he cycles. He's an all-round athlete, and you should really follow him on Instagram at brock.lechner. And also, he's established his YouTube channel. So if you go onto his Instagram account, you can see a link to his YouTube channel. And he's really talking about, you know, how he's got into the parasurf community, because he's new to the parasurf community. Just in 2022, he became an incomplete paraplegic with a T6 injury, but he grew up racing professional motocross all over Canada and the USA. So I had a good experience a few nights ago looking at his YouTube channel, and it's really exciting and refreshing to see how he's coming into the parasurf community with all that history of action sports. And you can see this guy's going to go far, Ben. What about this replay?
Yeah, beautiful wave. You can see him get that. You can see him get that redirection. As I'm watching his fins as the board spins over, we'll take a second look at that. But you can see he's just got this beautiful drive right where his opportunity to turn is there. He gets a little redirection, but you can see that the far corner, the right corner of the nose caught, and you can see that tri-fin setup. That's looks like a completely traditional stand-up board.
Yeah, and quite a pulled-in tail as well.
Pulled-in tail with the fins in the back.
So do you think that's something that as he develops more experience within the parasurf community, will he learn from the common fin position of some of these other athletes, having those fins further forward?
So yeah, you can see the work of the pusher. The pusher can actually start initiating their turn down the line. So he really gave him a great line to come driving down with a lot of speed. Beautiful line here, but you can see that there's a lot of resistance in the rail-to-rail turning. And right here, it catches his nose. And that's one thing that we've really been trying to deal with the prone boards, is getting those fins off the back, because that's nowhere around where their body has the most feeling and where their weight is on the board.
Wow.
Look at that hook.
Redirect, a full left go right from our 2021 World Parasurfing Champion, Jose Martinez. That was an incredible maneuver. Didn't lead to a trim, an open face section, but that maneuver alone really demonstrating the core strength that Jose Martinez has.
Yeah, and that shows a lot about having that forward fin position. No resistance on that turn, and never trying to pull one rail or the other in. That's the one thing that we've had with that rear position, that rear fin cluster position, is that they're way farther up than your front foot would even be if you were standing up.
So these judges, they're analyzing a number of things when they drop these scores out of 10. They're looking at the commitment and the degree of difficulty, innovation and progression, and they're also looking for a combination of maneuvers, some variety, speed, power flow, and control. So when it comes to the prone to those bottom turns, those subtle readjusts, those ride out of that last section, the opportunity to generate speed with subtle use of the elbows is something that will get heavily rewarded in prone to.
Definitely. Yeah, this is really exciting to watch, and there's a very, very big contrast between the prone assist and the non-assist prone division, which we will see as they're having to get themselves out there, duck dive under waves by themselves, and it's a lot of work. As most surfers know, if you do a duck dive without using your foot to kind of pop the nose back up, you get pushed backwards. It's a lot more work to get through the sets.
Absolutely, as we can see that classification, surfers riding in a prone position requiring assistance there, as we see live action. Brock up and riding, beautiful, nice right-hander, gets acceleration off the middle of the wave, climbs, drops, already one strong maneuver, then stalls that, cuts back, and then just pulls that body weight forward, and that's going to be a really exciting score to add to that 4.17. Still in third position because Scott Davies has got a 5.67 and a 3.77, and chasing now a 5.24 to move up into second position. It's going to be close. It's a really good exchange there between our Hawaiian and our Canadian, and one of those surfers is going to get moved into that repechage round. But all three of these surfers for me are demonstrating an ability to go very far in the competition. Yes, we've got big names in Prone 2, but these three surfers look like they could all be in the grand final.
Definitely. And everyone's just feeling their way around the sandbar, really kind of deciding if they like the rights, they like the lefts. We have subtle changes with the change of tide. One thing I wanted to point out, as we had seen earlier, well, let's watch this replay first. So you can see he's got great speed, a great line. The only problem is right when he has that opportunity to turn and pivot, that board is still trying to take him outside of the wave, and that's because of that fin cluster. And so I'm hoping they might be able to pull his center fin out before the next heat. He'd be able to come back and complete that, maybe fit in a couple more maneuvers. But definitely great speed, good drive down the line, and really good wave selection by his pusher.
And the young 25-year-old Brock there, new to the parasurf community, you know, was a former professional motocross racer competing all over the US and Canada. So these ideas of fin placements are something that a lot of the specialists in Prone 2 who've been parasurfing for a long period of time have really figured out in relationship with surfboard shapers like yourself, like Johnny Purton that we just saw spoken about from Llewellyn Sponge Williams. So Brock might pick up a lot from this first heat if he gets the opportunity to really study these replays and recognize how that fin placement being further forward just can increase that pivot opportunity for turns and drive.
Definitely. It looks like he's not lacking speed at all. He's actually going too fast. So taking that center fin out might add that pivot, might really change the way that board performs for his next round. I might have a talk with Shannon and Dom down with Canada.
And that's so interesting as well within parasurfing, is the relationship with equipment and parasport more generally, and of course action sports globally. But what we're seeing from a lot of these athletes is equipment is really being pushed and progressed, and also different use of materials, the use of carbon fiber. Some surfers getting into using more sustainable, ecologically sensitive materials as well. But there's so much potential to keep pushing that to really take performances to the highest level possible.
Yeah, and it's really up to us as the board designers to really put in that extra effort. And not only that, the shapers need to go out and actually ride the boards themselves and really feel how the boards react prone, and not just deal with the feedback from some of these competitors that aren't really familiar with the board design and can't really verbalize what the feeling is. And so I think people who get more involved and really get in there and get on it with the athletes are going to make the most discoveries.
Jose Martinez there in a commanding position there with a 6.83 and a 7.33. His throwaway score of 4.60. That would be a keeper for Scott Davies, who's now moved into third position because Brock Lettner from Canada, new to the parasurf community, former competitive motocross rider, has just dropped a 5.27, moves up into second position, meaning Scott Davies now in priority with 1 minute 15 seconds remaining, is chasing a 3.77 to move up into second position. Wow, pressure's on Scott, but sitting there in priority. He's gonna possibly have the opportunity if there's a set in this last minute now.
Yeah, and it's the crazy thing is especially in this division where you're in the assisted division, that use of priority, that position and everything is all a big team effort. And so you're not able to just kind of race over and go block somebody as you would be in a normal competition. So it's a little bit hard to kind of navigate, maneuver yourself around the lineup and get close to your opponents to try and use that priority, which they just missed that one, unfortunately. We'll see if there's a change of priority now.
Wow, a stinger for Scott Davies there. Will probably be a change of priority if the priority judge deems that that was a committed effort to catch the wave. We've not seen a switch in that number, so it looks like Scott Davies is going to get another chance. Chasing a 3.77, nice open wall there. Gets that rail engaged. Is he going to get back out onto the open face? He's accelerating, pulling in. He got some foam on the face there and just pulls a big sweeping turn as we hear the horn go. Does finish with some complete maneuvers, and he's still riding as he gets the opportunity for a little reform rebound there. Chasing a 3.77. What do you think, Ben?
I like that ride the best out of all of them. And the reason being, even though the turn was in the whitewash, you're still using that turning opportunity, and you are seeing a redirection. So that's where he'll get that score.
Well, stay tuned, surf fans, because we'll find out if he gets the score. Scott Davies does drop the score, but next we've got the Zen Master, Jesse Bilauer, here at Surf City, USA, for the continuation of the World Parasurfing Championships, as Shannon Hughes and Mitchell Salazar will come into the booth.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action here in Huntington Beach, California. We've got a great combo swell that has developed overnight, and it's providing some epic conditions for the surfers out in the lineup. We're currently heading into heat number 2 for our men's round 1 in the Prone 2 division, which includes Jesse Bilauer of the USA, a multiple gold medalist, Eric Lazar of Hawaii up against Claudio Morales of Chile, as we take a look at some live action with Jesse Bilauer in that red jersey, getting off to a lightning fast start, and he's going to put a big score on the board to kick things off with. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Mitch Salazar, and we're already seeing another wave ridden here from Eric Lazar of Hawaii. Nice right, and he's got heaps of speed as he comes into that end section. Woo. There you can see Jesse just has to duck out of the way. We've got some great volunteers that are in the water assisting in this division specifically, and Eric just continues cruising through for the inside connection.
I think that was a competitor from the previous heat, Shannon, but you know, you have to do what you have to do, and if that person's not out of position when you're riding a wave, it actually seems like it might have actually been Jesse. But yeah, Eric, super cool guy, 53 years of age from the island of Kauai, comes into this event representing Hawaii very proudly, but we could potentially be seeing 2 teammates eventually for the USA if parasurfing were to enter into the Paralympics for LA 2028. So, you know, big moment right here for both surfers. Jesse Bilauer, without a doubt, I'd have to say the biggest name in the event. Former professional surfer himself, and now looking for another gold medal.
Yeah, great to see as we see the run around here for Eric. So that wave took him all the way into the shoreline. Scores a 7.17 on the board, just shy of the 7.83 that Jesse Bilauer started out with. And now alongside with that team and those volunteers that are assisting on the beach, Eric's opted for that opportunity to go back to the pier and have the paddle out from there as we take a look here at some replays.
Yes, Claudio Morales, the Chilean out there in the green jersey. It's a good start for him, gets a 5-point ride, so something already in the mid-range in terms of scoring, Shannon. And then just score for 7.83 for Jesse Bilauer. Real beautiful down carve right there. I mean, brings it all the way around. You mentioned before that he's been a multiple-time gold medalist at this level. It's showing right now the amount of experience that he has. But then Eric, able to drop a great score himself to a 7.17, a lot of speed going down the line. This is a board that is brand new. He's only ridden it a few times. And as I said before, Shannon, he was asking me yesterday what kind of fin setup he should have. I said it probably should have been the keel fin, and it seems like it's working great. A lot of speed on that one. And it's not every day you get to see the runaround
at a parasurfing event. He was able to do it. JP Olson from Florence Marine X over there on the beach, helping Eric and everybody else. Florence Marine X outfitted the entire Hawaii surf team, got Eric Lazar a brand new wetsuit, and it seems like he's really enjoying his time out here.
Oh, so good. Love hearing about that support that's coming through for so many nations from different brands and companies around the world that are wanting to see the development and the growth of parasurfing, especially with that hope for inclusion for the LA 28 Paralympic Games.
Yeah, and even one of our sponsors, Dry Robe, they're completely outfitting the entire English team, and it seems like we have another surfer up and riding.
Jesse now on another great looking right. He's already got that 783 that he started off with. Angling now, so first top turn completed, and he's holding on to that control. That that outside rail just bites enough to send him over the edge on the inside section, but he's gonna have that combination now of a couple scores on the board, and it's gonna put some pressure on the rest of the field.
Yeah, and he's also riding a twin right there. As you can see, that board has a 5 fin setup, opting to only ride the big twins on the sides. And you can see right there one of his catchers doing an amazing job. There's a lot of volunteers. This last week, Shannon, everybody from HB Board Riders, they were able to get into a class and learn how to either push or catch a lot of these surfers that need assistance out there in the water. But Jesse's been one of those guys that's been around for such a long time. A lot of experience in New Jersey in both normal shortboarding and parasurfing competition. He was part of that momentum generation before his injury, and it hasn't really calmed him down in terms of competition. In fact, I actually think it's motivated him even more.
I couldn't agree more. He's always one of the most fierce competitors. He's got a lot of that knowledge coming into things as well, like you said, from the generation that he grew up surfing with, from those that are some of the very greats of the surfing sport. And now to see him bringing that conversation into parasurfing and to see him pushing the limits, to see him walk away with those gold medals, and really, looking at the development of that equipment as well underneath him has been really, I think, detrimental, really important to the parasurfing conversation.
100%, and I believe it's Rocky McKinnon, a local surfer, that's helping him back out right there. But, Jesse also brings a big factor into it, the fact that he's a star and brings a lot of attention. People tune in to watch his heats, and as soon as you get a heat against him, it kind of brings out the best in you too, because in order to be the best, you want to beat the best out there. And Belauer's no doubt been one of the premier surfers in this division for the last 10 to 15 years.
12 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Already so much action. We're waiting for a second score to drop through now for Belauer as we keep our eyes on Claudio. He's got that 5 that he started off with, and that wave unfortunately just peaks up a little bit quicker maybe than what they were expecting, and it won't be an opportunity for him. He'll have his coach there to help him get back onto the board. And you'll notice, for those that are watching back home, these boards for the prone divisions have fins placed on the top of the board, on the deck, as well as underneath the board.
Yeah, you want to be able to flip them a lot, more importantly than anything too, because if somebody's, kept upside down, you need to be able to make it back on top of the surface of the water as immediately as you can. And you can see right here, has a great handler too, his pusher, obviously very in shape too, but most importantly, you need to be able to have clear communication with your surfer, whether you're the pusher or the catcher, Shannon. If you're the catcher, you need to be very aware of what the surfer wants to be doing as soon as you're able to catch him, whether it's to paddle back out or take your time.
Eric Lazar now flying down the line for Team Hawaii. Nice check to start for that first turn, and he'll maintain that control. He'll look for that inside connection as well, heading straight into one of the catchers on the inside, and he's actually just going to continue going past, looking for this little reform, maybe a little more open face if it'll open up for him as he comes into the sand in the shoreline, and just using every ounce of energy that he can to get those shoulders moving, to get those arms moving, just to get that board a little more dynamic.
Oh, this is awesome. Like, there's JP Olson, founding member of Florence Marine X, used to work at Hurley too. Everybody that worked at Hurley either went to IPD or to Florence, and they're a really tight-knit group, and they've done so much for Eric. He's been to the Surf Ranch to support John, and I think overall he's a real good embodiment of what surfing should be, and just spreading the spirit of aloha. As you can see right here, it's not every day that you get to see somebody do the run around twice in a heat. He's done it in the first 10 minutes, Shannon.
That is so good. And he's got that game plan coming into this. I would love, if he takes away that win, if we get to hear from him in that post-heat interview, to know if this was the plan ahead of time. They were going to be angling for these runarounds, find those long rights, but rather than having to paddle back out where it's a little bit more challenging, get around to the pier, be able to just use that little current to pull him straight out to backline again. And he's just improved the situation with a 7.23 as his top score has him sitting in the lead with Jesse now chasing a 6.57.
Yeah, he's still got a good heat total though. 14.16 to Lazar's 14.4. As you can see right here, gonna make it back out, and it's a smart game plan because when you have a lot of swell that's coming from the northwest specifically, it's usually pushing you down the beach. So it's much harder to get back out, especially with all that wind swell. A lot of waves just breaking on top of you. To me, this is really smart and very efficient. I told you before earlier this morning, you only need 2 waves to move through. As of right now, he only has 2 waves and he's in a really good position to advance with a 14.4 heat total, but not expending too much energy by having the shorter paddle back out right here.
Down to that halfway mark, 10 minutes to go. Eric Lazar of Hawaii currently sitting in the lead. Jesse Belauer of the USA in second, and Claudio Morales of Chile sitting in third. Claudio dropped in a 3.10 for his last wave. He'll be looking to get himself out to the lineup once again. Jesse sitting with the priority next to his name, meaning he's the only surfer that's currently sitting out there at backline ready to go for the next set rolling through. There we can see Claudio on the inside, just getting paddled out with his team. And in the Prone 2 division, it is consisting of surfers that require assistance in and out of the water. They require assistance in paddling into those waves as well as getting back onto the board safely. And that's been a really important part of the classification factor that Dr. Mo Johnson, who's an occupational therapist that's really been pioneering things on the side of parasurfing to make sure that those classifications are done fairly, that every surfer is competing in the category that's best suited for them and best suited for their level of ability. And that's where we're seeing, that great help. And then you get to kind of see the dynamics of a surfer like Claudio having, a longtime coach, a longtime friend in the water with him.
Yeah.
Those that have someone like that, their communication together, their understanding of the same waves they're looking for, all of that is so important.
Well, it's a symbiotic relationship. You're sharing the same kind of characteristics when you're paddling out too. You're putting yourself in danger just as the surfer is. And more importantly, you want to be able to get them on the best wave. So in order to do that, you need to be just as in good shape as they are, and you need to be practicing when you're not actually with them. So being a good surfer, obviously great. Being a better water woman or water man is probably the most important thing out of that though, Shannon.
So important to just be comfortable in the ocean, to understand everything happening, different types of waves,
Yep.
different types of breaks as well.
Especially at a beach break too. It changes so much. Wind affects it quite a bit. The tide obviously has a lot to do with it, but the swell directions too. We were just in Chile for the Pan American Games and the Para-Pan American Games, and the place where surfing was at Pichilemu in Punta de Lobos, the swell direction wasn't the appropriate one for it. There were still a lot of surfable waves and very competitive though. But overall, you have to be able to adapt to what's on offer. And I feel like Huntington Beach always does that to a lot of surfers. But today, out of this time of the year, with the weather, with the consistency of the waves, easily got to be in the 7.5s or better in terms of what HB can offer.
Down to 7 minutes on the clock, and that last heat we saw an outstanding performance from Jose Martinez. Let's catch up with him and Sam Bleakley now.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Jose, absolutely on fire. 2021 world champion. It's pumping out here at Huntington. How are you feeling?
Oh my God, we're absolutely blessed. Huntington is living up to its name, Surf City, USA. It's blessing us with amazing waves. We have an incredible amount of people here this time around, and it's bigger than ever. I'm so happy and excited.
And growing up in Compton, of course, this is close to you. How important is it to have this event in the Los Angeles area?
You know what? I'm just grateful that we're able to show the world what we get to see. It's kind of summertime in the wintertime for us right now, and this is the beauty that we get to see every single year here in California. The fact that we have so many different countries here, it's an absolute blessing. And it's just, we have sun, we have waves, the wind is down, like everything is perfect. So it is absolutely incredible to be here.
And hopes for the event, you won that gold in 2021. Last year you didn't get in that final, so what's the motivation now moving through this week?
You know what, the motivation is just to make it to the next heat every single day. I am more worried about surfing my personal best and letting the judges decide on what they want to do. I had one where I should have gone left and I swerved over into the right, but I packed it in, and I guess they're loving stuff like that because they want to see you hitting critical sections. So I'm doing my best, and we're surfing it one hit at a time. That's what we're going to stick with.
Well, you're looking electric, Jose. Any messages for any Californians to come on down here to Huntington?
Anybody around the world that can get to California this next week, if you want to be inspired, if you want to be motivated, if you want to just feel alive and loved, come to this event in Huntington. It is going to impact your life. If you have children, you're going to see them wanting to help out. So please, please make your way out here. You are going to feel loved, excited, and electrified.
Thanks so much, Jose. Good luck in the rest of the event. Back to the action.
Thanks so much. What an incredible ambassador for the sport, Jose Martinez. Walking away with a great heat and, you know, living up to his gold medal that he's had in the past. As we take a look now at Jesse Belauer up and riding and carving through that first section. Great change of direction. Now sets himself up through the inside here. He's heading right into that oncoming section. Hits it really hard, is unable to ride through complete and keep that control, but really had a lot of speed in that final maneuver.
For sure, and you see how quickly he was able to make it out back into the water too. Like, goes to show a lot of control of his body and his experience too, but some great stuff right there from Jesse. Needs a mid-6. Could potentially do that and move up into first place, but, you know, just to touch back on what Jose said right there, you know, taking it heat by heat and more importantly, just wave by wave. He even recognized the one mistake that he made, Shannon, a wave that he probably should have gone right on instead of left, but overall has to be very happy and pleased with his performance. You want to be able to surf to your own expectations and let the judges decide, as he was mentioning. More importantly, though, if you're surfing to the criteria, if you're on your waves, you're going to be making it through.
That's so true. I was watching you kind of nod your head as we were listening to that interview with Jose. Feeling like you've worn a jersey so many times, Mitch. You're an excellent competitor. How much did his words just really resound with what you need to be doing when you're in a jersey?
Fully resonate, because he admits when he's wrong, but he's also very capable of recognizing what he could do better. So there's always room for improvement. He knows that. And so does this guy, though, Jesse Belauer. He does get the score down in a 6.77. Beautiful directional change, as you were mentioning right here. And it's the adaptability at the end. You don't pull the last maneuver, but look at how well he recovers. He's immediately back out into the surface of the water. And great handling right here, too. His pusher got him on a great wave. This right, one that kind of shouldered off a little bit too much, but offered up the last section, wasn't able to complete it. Still feel, though, this is good surfing and some good rewarding there by our judges.
Great surfing from Jesse. Has him sitting back into the lead over the Hawaiian, Eric Lazar. Eric, with those couple of 7s on the board, is now riding once again. Holds on to that first priority as he takes off on this left-hander. We've seen him going right a lot throughout this heat. That was a great re-entry for a first big maneuver. Now looking for another opportunity as he'll just go flying past another one of the volunteers on the inside and just digging himself in for another turn. Really using, you know, that upper body, even his head, the weight, every bit of movement that's possible from the head to the shoulders is going to be able to make those direction changes necessary.
No, and he's a strong dude, too. You can mention, you know, the upper body strength that he has, too, but I think the mental fortitude more than anything.
Yeah.
Jesse again, Shannon.
Flying out. He's got so much speed right now. Off the top and charges into another great looking section. Board goes away without him, but he's flipped over. He'll be fine. We'll get a volunteer straight to Jesse, and we'll have another volunteer there to grab his board, deciding to surf without the leash as well.
I think it's a smart move. Not necessary. It'd probably just take up too much water, especially if you have somebody that's pushing you and catching you. As we look at the replay here of Eric, he's looking at better a 7.17. One real strong turn right here, Shannon. Goes up into the lip line. Great bottom turn, and as you were mentioning, that board looks incredible. A lot more volume, and it can see the width right there. Really playing into his favor right now, but his wave selection has been great. So
fantastic performance from Eric. Love that he just throws the shock at the end there too.
He's happy, and I think his pusher is Ashton Hurley. Ashton's a pretty big kid, used to play a lot of football, so has a lot of power to push big boy Eric Lazar into these waves. And unfortunately, Jesse just catches a rail
coming out of that turn right there won't improve.
And Claudio now with an opportunity, but he's chasing a big score of a 9.40 to get himself into the advancing position to avoid repecharge round. This is a good looking wave. He's looking to finish off on the inside section, and he'll just bite that inside rail, opting to ride the single fin out in the water, different than what we're seeing for the other two guys.
Yeah, and I feel like there's been a couple of opportunities for his pusher to get him into some better waves out there. Unfortunately for him, with 10 seconds to go, doesn't seem like it's going to be enough, and seems like Bilauer and Lazar will be moving through into round 2.
So we've still got a score to come through for Lazar, as he is already on the beach, getting chaired up and giving high fives all around. An 8.10 drops through for last of Eric. And it looks like he may have taken out the lead over Jesse Bilauer. Jesse now getting hoisted up into the chair and put together a really solid performance. Now we are waiting for that last wave of Claudio Morales to roll through, but it will need to be a 9.60, which would be an exceptional score. It would be the highest score of the round so far and of the day. So just waiting for that last score to drop through for Claudio. It looks like a strong performance for Eric and for Jesse have put them through with the advancing positions.
Yeah, just a fun heat overall. Morales had a couple of good waves too. This guy though, as you can tell, just the amount of experience that he has, how comfortable he feels in a jersey. Definitely moving through with a good heat total, 14.6, and you're getting second place. You'd be winning most heats with a total like that, but props to Eric, brought out the best in him, and only had 3 waves, all 3 of them above a 7-point ride.
Well, scores in a 4-2-3 for last of Claudio. Not enough to take him into the main round, but he'll have the repecharge to fight through for Team Chile. Eric Lazar of Hawaii with the win over Jesse Bilauer of the USA. We'll be back with more action for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
And we're back at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're in day 1 of competition. We've got quite a few days to get through before we will be crowning our champions. Finals day will be Saturday, and we'll be hosting the closing ceremonies as well. A lot to get through before that day, though. Every surfer is going to be surfing multiple times out here with those repecharge rounds. This is just our first round heats for our men's Prone 2 division out in the water now. At the moment, we've got Andrew Goenga from Spain, Andy Guy from England, Ronan Chen from Israel, and Nathaniel Bailey of Jamaica looking to get their opening rides. We haven't seen any waves ridden yet, and we're just getting this heat underway.
Yeah, and 2 real young surfers out there in both the red and the white jerseys as we look at Team Israel supporting from the beach. But a fun heat, not only because it's 4 people out there, but because you have 2 of the youngsters. Goenaga, only 19 from Oyatun, favorite surf break Zurriola, and he was first place over at the European Championships earlier this year, Shannon, so a lot of competitive experience. That event, though, Sam will tell you, was actually at a wave pool, so a bit different competing at a wave pool, especially with your pusher and your catcher. But Team Spain, as always, bringing a great team, and I feel like they are a contender once again to win gold. They have been world champions as a team before.
Be exciting to see how this all unfolds, and especially here at Huntington. It's a great bit of combination swell, very different, like you mentioned, to competing in a wave pool, and the different challenges, kind of pros and cons that brings into the playing field.
For sure, and I think more than anything, physical preparation. It's much easier to be able to maintain your spot in a lineup at a pool, especially at the surf ranch. Not a lot of water moving, barely any wind really affecting the surface of the wave. Meanwhile here, especially at a beach break, a sand bottom wave,
everything matters. And if you're not prepared to surf in the morning, afternoon, or close to nighttime, you need to be able to get out there at all times of the day.
Getting out, getting to know the lineup even better, spending all that time in preparation as well. Had a chat with Dr. Mo Johnson yesterday, who's an occupational therapist that is in charge of the classifications and meeting with every surfer, whether she's already met with them in the past and so they already know what category they'll be competing in, or if they're newer to the conversation or possibly needing to be reclassified, because we do see that from time to time. As you know, the classifications are just kind of slightly shifting here and there. But really talking to every one of these athletes, especially the newer ones, about the fact that the training, the work that goes in behind the scenes is really what pays off to getting into those medal rounds when it comes to competing. As we see Ander with a great looking wave to start things off.
Well, pulled in right there at the end. Shannon, when you asked me about barrels this morning, I wasn't very confident. We've seen a few.
I knew we were going to.
Already though, and I feel like with that slight tide drop, especially close to the shore break, there's been quite a few waves that tend to open up quite well, so should be a good score for him to open things up with 15.5 on the clock.
Well, I did see a great post from Victoria Feige, who's the 4-time world champion from Team Canada. She'll be competing in the Neil division later this week. She got a great barrel out at Southside a few days ago, so we knew that they were kind of around. We got 15 minutes on the clock, though, and we do have the winner of that last heat, Eric Lazar, on the buzzer beater, takes it away for the victory. He's down with Sam Bleakley.
Thank you, Shannon. Lazar, out of Hawaii. You've just told me this beach, 1976, where you learned how to surf.
6 years old. This is where it started.
Wow, and how does it feel now to kick off your campaign with an absolutely smoking strong heat?
I'd rather be talking to you here after the final.
Well, we can
do it for all this, for bringing us all here today. This is a wonderful day, a wonderful beach to be having this.
And tell me about the specialty of Huntington. Why is it such a great place to host the Parasurf Championships?
Surf City, this is watching the OP Pro in 82, watching the heroes, and this is, you got to make it here. You know, this is another stop like the North Shore.
And you've got great support back home in Hawaii. Tell us about some of the support you've got for your team.
Actually was on the plane with Mayor Derek Kamakani, and he wished me luck and said I was a champion anyway, whether I won or not. So, and I just love being here with all of these wonderful, amazing human beings, doing what we love, playing in the ocean, best place to be.
Fantastic. And you know, what's the hopes for the rest of the week for you?
Talking to you at the end.
Looking good. Messages for your home fans back home in Hawaii?
I'd like to say mahalo for Nanio Kauai, the kako, the people, Hawaii Nei. I'd like to thank Florence, my helpers, Pete, Ashton, Jack, and whoever else is going to help. I love you.
Keep it rolling. Eric Lazar, let's get back to the action.
Thanks so much, Sam. Great to hear from Eric. Of course, the Florence Marine putting in all that support behind the scenes, which has been awesome to see. But for Eric, really hungry to walk away with that gold medal finish. His highest achievement to date is walking away with the 2020 Virtual Adaptive Surfing Prone Champion in the assist division. He wants to go one better and take out the win here for the World Champions.
And he obviously sounds very confident and he knows what he's doing, but having that relationship with the wave where you caught your first wave ever at this same location, there's a special bond like that that's unbreakable. I remember the first wave that I ever caught when I fully stood up, and to this day, it's still one of the best memories I carry, Shannon.
Big wave here for Ander, and he ducks in once again. He won't be able to ride out complete, but he's just absolutely charging on the inside, feeling really comfortable. He's got a 5-point ride for his opening wave. We're down to 12 minutes, 22 seconds on the clock. And we're now seeing a wave from Nathaniel Bailey of Jamaica.
Oh!
Great turn. Tries to avoid a collision on the inside. And we've got boards close together, but it looks like the surfers themselves are pretty well spread apart.
And it seems like Nate's all good right now, too. So his first wave, 17 years old from Meadowbrook East State in Jamaica. Favorite place to surf, Jamnesia. And, you know, being right there with his coach and team manager, Ika Wilmot, somebody who's competed at the ISA level many times. A lot of experience in that corner, Shannon.
Great opportunity here for Andy, guys. He just gets clipped.
They're pulling in, though. I mean, they're fully committing to these inside barrels, even though they're closeouts. So it's cool to see. I think it's really important to be able to see a lot of the safety that's being implemented right now, too, Shannon. A lot of people wearing helmets, and I think that's very smart with how shallow it is.
Ronan now with an opportunity for Team Israel. Great looking wave, finding a bit of distance, and he's gonna hold on to the finish on that opening section. Looking to go one better on the inside. He'll just slip off. So we've got scores to come through across the board. Seats starting to open up.
Yeah, that was a good wave right there. I didn't think he was going to be able to make it out of that chandelier section, and somehow was able to pull through and really get himself a decent score at this point of the heat too. 9 minutes into it so far, and before, you know, the last exchange, nobody had anything better than the 5.0 of Gonaga, so good exchange right here, Shannon.
Let's take another look here at the replays.
Yeah, I like this wave a lot. The wave selection for Team Spain in this one, especially with Ander, just really opting to use these barrels on the inside to his advantage, have been great. Got a 5 on that one, then was able to go left. And look at the way he's able to pull in. Recognizes that this wave is actually going to barrel on the inside. Stalled a little bit, kept up some speed. And then Nate Bailey on the right, just a 1.5 for him, but he's on the board. And then Andy, this wave, I just thought to myself, wow, you're kind of over there at the Waimea shore break when you're pulling into that thing. It was a big closeout for him. And then Ronan got a decent one too. I didn't think he was going to be able to pull that off, but somehow was able to ride out of it cleanly. So a couple good waves coming through.
So true, especially with his board for Ronan. He's got that extra length within that board, which I think just allows that stability, especially in those trickier sections right where that closeout is.
And most foamies too tend to float a bit too much, so you're always worried about it purling and then coming straight back out. That one actually held its line, so good stuff right there by Ronan Chen. Gets a pretty significant score right now, Shannon.
Scores in for Ronan. It's a 4.33, significant in the context of this heat for sure. Ander of Spain with that 5.00 as the high score. So for Ronan, he's now sitting on that second highest score of the heat. You can see that kind of glitter on the surface of the water as that wind is starting to pick up just a little bit. Starting to get nice and warm. It's going to be a great day ahead of us as we've got plenty more heats to roll through before we'll be calling competition. We did have a slightly later start today for those of you tuning in than we were expecting to start with, as we had some really heavy, dense fog this morning. Cleared up and we were able to get things rolling around 8:45 rather than that 7:30 a.m. start. So we'll be aiming for those early starts every morning, but we'll have to see how the conditions play out. Thankfully, with that little bit of wind, though, it has cleared it up for a great looking afternoon. As we're down to 8 minutes, 38 seconds on the clock. And it's been fun to be, you know, out between our breaks, catching up with some of the surfers down on the water to see the whole environment coming together. The ISA has put together, you know, a lot of work heading into this event, as well as the different partnerships with different adaptive surfing organizations that are running behind the scenes to make sure that every element that we need to consider coming into an event like this is really covered. One of that, especially for this division, being a volunteer crew, a volunteer army that's out in the water every single heat to be able to keep eyes on things and to make sure that the surfers are able to compete in really safe conditions while also allowing them the freedom to then push the limits of their progression.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of all the organizations that are local that kind of help a lot of people out, whether adaptive surfers or people with different types of needs, Malleola Foundation, they support a lot of people with cystic fibrosis. You have Adaptive Freedom Foundation to get people out there on the water. Danny Nichols, a local surfer, a legend. He founded Be Open Water, supporting health and wellness for first responders and a lot of military veterans. Surfers Healing, you have a Walk on Water, and you also have TheraSurf. So there's more than one. And if you always want to reach out, you know, AmSurf, Dana Cummings is in the event, also does some great work. So I'd say just reach out on social media, DM them directly, and get some information about where and how to get involved with their programs.
It's so true. There's so many ways to get involved, to be able to spend a Saturday morning volunteering, to get in the water with this crew, and to be able to be inspired and also to, you know, to give back into the community. and to be able to take that away into your own personal life, into your own personal surfing as well, as we've got the king himself, Davi Teixeira, heading out for the next heat.
Yeah, and he's just always stoked. One of the coolest guys in the event too, and you know, a real good guy when it comes to bringing positive energy out of everybody, and you know, tends to ride some more progressive and modern shapes. It seems like he's going to be riding that right now in his next heat coming up, but overall, this one, you know, the good exchange right there through the middle of the heat, and since then it's been quite slow, but there you see more of a more progressive and modern board. It fits his body very well. He's one of the younger competitors in this division, though. I would expect him to be a gold medal contender once again.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He's the defending champion, took out the gold medal last year in Pismo Beach, and he'll be feeling really good coming into competition this year. Board's looking really great as we kind of, you know, get to have a better look at it now. Love seeing those handles on the sides of the board as well. All those little elements coming into play for, you know, the differing abilities for each of these competitors. For some of the guys out there that have a spinal cord injury specifically, they'll be surfing boards that have fins placed on the deck of the board back where their feet are, so that their feet can actually land right between those fins.
Yep.
And their legs don't slide off the boards. Where for Davi, he doesn't need that, but he does need those handles to be able to give him that extra bit of grip on the board.
Yeah.
And a great looking wave here for Nate Bailey of Jamaica. Uses that left arm to drag into the water. That's really, really dynamic surfing. The use of that left arm has really helped him to be able to drive through and get that dynamic turn.
Well, and look at how he's using his right arm to his benefit too. That's how he's able to control the rest of his board. He's putting his elbow down towards the top third of the board, being able to maintain control of a lot of his speed throughout it. And it seems like he's stoked on that one. And as you can see right there, that fin specifically is not only to maintain his body positioning on the board, as you were mentioning, but also so they can flip easier when the board is flipped around. Normally when you're seeing somebody do a throw to reverse or kind of a blow tail reverse, those fins, when they re-engage going forward, they spin around automatically. Same goes for a fin on top of their board. As soon as that kind of engages the rail, it'll flip automatically too. So there's a reason behind it, as you were mentioning, and I think it's really important to see a lot of these fins adapt to the surfer's needs too.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Down to 4 minutes remaining in our third heat for round one of our Prone 2 division on the men's side of the draw. We will have a women's division the same, which includes any surfers that ride a wave in the prone position that require assistance in the water. The Prone 1 division are surfers that ride in a prone position but are able to paddle themselves in and out safely in the lineup as well as catching waves. But in this Prone 2 division, we're seeing that assistance happening. We're seeing those coaches that are out there, they're picking out those great waves, that teammate that's in the water with them, pushing them into that wave, and then we've got that assistance on the way back out into the lineup as well. And it's great to see that team dynamic really coming full circle in our Prone 2 division, and to see these guys charging in some big sections.
Yeah, it seems like it's picking up a little bit even too with the set coming through, and oh, get back out there. It seems like somebody was going to get caught inside. But just look at these waves coming through. I mean, line after line after line with a good amount of shape too, but you definitely need to be on a corner to be able to maximize your scoring potential, Shannon.
Yeah, we got Andy now up and riding for Team England. Just slides his body positioning back on that board in order to keep his nose from diving in. He'll go down though as that wave closes out in front of him. 2 minutes remaining and 2 minutes 50 seconds remaining. He's chasing down that 1.14 to get himself into an advancing position. So still that second place spot is really wide open.
Yeah, and Andy's a cool dude in his late 30s from England. Loves to play wheelchair rugby and table tennis too. And as you can see right here, pretty talented surfer as well. Moves up into second place with this last wave. 2.5 on the clock, Shannon. Things are really getting down to the wire. But it's Nate Bailey's score to me that's the interesting one, a 3.37. He only needs a 2.7 to retake second once again, as Chen, he has the 4.33, needs something less than a 2. This heat's still wide open, and it seems like Goenaga has suspended priority right now. It might have been that inside wave that caught him, and as of right now, he's not in the priority rotation.
That set that just clipped him, and he's looking to try and get back into the lineup in time. Jose Martinez there on screen with the red helmet. Just took out the win in the previous heat. He's now Feeling stoked moving forward, but also knowing that Team USA's got a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, and Christian Otter-Bailey right there all the way to the left, Captain America, Jesse Bilauer in the middle, and Jose, who just got a great win. With both guys moving through in this division. I think overall, especially being right here from LA, everybody wants to win gold as a team. You want to get your individuals, yes, but as a team more than anything, Surf City USA, this is where you want to make it happen, Shannon.
Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock, and Ander finds the cover up. He makes it out. Finally, he's been looking for waves like that throughout this entire heat, and gives a little claim on the inside as well, looking to replace that 3.83 and put a little more pressure on Andy Guy.
Yeah, and what's surprising about this, or maybe not surprising, is that he's one of the youngest surfers in the heat, and he's taking out the lead at the moment. 54 seconds, it seems like Andy might have been up and riding there, but pressure on both Bailey and Chen right now. They don't need a lot in terms of the score, Shannon.
Small score is a 2.70 for Nate Bailey in that third place position, and a 1.73 for Ronan in fourth would really change the situation over our English competitor. Down to 30 seconds on the clock. Will there be another opportunity? We can see a couple little lines starting to roll through here. We'll see if it's enough, if they're big enough sets to actually break.
Ooh.
For one more opportunity, this could be the one.
Yeah, and I think there might be a chance for a good corner right here for Chen, too. This looks like a good wave, Shannon.
His 4.33 was great in the context of the wave, but he's unable to get into that one. His pusher is now going to swim so fast to try and get to him, possibly to get him in position for this wave as it's starting to break behind. And he's going to give him a push, a boost, gets him into the wave, but unfortunately without that control needed.
And I think the heat had been over at that point too. It was the wave before. The pusher had him too far out on the shoulder and wasn't really able to get into the wave. Needing less than a 2, Shannon. That was the wave that he was looking for at that point, but still waiting on a few scores though. Let's see if both Guy and Chen can get something that'll push them up into second place, as Goyanaga seems to take the win right here.
Well, fantastic surfing and scores to roll through. It's a 5.93 for Ander for Team Spain, and he takes away the lead. Like you said, the youngest surfer out in the water, showing him the, you know, that youthful approach and just charging, looking for every barrel he could find. Walks away with that 5.93. We are waiting for scores to come through now for Andy Guy of England, who's chasing a 7.20 that would be necessary to take away first. And from Ronan, he's chasing down a 1.73 to make that difference within his scoreline. But again, we weren't able to see him on a wave that actually had anything of consequence.
Yeah, and unfortunately right there, because I felt that wave had a lot of scoring potential, but wasn't just wasn't able to get into the right position and get the right angle for that one. Bailey, you know, he had a couple of good waves. The 3.37 was quite impressive, but I feel like he wants to be on a better one with a bit better shape. As we're still waiting on the last of Chen, I feel like it was just a quick in and out though. Don't think it'll change anything. I feel like this guy in blue, Andy, will be able to stay there in the last few seconds.
That's right. So scores to come through. It'll just be that second wave for Ronan. Had he had another opportunity, maybe he could have had that score he was chasing. Requirement does move up slightly to 1.90. There we can see Liv Stone just coming in from a free surf. She's a 3-time gold medalist, going for her 4th this week in the Stand 1 division. And she won't be competing today as the women do have an off day. She was very eager to find out this morning if they would be competing tomorrow. We're not sure what that schedule looks like quite yet, but she was really stoked to see the conditions looking so fun this morning.
Yeah, and it seems like they didn't count that last wave of Chen either. Never really got onto the face of the wave, so not a scoring opportunity right there, Shannon.
Well, that will round out the finish of that last heat, with Spain taking away the win and England taking away second, advancing through in the main round. Again, it's a non-elimination round to begin with, and so every surfer in that 3rd and 4th place position will be heading to the repechage round to be surfed again later this week. And we're just going to stay with the action here as we've got our next heat already ready to go. We heard that buzzer sound, and heat number 4 for our men's Prone 2 division is already underway. We got a paddle here from our surfer in the blue jersey, Mark Hagar of England, with a great push from his assistant. and flying down the line, carves through that first section. Great opening turn and hits the lip on the finish. Doesn't ride out complete of the second. That'll be a great way for Mark to kick things off in his campaign. And we'll have scores to come through as we take a look at the 4 surfers currently in the water: Brazil, England, Italy, and Colombia. Davi Teixeira, Mark Hagar, Lorenzo Bini, and Freddie Marimon. This is going to be a really exciting heat to see go underway, especially between that of Davi and Freddie.
Yeah, Freddie, one of the classic characters in this event. A lot of positive energy, real cool kid. I mean, if you've seen his social media and all of his stories, he's impacted a lot of people throughout the parasurfing community worldwide, and, has had the chance to be at the surf ranch, wants to be a veterinarian when he grows up, but as of right now, still representing Colombia very well. But this wave from Hagar, I mean, he was on a bomb. Was able to get that one down carve, looked for a little cover up, but unfortunately for him, flipped over right there, right at the end of the wave. But look at how well positioned both his pusher and himself were for this wave right here. Fully lays it on rail, a lot of commitment right there. The wave shoulders off, but had one more section. Unfortunately, just not able to ride out of that cleanly. 49 years of age, doesn't really have any other hobby besides surfing, but he wants to win a gold medal at the end of this week here in HB, Shannon.
Well, his focus is there, that's for sure. He's not wasting his time dabbling in anything else, but if he's focused on winning that gold medal, spending as much time in the water in that preparation and just spending time on his surfboard is going to be the way to get him there. He opens up with a 6.00 for Mark, and he's going to be sitting with a convincing lead over the rest of the field. We haven't seen a wave ridden yet for any of our other competitors. Just a few minutes down in this heat and plenty more to go as we can see more spectators starting to line up on the pier. Having a look at both north and south side, you can see how many surfers are just surfing up to the north end of Huntington Beach here today as well, as the swell is super fun. And it's a great week to be running the World Parasurfing Championships. So we can see a good looking set rolling through here. Now no priority established yet between our bottom 3 surfers, Davi, Lorenzo, or Freddie, as we see Davi now up and riding with a huge off the top and is unable to pull it off.
Dude, but he lands that though, and we're seeing, to me, one of the biggest score all day long. Just fully committed to that one section right there. Great bottom turn, went up into the lip line with a lot of speed. Unfortunately, just hit a dead zone when he was coming out of it, and the impact was a bit too much for him when he landed. But overall, still love what I'm seeing out here, and obviously has his sights set on more than just gold, Shannon. He really wants to put a declaration on him being the best surfer in this division in the world.
It's so true. He walked away with that gold medal last year. He's looking to go back-to-back, which is a very challenging thing in itself. It's rare to see a champion win back-to-back medals.
Yeah, and with the amount of surfers that we have, especially new nations coming up too, it's going to be even harder in years to come as well.
Well, we just saw Ander Gonega take away a great win for Team Spain. He's down with Sam Bleakley.
Thanks so much, Shannon. And a really great start. How are you feeling?
Happy because I take the last wave that was the good one. Poor of the 2 first one that I couldn't finish it, but happy with the hit.
And tell us about the parasurf community in Spain. How strong is it, and where are the strong areas?
The parasurf community in Spain is, every time they ask me for, it's like a big family for us. We have good waves in the north of Spain and also in the south, but the community is so strong and we are happy to be here representing Spain.
And how special is it to compete at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach?
It's a pleasure to be here because Huntington, it's a place has name now around the world, so very happy to be here.
Really great performance. I'm sure you've got some messages in Spanish for your family and your friends tuning in back home.
Thank you very much.
Any messages for the family?
Yeah, so thank you for my support, my mom, family, trainers, all the people that is behind the camera. Thank you.
Viva España. Let's get back to the action.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Ander, putting together a really great performance out in the water.
For real, and a cool kid too, only 19, but you can just see that he is very mature for his age and was able to go out there and improve his score with his last wave before he came into. So a big heat win for him. And Spain, mentioned before that they've been an overall champion as a team. They're looking to do it once again here in Southern California, Shannon.
14 minutes remaining on the clock. We've got a 4.00 that's dropped in for Davi's first wave for Team Brazil. A 2.67 backs up Mark's opening 6-point ride. So these two really setting themselves into that kind of rhythm out in the water. They've got those first scores on the board. Now waiting for Lorenzo and Freddie to get their opening opportunities. Freddie has had a paddle and, you know, an attempt to get into that wave. Hasn't quite gotten there. He is sitting with that first priority, though. And Lorenzo sitting without priority next to his name. He'll be on the inside somewhere looking to get himself into position.
Yeah, and there's Freddie right there, the kid from South America, Colombia. A lot of support. Johnny De Cesare on the beach filming him. And as we see Davi, defending gold medalist, again up and riding, Shannon.
Great off the top. So he's looking for that same maneuver. Back-to-back waves. Goes incomplete on both of them, but you can see he's really eyeing off those lefts.
And he's very mobile too. You can see right there, just by the way he's trying to recover the board and get back out into the lineup. I'm scoping everybody that's out of the water, and sometimes as a competitor, it can be very confusing to see so many people in the same area at the same time. You have the water patrol, which is right here from HB Lifeguards. You have all the pushers and the catchers. And then you also have all the volunteers that are on the shoreline too, to make sure that everybody is safe and sound. So sometimes it can be quite overwhelming when you see that amount of people when you're competing. Not necessarily when you're free surfing, because here in HB, it tends to be very crowded every day.
Used to that.
But in a Jersey though, you're seeing all these people and you're like, man, like, do I really have to face these many competitors against me? And the reality is that no, and that's why at the same time you need to be in clear communication with your pusher too, because they're the ones that are going to tell you where to navigate and which wave to catch. So you need to be able to center yourself in the 20 minutes that you have out there.
So true. Now we can see that each of the pushers and the catchers on the inside, they'll be wearing the same colored jersey as the surfer themselves. Got a good set rolling in here, and Freddie's going to have an opportunity. His first wave, but he goes down over the falls on the takeoff.
Yeah, a quick one right there for Marimon. He's going to be able to get back out, and you can see very quick to recovering his board too. His catcher assisting him on the push back out, and Freddie's got enough upper body strength to really make it back out by himself. But you know, the most important thing is just being able to get in a clear position to get an angle for these waves. It seemed like that slight decrease in the tide, Shannon, has really affected the shore break a lot more than earlier this morning. Personally, at this size, I feel like a mid-tide is way better, but when you haven't really had time to prepare in order for these kind of conditions and an uptick in swell, he can catch you off guard for sure.
It's so true. It's, you know, at the moment with that lower tide and those closeouts, it's looking a little bit more like what we have traditionally seen at Pismo for the last few years, where it is, you know, surfers looking for that one big maneuver on the outside section. If they can land that, then maybe they try and ride it through to the shoreline just to get that length of ride, maybe a few more turns here and there thrown together. Where this morning we were really seeing that those nice, clear, defined peaks, there was plenty of left and rights on, you know, available for everybody to be catching. But right now it's those closeout opportunities, which is quite challenging for each of the surfers in the water.
Well, look at the two scores that Teixeira has in his scoreline right now. A 4.73 for his last. That was off of a fall. The 4.0, which was the one big turn attempt, that was off of a fall too. So within the judging criteria, it's the same elements that you're going to see at most shortboarding events. Speed, power, flow, and the combination of major maneuvers in the most critical sections of the wave. And even if it's just an attempt, at this level, you're going to be rewarding them for actually going up to the lip, into the lip line and trying. So both of his falls so far have been waves that are in his top two scores.
That's a really great bit of insight, because if we're looking at, you know, able-bodied surfers, a fall is a fall, and typically they'll be scoring something in the 1 point range. But here, seeing the judges, you know, taking a look at the development of the sport, at the progression of the sport, and recognizing how progressive and how challenging it is to actually get that change of direction just to drive up into that lip line. If they land it, we're looking at an excellent score.
Yep.
If they don't, it needs to be rewarded anyways, because there's a lot of competitors that are not quite there to, you know, getting into that opportunity in the first place to try and land a maneuver like that.
And there's a higher degree of difficulty with it too. You know, somebody that's actually bottom turning, going straight up into a lip is way harder than riding the wave for 100, 200 yards, you know. And not to say that that doesn't involve a lot of speed and flow down the line, but there's really not a lot of risk when it comes to that. Both waves that Teixeira is carrying at the moment, the 473 and the 4, there's been a lot of risk involved, and there's a reason why he's fallen on both of them, because they're very hard to do. But if he lands those, we're easily seeing something in the exit range, and I feel like he would truly be out in a lead by a good margin.
I feel like the two sports that he also, spends a lot of time practicing between skateboarding and karate play into his favor of going for those radical maneuvers on a surfboard out here as well.
Well, one, you have, karate, which involves no fear, and if you've seen Cobra Kai, strike first and strike hard, which seems to be something that David's really locked into right now. And then skateboarding involves a lot of flow and recognition too.
And a lot of board control as we take a look now at Freddie. An opportunity in front of him. Got that first maneuver, tried to find that connection onto the inside. This is going to help his score line significantly though. Currently chasing that 8-point ride, but this will chip away at that requirement as we see David just drive up into the lip, once again trying to go vertical.
Yeah, and he's just been a little out of sync with these sections. Feel like he wants to manage his speed a little bit better. And it seems like Mark might be having a look at this.
Mark with a steep takeoff and doesn't quite get that good angle off the takeoff from his pusher. So he'll go down. He's looking to replace that 2.67 to make it a little bit more challenging on the third place surfer in Freddie. 7 minutes, 37 seconds remaining. You can see everyone just getting themselves back onto their boards, getting back into the position. Great timing as that set's rolled through. Now it's a little bit more quiet. There's a bit of distance between, them and that next set that might be kind of rolling through. This next one won't be big enough quite to break. We've got some fans down on the beach that have been having some fun down here. Future generations of surfers rolling around in the sand.
Yeah, and it's cool to see people from different parts of the world really come together and unite just for one global cause. As we look at the U.S. right there, they're looking very good to take overall gold, I feel. They've had a couple of strong performances so far this morning. But just in general, Huntington, it's one of those places where so many people have come through and won. I think it's really the place that kind of set Tom Curran on his path to get his world championships. Andy Irons, a former champion out here too, right before he won his world championships. We all remember Kelly's performance out here against Shane Bastian in the 90s, and then what he's been able to do throughout his career. And then you see a lot of these parasurfers come here for the first time for an ISA World Championship. They're having an event right after this too. They're opportunities to really showcase your skills on a global level with a good time zone too. A lot of eyes on you. If you want to be able to market yourself and sell yourself to get a lot of sponsors going, this is the place to do it, Shannon.
Davi now up and riding. Great looking wave, goes in for that second turn. This is the moment he's been waiting for. He pulls it off, gets the combination, throws the claim in, and all that work that he's been putting through for those kind of missed opportunities in that 4-point range have just been, erased.
Yeah, he didn't miss this opportunity, and you can see right there by the body language, he loves it. I feel like this is going to be a massive score, and just really executed perfectly on this wave. Strong combination of turns, and kind of figured out what had happened wrong on his first 4 waves before this. A couple of falls, kind of toned it back a little bit right here, Shannon, and is going to get what I feel is a big score right now.
Scores to drop through for Lasto Teixeira for Team Brazil. He's already sitting in the lead. He's looking to improve on a 4.73 as his high score. Highest score of the heat so far, Mitch, was that opening 6-point ride that we saw from Mark Hagar.
Yeah, Mark held his rail for a long time on that one carve, but there's just a larger sense of degree of difficulty when it comes to actually hitting the lip. Teixeira was able to do it 2 times. One back-to-back right there on that wave, and found a quality wave to be able to do it as well. So I'm expecting a big number right here. I feel like he's going to really distance himself from second place. But Beanie hasn't caught a wave yet, and Marimon needing a low 6. I feel like there's still a lot of time for him to get on the board and at least try to match the 6.0 that Hagar has at the moment in the scoreline.
That's right. So we're underneath that 5-minute mark, which is always, you know, a bit of a mental challenge as well. You hear the beach announcer call it out that you've got less than 5 minutes. There's also a big clock that's up on the judging priority tower, which means at any stage they can turn back and look to be able to see the time themselves if they're not wearing a watch or have that time on them. Down to 4 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock, and the scores are in. It goes excellent with the combination surfing for Davi Teixeira, an 8.17, and it has him with a convincing lead.
Yeah, and that's good scoring right there by our panel too. Excellent surfing, no doubt, and 12.9 heat total. It's because of the 4.73 backup score, but you just need to be able to make it through. But if you get a win, that's a plus. Overall, you know that you're going to be facing harder competition in the rounds to come, but what you want to do is just make it there to those rounds. Look at that, fully engages the rail there on the first turn, but the second one to me, especially with the combination, is really critical. I mean, he had to deal with all the white water around him exploding when he was able to drop down out of that second maneuver, and some excellent execution right there by Davi Teixeira.
Incredible performance, 2-turn combination, lands him with an excellent score, and that was really good wave selection between him and his pusher out in the water to get him onto a wave that already had that corner opening up, not straight into that closeout where it was just going to be a little more challenging to actually get that change of direction and to be able to land it as well. We've got our surfer in blue now in position for Mark of England, and he's going down the line looking to improve on that 2.67. Couple turns, small, nothing of major consequence, but he does get those changes of direction. He's chasing down a 6.91, and now he's finding that connection onto the inside. I love the way he's able to just climb up that foam as well in the smaller inside section.
Yeah, that was some good stuff right there by Hagar, but you know, looking to get a 6.91 for the lead. Don't think it's that. Will he improve on the 2.67? There's a good chance. And that'll make things a lot more difficult for Freddie, who hasn't been able to break anything better than a mid-2. So with a little over 2 minutes to go, Shannon, it really needs to be right now that Freddie has to get to work and find a corner to be able to get something at least in the 6+ range. It seems like he might have caught a wave right now, so waiting on that score. And overall, 2 minutes to go, you still have a chance to get at least one more wave out there with how short the paddle back out is.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock, and we do have a score also to come through for Freddie Marimon of Colombia. Freddie's chasing down a 6.10, and so we'll see where that score comes through, if it's enough to get him into that advancing position over Mark. Mark looking to improve on the 2.67, so you got two scores that will really be you know, important coming into the last couple of minutes here. It's a 3.43 for last of Mark, which improves the requirement to a 6.86 for Freddie of Colombia to take himself into lead. Freddie, a former gold medalist from 2018 at the World Parasurfing Championships. He's looking to keep himself in that conversation, moving forward into the next round, and keep himself in the main side of the draw so he can avoid those early repecharge rounds. Now waiting for that score to roll through for last of Marimon, as we've got the team just duck diving him to get him back into the lineup. We have less than a minute, but still enough time possibly for one more exchange in this heat, Mitch.
Yeah, and they're having a tough time getting him back out there, and with 40 seconds on the clock, there's a set coming through, Shannon, and he needs to be on one of these waves to make sure that he's going to get a scoring opportunity. 30 seconds, it seems like Teixeira's going to be caught inside too. I feel like there could be a chance for one of these corners with the next two waves, though.
Those are really beautiful looking waves, but everyone's just caught inside a little too much. You could see the right holding open so well on that last one.
Yeah, that was a good wave, and I feel like that might have been his last opportunity, as this wave, he might just have to ride it in the whitewater here and all the way to the shoreline if he can potentially get a decent score.
So we're still waiting for the score for the previous wave of Freddie, and you can see the team there just deciding to get him in. Davi now with a huge re-entry, and he'll go down. One last opportunity, but he's solidified himself in that leading position with an 8.17 on the 2-turn combo to improve on his 4.73, and he'll drop a couple of 4s in his scoreline. Scores in for Freddie. It was so close on his previous wave of 5.60, but it just falls shy of the requirement. Means he would have only needed a 3.84 if he had been able to get himself into another better wave. And he'll be falling out in that third place position. Lorenzo Bini, I don't believe that Lorenzo had paddled out into the water. We didn't get a glimpse of him ever out in the lineup. So it looks like Davi Teixeira and Mark Hagar will be walking away with those advancing 2 positions, and it's the Brazilian and the reigning champion from the 2022 World Parasurfing Championships taking away the win in our opening heat. We'll be back with more action with Sam Bleakley and Ben Way coming in to call it right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back. A pleasure to have your company for day one of the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship presented by Visit Huntington, live from Surf City, USA, as we continue with Prone 2, the men's division. Up and riding on your screen now, it's our surfer from Japan, Ryoma Ubukatu, known as Jadi. The Rastafari reggae singer is surfing against Guy Oliver Sinclair from South Africa, Alfonso Faria out of Portugal, and our surfer from Mexico, Jesus Gilberto Dominguez Aguila. Up and riding on his screen right now, it's our South African Ollie. Guy Oliver Sinclair gets a nice trim speed line there, locking that rail on the inside. You can really see how he's redirected there by switching the plane in edges, switching pressure from one elbow to the other. 20-minute heats continue back in the booth with Ben Way. I'm Sam Bleakley. Ben, it's hot out there, the waves are good, and the stoke levels as we see Davi Teixeira just put on a great show from Brazil, our reigning world champion in Prone 2 division.
Yeah, it was at the very end. I wasn't sure exactly how he finished that heat, but yeah, always a very, very fierce competitor. Really tighten it with his pusher, Bibi Lima, which is a pro surf coach over there in Brazil. But we have those opening scores for Ryoma and Guy gets the better of it, 2.67 of that first exchange.
So there's Jesus there looking to have an opportunity for that wave. He's in first priority there, so it means that none of the other surfers are now out into the lineup, so that's why you see no numbers. But you've just seen a 2 drop next to Alfonso Faria's name, and that's because he's the second surfer there out into the lineup with his pusher. So he's in second priority. Jesus has got the opportunity for that first wave. Alfonso is second priority. Third priority is our 46-year-old from Japan, nicknamed Jedi from Tokyo, new to the parasurfing community. Jesus up and riding, gets that opportunity there, doesn't drop into that wave, but you can see that beautiful sparkly conditions here at Huntington Beach. Most surfers opting for the lefts and rights at the pier bowl, some getting some of those lefts at Middle Peak, but nobody slipping down to Machado so far today.
Yeah, one thing today is as we saw that tide go out, we've seen a big change in the conditions, and that really speedy current that we saw out of the north in the morning with the higher tide conditions has sort of slowed down. So they don't have to worry about getting pulled too far out of the zone, which gives a little more freedom of choice as we have blue and green. Unfortunately, green has the higher priority, and I don't know if blue was aware of that. It didn't quite inhibit him, although if there was a chance for a turn opportunity, they would consider that an interference.
Yeah,
We'll see what happens.
it looked like Alfonso there had first priority, so our surfer from Japan in blue, Ryoma, had second priority behind Alfonso. So if there is an interference, it will be on our surfer from Japan, competing for the first time ever at this event. And with that, someone who's a regular at this event, been here since the beginning, our reigning world champion, Davi Teixeira, is with Mitchell Salazar.
Davi, muito parabéns, getting your hat ready for your interview. Talk to me about your first time competing here in Huntington Beach, obviously known as Surf City, USA. We have the US Open, we've had the ISA World Games, but having the ISA World Para Championship for the first time, what's it like competing here in HB?
Yeah, the experience was amazing. I think here Huntington Beach is better than Pismo, you know, because the waves are better, the water is like more comfortable, and I really like the waves, and that's it. The championship haven't been so great.
Talk to me about the Brazilian Storm. We've seen the Verde Amarela on the championship tour before, Medina, Toledo, Italo, but yourself, a multiple-time gold medalist outside of Brazil, but you're the defending world champion here in this division. What would it mean to win back-to-back times here in California?
Yeah, the Brazilian Storm inspired me, you know, always, since I started surf, and people in all places ask me, wow, Davi, you are so focused, relax a little bit, but my thing is just one. I want to be an excellent surf, like the Brazilian Storm guys, because I live for Jesus Christ, and he is the excellent sacrifice for our sins and for we. So if he did the excellent sacrifice, I have to be an excellent surf for him and to have the best scores and that kind of things to Brazil and to the world.
Parabéns. Anything you want to say back home to Brazil?
É isso aí, galera. Vamos embora, vamos para cima, vamos conquistar o primeiro lugar para o Brasil, para Jesus. Queria agradecer meus patrocinadores, todos aqui que estão na prancha. Também não posso deixar de falar da minha equipe maravilhosa, Claudemir Lima, tio Marcelo Cabelo. E vamos para cima, time Brasil, CB Surf, CPB, tamo junto. E é lapada na beiça dela, só 10. Vamos embora.
Valeu, Davi. Obrigado.
Valeu, tamo junto.
Fantastic. A great team fielded. 10 men, 4 women, 7 officials. The likes of Roberto Pino, of course, Davi Teixeira for the women. We've got some great surfers like Malu Mendez, who was a medalist last year in her classification. And we got the likes of Paulo Kidd, who's the father of Maulo. He's a coach for the team. But also Neto Perata, Alcino Neto Perata, a world champion. He's not competing this year, but he is a coach for the Brazilian team. So that's a very powerful situation that they're in.
It certainly is. And in the world of parasurfing, Mano and Pirata basically got the movement going in the very beginning. And so when you have someone that's been around for the entire movement, the entire evolvement of this sport, you've got a lot of guns in your where do you keep guns? I'm not an arms expert. I don't know where you keep guns, but yeah, he's got a lot of arms built up.
It's a metaphor, isn't it? And of course, what a strong team Brazil. And Davi Teixeira there, you know, he's got that lively approach that we see from Jose Martinez. A lot of core strength, yeah. Very different to the likes of Eric Lazar and Jesse Bilauer and Mark Hager, who will just be using those elbows to really drive and accelerate. And what I love is the way the judges are able to absorb those different approaches and drop those big scores, as we see the replay here of our interference call. Talk us through this, Ben.
All right, so Blue had pushed in, and I think from Rioma's side, he probably thought that he was in the wave earlier, and so he was just going to stick with it. Green obviously was aware that they had the first priority, and we're probably going, wait, what are you guys doing over here? Little bit of a mix-up there, but I don't think Blue really wasn't aware that he was in second priority there. Otherwise, he would have really dipped out right away when he saw the other rider drop in.
So there is a priority interference there, so he will lose that second score. Down in fourth position is our surfer from Japan. Up in first position with a 2.5 and a 3.23. It's our surfer from Carcavelos in Lisbon, riding his 7.0. Big fan of music. He's a gold medalist at the Parasurf Anglet 2023 event, but up and riding right now, our surfer Ryoma from Japan, nicknamed Jadi there. Nice approach, engaging that rail, but then just flipped on that inside section and takes a fall.
Yeah, they probably heard that interference call. No, they got to get right back into action, and being that he'll now need something higher than the combined scores of the other competitors to get up on top, they really got to make an effort now.
Sebastian Bass from Germany, he'll be coming up in the next heat, surfing against Mateus Luna from Costa Rica, a silver medalist from the Prone 2 classification last year. Tomoki Fujara from Japan. Two Germans, Sebastian Bass and Julian Blecher, both fantastic athletes. I got the opportunity to see them compete at the Welsh Parasurfing Open at the Wave in Bristol earlier in the season, and look out, those guys are improving fast, developing a lot of good equipment. They'll be coming up next, so all of you German fans tuning in, you've got a good heat to look forward to. But right now we got Portugal, South Africa, Mexico, Japan, and typical of ISA events, a rainbow spectrum of nations represented, Ben.
Yes, this is, I love how Fernando always calls it the United Nations of surfing. It really is. And when you see all of these surfers sometimes volunteering to help out with the other teams, it's more of a family atmosphere than a competition atmosphere. But out in the water, things are serious.
Record-breaking participation here, 184 athletes, and a big relationship between the ISA and Huntington Beach. This is the 8th major ISA event held at Surf City, USA, as Guy Oliver Sinclair from South Africa, up and riding, the surfer from Winston Park, Durban, KwaZulu Natal there, the South African champ from 2022 and 2023, in the KwaZulu Natal champ from both of those years as well. Got a nice wave there. He'll add to that 2.67, probably replace that 0.87. He does. He gets a 2.07. Judges drop that score nice and quick. The average taken from all of those scores that the judges drop out of 10, the highest and lowest eliminated, and an average taken. And that's why you'll get those decimal points. Most of the judges will often drop a whole number or a fairly simple decimal point, like a 2 or a 2.5, or maybe if they're comparing to another wave, it might be like a 2.75. But those unusual decimal points are just created from those averages. My son finds that fascinating. He's always asking, Dad, why a 2.67? And I explain that, and he goes, great. And he learns a little bit of math in the process.
That's perfect. I just wanted to point out, as we were saying, a little exchange there at the end of Oliver's ride right there. The guys in the orange jerseys are strictly water safety, so they basically stabilize the rider, make sure he's safe, hold the board in position. They are not allowed to put the rider back on the board, so they have to basically just hold him in position until his catcher can go and meet up with where they've got him. But they will hold him in place. If a set comes, they'll help to pull the rider under the wave, but they aren't allowed to mount the guy and start setting him out. So he has to basically wait there until the catcher can reach him. And so you see the catchers are usually really good body surfers, and that gets them to the rider that much faster. The more skills they have in swimming and moving through the water, the quicker they'll get to the rider and get him back out in a position for the next wave. And it looks like Ryoma was starting to reposition, and they decided to hold back on that one, but Afonso's got it.
Nice bottom turn there from Alfonso. Side slips through that section, gets tumbled, takes a roll. But what we can see there is the positioning of those fins. He's got the thruster set up, bigger side fins, and then that smaller center fin. But once again, we see those fins positioned very far up the board. Some boards might be a little bit even further than that. And, what is the benefit of having those fins quite far up then?
Especially for these guys who have minimal mobility, all of their balance, all of their control is from that upper third of the board, basically, and that's also where the majority of their weight is. And I did run down and talk to Team Canada about that fin being in the way.
Good for you.
And I told them the same thing. I said, the farther you are up on the board's designed to stand basically over the fins. If you're not standing and you're lying on the board, you're farther forward than a front foot would normally be on a stand-up board. And we know if we stand too far up on a surfboard and try to go to turn, we dig rail.
We could just see Ryoma there, didn't drop into that wave. You could see the sense of disappointment from his catcher on the inside. He takes that one on the head. Juicy section here at the Pier Bowl, Huntington Beach, as we really get day one underway in style. Fantastic conditions. You can see his fin placement much further up than our surfers from South Africa and Portugal, whose fin placement, yes, is far up relative to a stand-up board, but not as far up as our surfer from Japan. Up and trimming right now on this section is our South African in second position. Good redirect there. Again, just switches planing edges. You can see the nuances, the subtleties in the way he just leaned onto that inside elbow and then engaged that rail. And now he'll find the opportunity to get his catcher to come and help him. So Ben, talk us through this moment now where the catcher's really getting involved with the prone 2 surfer.
Well, you know what? When I've worked as a catcher, you really feel like you're the goalie of a soccer match. And when you see the rider dropping in, you have to kind of predict how far it's going to take them. You want to try and meet them at the end of the line. Sometimes they blow way past you, but his catcher was really good at reading what direction he was going to go and where to find him. Got right back to him. Didn't even need to get the water safety involved there. And but it's a stressful, high adrenaline moment being a catcher as well. Watch him come in here. He reads this wave really well. Starts it off right, sees there's not too much opportunity, starts to kind of change it back, goes right again, and then here he sees the left side opens up just a bit, gives him a chance to run and reform that left, and just connecting with that energy really well. And look at his catcher, just perfectly in position. And so there's times where the rider's below past you, and then you are just on a sprint to try and go in and meet them, because it's all up to you to get your rider back out there for another chance.
The iconic Huntington Beach Pier there, such a beautiful part of the coast here, nearly 10 miles stretch of sand. That original pier built in 1904, 1,000 feet long, and you know, there's so many peaks to ride. Of course, north and south of the pier, it's going to be more competitive, busier, but you had a little walk up the beach yesterday and just reminding yourself of how many options there are to surf quiet peaks here at Huntington Beach.
Yeah, and as I was looking up facts on Huntington Beach, it's 8.5 miles of beach. So you have so many options of places you can get waves. And as I did take a long walk up the north side, I saw vacant peaks all over with that little afternoon wind swell that we had come in yesterday.
And originally occupied by the Tonga people, also known as the Gabrielinos, whose land stretched from the Topanga Canyon down to Aliso Creek in Laguna. So this whole fertile coast was hugely important historically for the Tokavonga people. And of course, surfing, such a rich history when George Freeth first surfed here in 1914, doing a demonstration for Henry Huntington. And then in 1925, Duke Hanamoko starting to surf here. And then in the 50s, you've got the first surf shop opened by Gordy Duane in 1953, and then 1956, and then you've really got the emergence of the U.S. Championships and iconic images of the 60s of the likes of David Nuiva wearing the helmet, Soul Arch, Hang 10, shooting the pier, and then all of the great shortboarders that have emerged out of Huntington. I mean, you growing up in Southern California, Ben, I mean, you must have great memories of you know, watching events here at Huntington and also surfing here yourself.
Yeah, it was just such an impressive thing to come up here, and it was just like being in the thick of pro surfing anytime you came up here. And of course, first surfing championship here, 1959, West Coast Surfing Champs.
Wow, big drop there from Afonso from Portugal. Pulled in high, engaged that inside rail, took that risk, that degree of difficulty. But our surfer from Carcavelos in Lisbon takes a wipeout, but his catcher is there super quick. You've got the safety team there just making sure he's safely back on the board. And this is a nice situation for the surfers when after a wipeout you have a lull. It just gives that opportunity for the surfers to just get their breath back. And now you can see the catcher coming in close. You know, what will be going through the mind of the catcher now in that kind of communication with the surfer, Ben?
Well, it's easier to read definitely now, as you got a little bit more visibility. Also with the lower tide, they're starting farther out. You can see what direction they're starting to head, even if there's waves between you and the rider as they're heading towards you. And this is a great thing because just as you were saying, as they got that little lull, they actually have an opportunity there to almost spin around and just try out and grab another one and really solidify that lead position. But it's definitely going to make more sense to go out to the top of the peak, go for something that's got higher scoring potential.
Of course, Portugal's such a strong surfing nation. Afonso there from the Lisbon area, from Carcavelos, which is just north of Lisbon. It's, you know, an incredible coastline on the Iberian Peninsula, and they've got a good team here. They've got 6 men, 1 woman, 6 officials, so 4 athletes represented. Not as strong a team as we're seeing from Spain and France, but what we're seeing is the parasurf community growing in Portugal, and it's Alfonso from Portugal who takes the win. That heat just went by so fast. Guy Ollie Sinclair takes second. Our Mexican and our Japanese surfers will move into the repechage rounds, while our South African and Portuguese surfer will move into the progression round 2. But look at those conditions. It continues to be excellent here, Ben.
Unbelievable, picturesque surf city. And I just keep telling all these friends from around the world, you're living the California dream right now, and they definitely are.
Well, tune in soon, because we will continue the action here. Men's Prone 2, live from Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Thanks so much for tuning in, Parasurf fans from around the world, as we continue Men's Prone 2 division. We've got an absolute beauty on our hands as our surfer from Germany, Sebastian Bass, is surfing against fellow German Julian Blecher. And out of Japan, we got Tomoki Fujiwara, and then out of Costa Rica, we've got our 2022 silver medalist from the ISA World Parasurfing Championship in Pismo last year, Mateus van der Hoof Luna. 1 wave already ridden by our surfer Tomoki Fujiwara from Japan. It drops a 2.0. Sebastian Bass drops a 1.33. No waves ridden yet for our Costa Rican and our other German Julian, as we can see the scores of that last heat. It's Alfonso Faria from Portugal who takes the win. Guy Ollie Sinclair from South Africa stays in second, so Jesus and Roma from Mexico and Japan respectively, they're not eliminated from the event. The beauty then of the ISA system is the repechage round. As we see that lineup there, Costa Rica, Japan, 2 Germans. Mateus Luna, he was sensational last year.
Yeah, getting that silver, he's been a force to reckon with, and very, very soft-spoken on land, but very aggressive out in the water.
From Montezuma on the southern tip of the Nicoya Peninsula, fantastic, beautiful area of Costa Rica there. Rides Almeric built boards. He loves his music, and he's carrying that silver medal as we see our surfer from Germany, Julian Blecher there. Nice bowly section through the inside, accelerating through this wall, back out to the open face, climbs and drops and re-engages that rail. And then I told you about these two Germans, Julian and Sebastian. These guys are improving rapidly, but right now it's Tomoki Fujara from Japan. Big speed section drive coming high into the lip. Is he going to ride out? Takes a fall, but a big fast set wave, putting it all on the line.
Yeah, amazing. And looking Julian up before this competition, some very, very strong competitor, plays wheelchair rugby, hand cycling, swimming, and he got second place in the European Continental Championship. So he's definitely knows what he's doing. 30 years old, he's right in the middle of our age range, I would say, for this competition. So still young, still got a lot of oomph, but you saw that, we'll see in the replay, I'm sure, of that first wave of white. But he got stuck up into where it could have been a trouble section and just muscled his way out of that. And it was a great recovery on that maneuver.
Yeah, both of these surfers, Sebastian and Julian from Germany, have really impressed me this season. Julian from Dillenburg, and he loves to surf Cabedelo Viana de Castelo in Portugal, which is on the northern stretch, just north of Porto, close to the Spanish border. Like you say, he plays wheelchair rugby. He's a swimmer, hand cyclist, a paracyclist. Sebastian Bass, he loves to also surf a lot in Portugal. His favorite wave is Arafana, a fantastic, juicy point break, more to the south in Portugal. But he comes from Ilmense, which is in the south of Germany. And both Sebastian and Julian have had great success on the European Tour of Parasurf events this season.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what that score is for that first wave of white. That's going to be exciting to see. Very aggressive. You can see a lot of drive, putting a lot of drive from rail to rail. And as we mentioned, hand cycling's probably got a lot of upper body strength.
Absolutely.
Definitely going to help maneuver that board from rail to rail. And one thing that people don't think is having this lower center of gravity. You're basically stuck to the board, whereas a stand-up surfer, you've got all of your height to really leverage on the board from one side to the other. These guys are basically stuck right above the surface. And so having that super low center of gravity, it actually takes more power to put the boards on rail than it would stand up.
And it was a great final last year where we saw Mateus Luna get silver just behind Davi Teixeira. It was that last exchange that Davi Teixeira had a dynamic rail turn that got the score that he needed to move up into the gold medal position. But this young Costa Rican there, Mateus, the 27-year-old, he hadn't really kind of come strong onto the parasurf community until last season, and he really took the event by storm, impressed a lot of people. Like you said, softly spoken out the water, but a predator in the water, and someone who had a fantastic predatorial start to his campaign out of Portugal. Afonso is by the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Sam. Alfonso, parabéns, congratulations. First time competing here in Huntington Beach, a big moment for yourself. What was it like to share the water out there with 3 surfers from different countries?
Well, it was a bit weird, and I was enthusiastic. I was really enjoying the experience. I hope to win this.
Hope to win, but with your brother on your side too, what's it like sharing the water with him?
Sharing the water with my bro, it's like heaven, because it's bro's work, so it's more funny.
No, and not only that, but you're able to share an experience overall with a lot of athletes around the world. You won an event in Anglais. What would it mean to win here in the United States?
I let's go for it.
Parabéns, congratulations.
Gracias, obrigado.
Sam?
Fantastic. Afonso from Carcavelos in Lisbon. I love that place. I had the opportunity to competing there as a longboarder over the years. I love the Lisbon surf community, you know, dynamic, strong, and the opportunity for Afonso to share that space with his brother. I mean, that really is special, and that's the unique element of Prone 2. It's such a team effort with the pushers and the catchers.
Yeah, it's amazing. And then if you can work with someone that tightly, and someone especially that you share you share blood with, it's going to have that little extra connection out in the water. And wow, he was, Afonso this morning was picking on me and making jokes. He's got quite a sense of humor.
Really? What
Yeah.
kind of jokes was he blasting out with you?
Oh, he was telling nicknames that the other Portuguese team had called me and whatever else. We're not going to get into it.
Okay, we'll save that for finals day. Maybe we can keep the suspense. You know, as some new fans tuning in start to kind of really appreciate all the different personalities that we've got here at the World Parasurfing Championship. And these are the faces of the sport. These are the people who could be at the front line going for gold in LA 2028 if parasurfing gets in the Paralympics.
That will be amazing. We finally saw that score coming for white for Julian's wave. 3.23 for that in the lip bash.
Yeah, I love it in the lip bash. That's what we want to be seeing. So not a huge score, but relative to the fact that the wave was a short ride, highly rewarded.
Yeah, small wave, but got really critical and showed a lot of control and really kind of assertively pushed that thing out of a trouble spot on that inside shallow section.
Japan, you know, once again, they field a very strong para surfing team. I mean, Ben, you spend a lot of time in Japan. You know, tell me about how important Japan is within the parasurfing community, because some of these competitors have been here since the very inaugural 2015 World Parasurfing Championship.
Exactly. Well, we got people like Masafumi, who has basically kind of paved the way for a lot of these guys, and also sort of opened up the comfort level of traveling and competing outside of Japan. So as long as he's in the team, they get to feel at home because everybody knows him. He's loved by everyone around the world. So here we go, live action.
Mateus there, you can see the great connection there on that inside rail. Opts for the left-hander there on the pier bowl. Big redirect there, just getting an opportunity to climb that foam and rebound off that section. It's going to be a strong score. For me, I get the feeling that's by far the strongest score of the heat so far.
Yeah, a lot of speed, a lot of control, and a lot of redirection. And I was just noticing from that drone angle, it looks like he's on a smaller board this year, and it really looks like it's letting him fit around and fit in more maneuvers.
Yeah, he had a lot of pressure over the very front nose section as we see a nice wave there for Julian there. Comes high, looks for the rebound there, but just slips the tail first before projecting with the nose first. So he takes a fall. He's carrying a 3.23. This is his second wave. We'll see a decent score drop for Mateus Luna, our reigning silver medalist from the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. You would imagine that his score is going to be a big one, might well put him up into first position. He's chasing a low score to get into first position, so I think he's going to get it as we see that opportunity to express this division. Any surfer riding a wave in that prone position that requires assistance in the water, paddling into a wave and getting back onto the board safely. So these surfers, some of their impairments might be triple limb amputations or cerebral palsy, and what we see now from Mateus is that score waiting to drop, and the judges getting the opportunity to study the video replay, compare perhaps to the original score drop for Tomoki and Julian in that 3 range, and start to recognize how much higher are we going to go than the 3s for this score.
Yeah, it's true. It's really like it seems towards past the halfway mark that the judges really decide that they're sticking to that scale, and they also leave themselves a lot of freedom to see what else can happen in the first couple of heats.
So as we move into the middle of the day, we get down to that lower tide. So the excitement is we're going to have that pushing tide through the afternoon. Let's look at this replay, Ben.
I like how he drives off here, eyes up this section, kind of drifts up laterally, and lacked a little bit of speed to kind of stay with that energy of the wave to get pushed back in. But I really like that drive and control that he had off the bottom into the maneuver.
Yeah, high degree of difficulty, big risk, as we see the land of the rising sun flag flying high. We also see Dariel from Costa Rica there. He's a fantastic surfer in the stand 3 classification. He'll be surfing later in the event. That young Costa Rican from the Caribbean coast, now based on the Pacific side of Costa Rica. He was a real standout last year, Dariel Melendrez.
Yeah, he came onto the scene when Stab had done a story on him, and they put together funding for a prosthetic leg, and So they were kind of pushing for him to start to learn how to surf with a prosthetic leg. He's had so many years at such a high level the way he surfs, using his left arm as his front leg, that to start from zero just didn't sound any fun. So unfortunately, he hasn't been using it for surfing. He uses it to get around, but he is amazing the way he fits in the barrel and the way he reads the tube. So if we can see some conditions or anything like this morning, we can guarantee he's going to get some shade.
There's some of the Spaniards there. They've got a really strong team, Spain, that north coast of Spain, of course, so many centers of strong
Actually, that's
surfing.
South Africa sitting in front of the Spain flags, actually.
Yeah, we can see some big names from South Africa there. Again, a great surfing nation, the reigning Rugby World Cup champions. And that's really, for me, the beauty of this event, the way it unites so many nations. Like we've been mentioning, we got that record participation, 62 women, 122 men, nearly 200 athletes, surpassing those previous records, the likes of Argentina, El Salvador, Germany represented, Israel, Jamaica, Norway. We've got a surfer from Norway, which is really exciting. We've got Saudi Arabia, we saw that earlier. And like we said, we've got great teams out of Spain and South Africa. But right now, it's our Costa Rican who drops a solid score there. It's not the biggest score of the heat. It's a 3.17, but it's enough to put our reigning silver medalist up into first position, as we see Liv Stone there, our 3 times gold medalist, with Sarah Llewellyn Sponge Williams' partner. And Liv, of course, she could be the poster surfer of the Paralympics if surfing gets into LA 2028.
Yeah, something funny on my break is I went down and said hi to Sponge and said, did you mention Sarah? I said, Sarah, I mentioned you walking back and forth. I said, Sarah Gibbons is probably more stressed than Sponge. And she said, my dad loves when you use my last name. And then I saw Liv, and Liv goes, I said, hey, Liv, I saw you in the background of our live. Got a really good hit off the top. And she goes, my mom missed it. I go, well, go check the live. Check out that heat. You're on there. Don't worry. It's like checking the Surfline cam.
Well, hopefully we'll get the opportunity for Liv to come into the booth and co-commentate some heats in the future. But of course, at this stage, early in the event, these athletes, their minds are on the opening rounds, their horizons are on gold, and it's not so convenient to get some of the guests into the booth, but that will happen through the week.
Definitely, yeah. They're still got their game face on, even if they're smiling in the sun, eating acai bowls. But yeah, this is a relatively slow heat as far as these lulls with this outgoing tide.
Yeah, 5 minutes remaining there. Mateus in the lead there. Low scores, you know, he's carrying that 3.17 and that 2.93, but we can really see how close this is because Sebastian, he's got those low scores of that 1.4 and that 1.33, but both Tomoko and Julian there, they have got those mid-range threes, as we see.
Roberto Pino.
Yeah, from Brazil, absolutely electric performer. Roberto was incredible last year. Tomoko up and riding, nice high line there, drops into that speed section there, similar to the kind of walls we saw Eric Lazar ride earlier today. I'd recommend, if you didn't get the opportunity to watch the laser Eric Lazar surf in his heat, he really had a great performance battling it out with Jesse Bilal. But that's a really good ride for Tomoko, might well put him into first position.
Yeah, showing a lot of control, sticking with that one, and then making his way to where he had some opportunity for a redirection.
3 minutes remaining. Mateus stays out in the lead, but the situation might well change. Tomoko chasing a 2.43. The wave felt bigger, cleaner, longer, faster. So you get the feeling he might get a score, and it comes in Ben Way at a 5.0. So by far the biggest score so far. What do you think that wave had that put it up into that 5?
I would say the rhythm and the flow. He was able to really keep that high speed throughout, able to make some redirections. He had a little bit of a trouble spot that he was able to handle, come out of smoothly with control, and then making that connection for that inside where he really was able to make that redirection. That will be the higher part of the score.
Mateus, nice big bottom turn fade into the section, climbing and dropping already onto his 4th maneuver, right out of that section again with speed, accelerating, double hander on the rails, and then just puts that inside rail in and carves himself back, as we can see Dariel Melendez from Costa Rica there. The stand 3 surfer flying that Costa Rican flag. Pura vida, pure life, a fantastic surf culture with 2 coasts, a Caribbean and a Pacific coast, waiting for that score to drop as Julian Blecher from Germany adds to his scores. He's got a 3.23 and a 2.77. This looks like a pretty strong wave for the German.
Yeah, that was really good. He actually almost ran over one of the water safety.
They
always tell you, don't turn your back on the ocean. That was just an unopportune moment right there as he passed by his head. But yeah, he was able to get some redirection there. A little more dynamic maneuvers on that one than his previous waves, I think.
So Mateus,
very small wave, though.
Yeah, very small wave. What's really apparent, Ben, in this heat is Mateus's board is substantially smaller than all of the other surfers. As we see our surfer coming up out of Brazil, this guy, he's a dwarf, he's red hot surfer. I mean, you know, incredible performer.
Yeah, I saw him getting some really, really fun waves on the practice session yesterday, and he's just glue-footed to the board.
I mean, he was super unlucky not to win gold last year at the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, but he'd won gold the previous year. Do you remember last year? I don't know if you can recall that final, but you know, he was super unlucky, had an interference, and you know, didn't get enough to take the win. But what we'll see in this next heat is this guy is vertical. He's a powerful, fantastic shortboarder, and his ability to go top to bottom on these waves is going to be something you should definitely stay tuned to watch.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting.
So Tomoko from Japan still out there in the lead, waiting for a last score to drop though of Mateus, up and riding right now. Sebastian Bass rolls out of that section there. You can see opting to ride the twin fin board. He's got a 1.4 and a 1.33, so he's chasing a 6.67 to move up into first. Mateus gets a 4.90, not enough to change the situation, keeps him in second. Tomoki stays out there in first, Mateus now in second, Julian in third, Sebastian in fourth. Julian chasing a score of a 4.83 with just 30 seconds remaining, but it's Tomoko out there with priority and our heat leader looking to replace a 3.57. Nice big carving top turn section there, speeding through this and riding into that bowl, but taking a fall, but having already performed 2 strong maneuvers that might well be the opportunity to replace that 3.57 and increase his lead as we move into the last seconds.
Yeah, and that's in typical Japanese style. They're really, really strict about their heat management, and they always make sure that they're out there giving themselves one more opportunity in those dying seconds. And they gave him that little buzzer beater right there, which had it been a better wave, he may have had a chance to extend that lead position and secure it even more. But great heat management by Team Japan.
Yeah, fantastic. Congratulations to Tomoko Fujara taking the lead there. He does put that last ride into the top 2, and we're going to be shifting divisions. We're going to be moving into men stand 1. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Come right back because we're continuing this fantastic opening day of action for the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, presented by Visit Huntington Beach, live from Surf City, USA.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing. The ISA strives to advance the sport of surfing by crowning world champions in multiple event disciplines each year. The World Surfing Games gathers the best national surfing teams to compete for gold. Since Olympic inclusion, the event has become a key part of the qualification pipeline for surfing in the Olympic Games. The World Junior Surfing Championship, which has celebrated surfing's youth since 1980, is a breeding ground for future generations of surfers, spawning the world champions of tomorrow. The World SUP and Paddleboard Championship combines the disciplines of SUP surfing, SUP racing, and paddleboard racing into the world's most recognized event in stand-up paddle sports. The World Parasurfing Championship gives universal access and opportunity to para-athletes to achieve sporting excellence. The ISA also runs championship events in longboard, bodyboard, and masters divisions. The quality and credibility of every competition hinges on the education of our officials. The ISA offers globally standardized certification courses for surf coaches and judges. A global standard adaptive surf certification program ensures instructors and therapists will be adequately trained and have the knowledge and tools to improve the skills of adaptive surfers. Global development of the sport across competitive and grassroots levels is a key element of the ISA's mission. The ISA offers a scholarship program to young surfers who are outstanding role models in their community to aid them in their education and surfing ambitions. Water connects the world, uniting us all. Together, we can all create a better world through surfing.
Welcome back, and of course since 2015 the ISA has hosted the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and the movement has grown in strength to peak as we see right now. Some of the best in the world going for gold with record participation, nearly 200 athletes. As we see right now, our surfer on the screen out of France, Maxime Clarkin from Anglet, riding the wide boards, specializing in design with use of 3D printing technology. He loves to also horse ride, show jumping, polo, dressage. He also plays tennis and he skates. You can follow him, Maxime Clarkin Sport, on Instagram. As we see David Jeffries from Brighton on the south coast of England. He's been surfing for 30 years but only recently discovered the adaptive surf community. And then we've got Anais Amanda from Chile also in this heat in the green singlet. 3 surfers, opening round of a new division, stand 1 men. We got 3 heats to go of this round, so that action continues. As we can see, our surfer from Chile just on the inside there. No scores dropped yet for our surfer from Chile, but a small couple of scores for Dave Jeffries from Brighton, a 107 and a 0.93.
Well, that Maui and Sons logo is so nostalgic on that board. That looks like that must have been the end of his first ride. So I'm sure we are owed a score for him, as we do have scores for blue and for red.
Maxime drops a 1.0 for his first wave. He got second in a recent Parasurf event in Anglet, up and riding. Dave Jeffrey from Brighton, nice strong takeoff there. Takes that drop with control, with style. We can hear the English team on the beach cheering. A really fantastic, strong team. 8 men, 6 women, 12 officials, 14 athletes
in the team. In the women, we've got the likes of Zoe Smith, Charlotte Banfield, Susan Edwards, Hannah Dines, Tash Davies, and 3-time gold medalist Melissa Reed in the visual impairment 2 division, going for her 4th gold medal.
Yeah, we have Blue. He's on a Thunderbolt board. I think he rides the Mod 6, the Harley Ingleby model. You've been riding those Thunderbolts a bit.
Yeah, carbon fiber construction there and fantastic equipment. Of course, the Harley Ingleby there. The mid-6 is a really great all-rounder. Will work very well on the smaller days at Huntington. It'll connect with the flat spots. It's very lively, easy to use. So our surfer from Brighton opting to ride that Harley Ingleby mid-6, waiting for a score to drop. He's got a 1.07 and a 1.23. So he's out there in the lead. Maxine Clarkine up and riding the goofy foot. A nice bottom turn, top turn, good section, floats and carves and cracks that lip with control. And you get the feeling that that's going to be the biggest score of the heat thus far.
Oh, yeah. Now we're definitely getting things started. You saw him have a little bit of a weird wave choice on his first one. That one left him a lot more room, a lot more potential for maneuvers and scoring. And, yeah, that last crack up in the lip will definitely add a little bit of change to that score.
So surfers in stand 1 are riding in a standing position with an upper body impairment or short stature. So we see that with Anais there, a short stature, and we see the upper body impairments for Maxime and Dave. Dave out of Brighton, Maxime out of Anglet. Anglet close to Biarritz there, down in the Basque Country, you know, really great strong surfing area of southwest France. But what's so interesting about Maxime is the fact he rides these wide boards that are designed and use 3D printing technology. So that's unusual in surfboards, and I like that a lot. And that's, again, another demonstration of how the parasurf community are very progressive with regards to technology and equipment.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of the Spanish surfers and the French surfers starting to kind of test out that 3D printed wide. The boards have these giant hexagon, it's got like a hexagon structure as we see live action here.
Nice section there from Maxime, adding to that 6.5. Really strong start for the Frenchman. But kicking off his campaign in style, our surfer Tomoko from Japan just took the win in heat number 6, Prone 2 men's division. He's on the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Sam. Yep, Tomoki Fujiwara. Arigato gozaimasu for your time. Congratulations. A big heat win. Japan has been very successful in winning events here in Huntington Beach, especially Kanoe Garashi last year. What's it like to take out a heat win here in HB?
いろいろな日本人が活躍してて頑張ってますけど、今回のはどうでしたか？いや、思ったより波が難しくてちょっと苦労しました。A little bit difficult, and because of the low tide and high tide, and the current was a little bit strong, so it was not easy, but he just tried his best.
You're 49 years old. It's not every day that we get to see somebody close to 50 years old compete, especially in a world championship event. For you, what are your goals and aspirations this week here?
So, 今49歳になって50歳で第一線で活躍するのはすごく大変だと思いますけど、そのモチベーションとかどうしてますか？特に体力的な衰えはまだ感じないので、いけるところまで頑張ってやっていきたいと思ってます。He didn't feel, he's getting old, so he just tried to do his best until he couldn't do it anymore.
That's the attitude I like to see. Congratulations. Arigato gozaimasu.
Fantastic performance there from a Japanese surfer. Ben, I mean, you speak Japanese, how's he feeling?
Yeah, well, I mean, his translator did a great job right there of explaining everything that he was talking about. But yeah, just saying that, like most, we'd be expecting your body to start kind of slowing down. He said, I don't feel any slowing down at all. I'm going to keep pushing it. So that's pretty cool.
Still ripping hard. 9 minutes remaining here of our opening heat of the Para Stand 1 classification as we get the replay of Maxime. Absolutely electric on this left-hander here at the Pier Bowl.
Yeah, I love that. He had actually 2 little kind of mini setup turns before that one. We'll see it again here. Gets a quick redirection here, and then gets up under that critical section for a solid snap. And then the judges always love to see that spray coming off the rail. It's just showing that redirection of force.
And Maxime, young competitor, one of the youngest in the event, just age 13. So first time here at the World Parasurfing Championship, and clearly a bright future ahead for Maxime. We can see the degree, the level at which he's surfing, as we see a nosedive there from our surfer, Anais from Chile there, but he's happy with that. He's going to get out back for more, as we can see that iconic Maui and Sons logo on his board there.
And Ananias is only 11 years old, so this is a this is showing the future of our sport.
Fantastic. Ananias paddling out for more there. Just takes a little duck onto that, but he actually ends up catching that wave. That was incredible. Went for the duck dive, got pinged round and stood up on that wave, so it'll probably be a score. That was one of the coolest takeoffs I've seen for a long time.
He gets a 10 for quick thinking.
Absolutely. I mean, famously, I've heard of fantastic events in Southern California where surfers have done backwards takeoffs. My good friend Wingnut once told me about Tom Wegner knee paddling up a set at a contest in Oceanside and just doing a backwards takeoff, standing up, letting the fin engage and just swinging it round, as we see David Jeffrey up and riding from Brighton, looking to replace that 1.07. Kicks off with a 1.27. Might well change the situation for him, but he's chasing a 8.23 because Maxine has dropped a 3 and a 6.50, putting himself in a strong position in first.
Yeah, the judges are basically just showing the riders that if you can fit in a combination, you're going to get really rewarded, especially in these tighter, compact, kind of low tide conditions. Just as Tomoki-san was just saying, that it's kind of closed out, it's running on you, it's not as easy as you would think it is.
Great surf culture from Brighton. Brighton Marina is David's patch there. Famous surfer Jock Patterson from Brighton there. He used to hold the land speed skateboarding world record from shooting a hill in the late 70s just outside of Newquay. And you know, if you're going to have a dog town of British surfing, it's Brighton. It's got this rich skateboard culture that really connects with the surf culture there. It's by an urban area, so you get a lot of art and music involved in the surf community. As we see Maxine, again from a strong surf community in Anglet. Anglet, fantastic, bowly, peaky waves, highly consistent. A part of the world where in the summer you can surf in a short wetsuit or shorts. In the winter, gets a little bit chilly, but you can just move down into the Biarritz area, Côte de Basque, La Fatania, Guitry, where the coast gets much more convoluted and you've got reefs and points. So Anglet really well placed, a great place to make a lot of progress, head up north to Hossegor, surf those powerful beach breaks. So you can see Maxine is going to live in a place where at age 13, he's got the perfect training playground to really go far with his parasurfing.
Yeah, well, he's doing a great job here in these beach break conditions and just feeling his way around, but you can see he's definitely keeping busier than anyone is kind of looking around. You can see he's looking back, some communication from his coach on the beach, perhaps.
So Maxine there with that 6.5 and that 3. David Jeffrey there with a 1.27 and a 1.77. This is his first competitive event, not just in surfing, but in any sport. Up and riding, Dave Jeffrey had an opportunity there because Maxine was in second priority. So Dave, recognizing he did have right of way, he got to his feet there. Is there going to be a situation with the priorities? We can see Sarah and Llewellyn Sponge Williams, reigning Neil Division World Champion from Wales, from Abersock, feeling stoked, feeling the energy. But look who's sitting next to Sarah there, 3 times gold medalist, reigning World Champion, Liv Stone from California. This is just such a group of stars here surfing for gold this year, and it really is exciting. And you know, I think that the energy here at Huntington Beach is going to bring performance levels to a new space when we get to finals day.
Oh, definitely. Guarantee these guys have been watching previous competitions and studying the waves and seeing all of the monumental maneuvers that have been done here in competition. We did not see any interference call. Maxime was very quick to notice that he was on the wave, and it looked like he definitely knew that he had the lower priority there, and he cut way out of the way. I think Dave saw that as an opportunity to block, and unfortunately he was a little too late to the game, and he just went down before even standing up. So
here we go. Maxine looks at that left, decides not to go. Our surfer from Chile, Ananias, is on the inside there. He's got a 1.13 and a 0.87. Dave Jeffrey
from Brighton Marina. Long-time surfer, been surfing for 30 years, but only recently connected with the adaptive surf community in his first competitive sporting event. This is a big moment for Dave. What a proud opportunity to fly the flag for England. He's got a nice bowly right-hander there. He's not going to take that one, so Maxine might move into first priority, but he doesn't at the moment because he's probably not out in the lineup as we see the Otter, Christian Otter Bailey, looking forward to getting in the water later as we can see that beautiful 3-fin board with that Volcom sticker and that USA flag there.
It's actually, it's deceiving. It's a 4-fin.
Oh.
He's got a split tri-fin in the center,
wow.
which is something that that Otter came up with. He's actually got 2 double-angled FCS plugs
Love
that
it.
are tweaked out and flared out with a lot of cant, and he swears by that design. And he's got young Parker Olnick also kind of on that direction with that fin cluster.
Wow, fantastic. You know, really innovative, of course. The Otter, one of the icons of parasurfing, still ripping, still at the top of his game, still going for gold.
Otter was a top professional skateboarder for Santa Cruz Skateboards, and unfortunately had his injury at the Derby Skate Park, but he was a hot surfer, very, very amazing skateboarder, and now he takes all of that aggressive transition experience to the water. It's very, very fun to watch. And he gets that nose way out there, really vertical maneuvers. That's going to be exciting as well.
So he's going to be coming up in Men Prone 1 later this afternoon, but we've still got the continuation of Men Stand 1. Heat number 1 here, Dave Jeffrey up and riding. Nice top turn, bottom turn combination. I can hear the English team cheering. Phil Williams, team manager there, Hannah Brand, you know, big part of Surfing England supporting this team to get out there. We've got Nick Hounsfield, founder of The Wave, an inland surfing lake in Bristol. He's here working with the team, and that was a really strong bit of surfing from Dave. Nice bottom turn, good top turn. Is it going to make a difference that he didn't cleanly ride out of that?
It will make a difference. Unfortunately, had he ridden out of that, that was one of the stronger turns that we've seen. We saw Maxime Clark get awarded for that top turn, a similar maneuver, and this was actually even a bit more degree of turn. Had he have ridden out of that, he might have gotten really rewarded for that. Either way, we're going to see how that works out, and we'll learn a little bit something about the criteria right now.
So Dave Jeffrey's got a 2.23 and a 1.27. He's sitting there in second position. Ananias is in third position. He'll move into the repechage rounds if the situation doesn't change. Maxine, the 13-year-old, Maxine Clarkine from Anglet in southwest France, has got a 6.5 and a 3.0. So Dave just drops a 2.23 for that last ride. Doesn't change the situation. Japan flag flying, Israel flag flying. What's that third flag?
Colombia.
Colombia, there we go. Your geography, 10 out of 10, Ben Wade.
Thanks, bud.
2 Freddies for Colombia. Freddie Maramon and
Freddie Charis.
There we go, the Freddies flying the flag for Colombia.
Freddie, I believe, will be competing on my board. I'm pretty stoked.
That is good news. Ben Way, of course, a shaper, part of the adaptive parasurf community. You've got a lot of team riders. Casey Proud on a fresh board of yours. Some of the other team riders we can look forward to seeing on your Ben Way built equipment.
Yeah, Casey Proud didn't get his practice session on my board because of the increase in size this morning, so he's sticking with his shortboard stuff that he's been using. He's got a couple kind of stretched out pointed nose shortboards. He's going to save mine for the higher tide second round, but that is time. And wow, that was a great performance. Look at beautiful, iconic, classic California, Surf City, Huntington Beach. Those drain angles are amazing. This is just a beautiful summer day, late, right before winter. It's not supposed to be this hot and nice out. We're bringing the magic.
Congratulations, Maxine and Dave. And Ananias, you'll move into the repechage. Stay with us, surf fans. We've got Shannon Hughes and Mitchell Salazar coming into the booth as we continue Men Stand 1 with Roberto Pino from Brazil coming up to surf next.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back and thanks for watching the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Currently located on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. It's been awesome to see the surfing throughout today, and we're seeing more great rides being ridden as we're into our men's heat number 2 in the stand 1 division, which includes any surfer that rides in a standing position with an upper limb amputation, congenital or impairment equivalent, or is short in stature. And out in the lineup, we've got 3 surfers hopeful to keep themselves in the top 2 specifically to avoid the repecharge round coming up later this week. Brazil, Japan, and Italy out in the water now with Roberto Pino, Contaro Kondo, and Jacobo Lucchini for Italy. Shannon Hughes alongside Mitch Salazar to call the action, and it's been great to see so many good waves being ridden so far today.
Yeah, and you know, when I was on the beach, just seeing the consistency of a lot of good waves too, Shannon. Throughout this day, I think we've seen a good variation of waves over by the Pier Bowl towards Middle Peak and more towards Tower 3, which, you know, would be considered Machado's left over there, where Rob was able to win one of his first U.S. Opens on a big left-hander. For this time of the year, pretty good combo swell that we have out there in the water, but it was really that northwest wind that we had yesterday afternoon that gave us a big uptick in the rise of the swell. So just a beautiful thing to see right now.
Contaro for Japan with a quick up and down, has a 1.17 on the board. Jacopo of Italy with a 1.83 on the board, and Roberto Pino looking for his opening ride.
Former champion himself, definitely one of the standouts in this division right now, Shannon.
Quick look down the line for Roberto, unable to get into it. Like you said, a former gold medalist back in 2020. He's medaled multiple times though. He's got the copper medal from the 2017 games. And we've got a paddle for him now. Roberto up and riding on his forehand. Great looking section to try and hit for the start. He'll have to wash that one off and get himself back into that priority situation.
Yeah, I think he got ahead of himself right there. As you can see, what consists of the classification for parasurfing stand 1. Any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent to short stature, which is what Roberto has. So he's out there, and he's been a former champion, as you mentioned, a finalist on another occasion. I feel like he definitely has what it takes to be able to adapt to a beach break like this. And with the formatting that we have this year, Shannon, with the round robin format, each surfer gets 2 chances. So it would be like the repecharge, but you could replace your 2 best waves in your next heat if you were to do so. So if the waves are good right now, take advantage of them, because you might not be getting the same kind of conditions in your second round heat.
That's right. Having that round robin format for some of the divisions this week is really awesome when it comes to, you know, capitalizing on every wave that you catch and looking to keep that in your score line moving forward. Small scores on the board to start things off with. We're about halfway through the day, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It looks like because of our late start this morning, we'll be finishing out right around dark this afternoon. With time change yesterday here in California, it'll be about a 5 o'clock sunset this evening. And it's going to become a little bit more challenging to see. It's going to be challenging for the surfers as well, spotting the sets rolling through as that sun starts to sink down into the Pacific Ocean.
And for our judges too. I mean, I've held multiple judges positions up there, and priority and spotting right now is very difficult. So just to be able to identify who's out there, and that's why I usually have the brighter colored jerseys out there too, Shannon.
Contaro with a great looking wave on his forehand. Found that speed flying down the line. He'll look to improve on that 1.17. And let's go down to the beach to catch up with Sam Bleakley and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you, Shannon, Maxine, bon va, congratulations, great waves. You're just 13. I guess this is your first international event. How does it feel to have a heat win?
It's really good.
And tell me about the conditions and that really good left-hander that got you that big score in the 6 range.
The waves were really good. There were some really good options, and I tried to take the best.
You look really strong. Tell us about the equipment that you're riding. Who's shaping your boards?
So I've got one board who is, she's doing the competition and her dad does them. So I've got one board from her dad, and then I've got another board that I didn't use, but who's from a new company called Wave.
And do they make 3D printed boards?
Yes.
Really exciting to see the progression of equipment. Tell us about the parasurf community in France.
It's pretty big, and it's good.
And is this your first time to California?
No, I always came to go on holiday, but I've never surfed here.
How does it feel to surf Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA?
Pretty cool.
Have you got some messages in French for your family and friends tuning in back home in Anglais?
Merci de m'avoir regardé et de me supporter.
Congratulations, Maxine. Look forward to watching more of you in the event. Very strong start. Let's get back to the action, Shannon.
Well, great performance from Maxime. Exciting, you know, having traveled here with his family over the years, now to be here for an international surfing competition, and he's doing really well.
No, and it's funny that we need to get a lot of these younger kids some PR experience too, because if you're winning heats and you're making it through, especially into the finals, you need to be able to present yourself on the glass too. That's a big part of your job, and a lot of sponsors like that. So, Maxime, I mean, good job. Let's get you some more reps on the glass, though. It seems like you're going to be needing them.
More of those heat wins. He's going to get some more experience, I'm sure, throughout this week. Great to hear about his equipment as well, that, you know, one of his friends' dads is shaping his boards out that he was riding out in the water during this heat.
Yeah, surfing community, you know, I think worldwide, there's maybe a few million that practice it. I think after COVID, a lot of people got into it, but most people still riding a lot of soft tops that came through, you know, during the COVID year. Still a small community, though, Shannon. Most people know each other, or you tend to know somebody that knows somebody else, and you know, next thing you know, you got a place to stay, you got a board you can use, you have somebody that can pick you up from an airport, and I think overall that really embodies what surfing is all about, and it's bringing a community together for us to enjoy the ocean as watermen and waterwomen, and overall, it seems like it's been happening so far this week.
Kentaro with a great takeoff, but Roberto did have first priority over him, so he's going to opt to go farther down the line. Great two-turn combination, showing why he's a former gold medalist.
Wow, that was impressive. That second turn right there was clutch. I mean, that first foam climb was sick, generated a lot of speed, but that second turn was really beautiful and impressive. And that's what I was talking about, the recovery that he was able to have after the 2.17. It was a missed opportunity right there on the left. I think he got ahead of himself, but he really capitalized on the golden opportunity right now, and a former gold medalist himself over at La Jolla, a much better wave right here in HB.
Really exciting. He's looking to at least get a 1.34. He's going to have the highest score of the heat, dropping in though. Just waiting for it from the panel as we see Jacopo have a look at that wave, decide not to go. And we'll take one more look at this. What are your thoughts?
Well, a lot of speed from the takeoff, as you can see right there, just more of a setup turn. But look at that second turn up and over. Some really impressive stuff, especially given how difficult the section was. He had to go and release the fins basically when he met the lip line. Expecting a big number right here, Shannon.
Scores to roll through for Brazil. Just a 1.03 for that takeoff of Kentaro. He did have to kind of pull himself out of it though, because Roberto had first priority over him. I want to make sure that, you know, that priority is being honored. Of course, they're able to hear that from the beach announcers when the priority situations are, but also they're able to look back at the tower and see the visual of the priorities as well. It's always really important to be paying close attention to that, because those interferences can really put some damage onto the scoreline.
Yeah, and non-priority interference, your chances of making the hit, the heat are still pretty good. A priority interference, though, that's your second best wave entirely, so definitely don't want to get one of those, and it seems like Pino right now dropping one of the highest scores of the event, Shannon.
There it is, a 9-point ride on the board for Roberto Pino, and he'll be feeling really great now after that two-turn combination. Great wave selection and positioned himself really well as it was coming through into lineup.
Well, and that was well scored too, just based off of the degree of difficulty, the amount of speed that he was carrying. We talk about the big three factors in the criteria: speed, power, flow. All three of them were involved. There was also a combination of major maneuvers right there from Pino. As you look at the replay once again, great setup turn, but look at that second one. I mean, he fully explodes when he gets to the lip line right there. Some impressive stuff.
The flow in his surfing as well, speed, power, and flow being the, kind of all-encompassing conversation around that judging criteria, all within his surfing, which is why he's up into the 9-point range. Incredible performance, and it now sets up big requirements on the rest of the field. Of course, for the Italian Lucchini to be able to take away the lead, he's going to need a 9.24, and he's having a paddle here. Strong paddle, up to his feet quickly, but that wave will close out and shut down on him. Pino now putting himself into position once again to back up the 9-point ride, eyeing off those rights, and great takeoff, quick dive to get out of the way.
Yeah, and when he won the gold medal in 2020, I was able to see him progress through the rounds, and he always maintained the same kind of composure. But once he had the post-heat interview after he won the gold medal, he fully broke down into tears, and it just showed how much that moment meant to him in his life, how much effort and time he had put into that. And as of right now, I feel like he's no doubt the strongest contender in this division right here. Not a ton of competitors due to the amount of classifications that we have now this year, Shannon. So 3 people in the first heat, 3 people in this one, and 4 in the next. So 10 competitors overall within this division. Your chances of winning the gold much higher now because of the different classifications that we have.
That's right, and as you were explaining at the start of this heat, there is a round-robin format in play here. So each of these competitors is going to surf again in a second qualifying round, and their top scores will carry them through into the semifinals. They'll then have to surf, and actually the top 2 surfers advancing through into the finals from there.
Yeah, and I think the goal is really just to get yourself in the final. Once you're there, it needs to be all out. I want to be on the best waves, but you got to take it heat by heat, and if that just means replacing one of your scores, because the chances of him keeping his 9 are quite high, Shannon.
Up and riding, Jacopo with a quick in and out on his backhand. He's looking to build on the score line. If he can replace that 193, it makes the requirement a little bit harder on Contaro. Contaro has been charging on a couple of set waves, but he hasn't been able to get himself into that open face, and I feel like if he finds himself on that open face section for our Japanese competitor, he's really going to be able to engage that rail.
For sure, and Lucchini is a climber himself, 33 years of age, from Florence. Not a ton of waves in Italy. You tend to have to travel quite a bit to be able to get something to practice. But coming from a lot of beach breaks in Italy, and the one thing that I will say about that beautiful country in the Mediterranean, they tend to surf quite a bit when there are waves. So you get your wind swell, you know that the waves are going to be around for 2-3 days at the most. Everybody leaves everything that they have to do on the side, and they focus on surfing again. I think overall, they've been a country that has no doubt developed their talents by a long shot. I mean, look at the success that Leo Fioravanti has had, especially this last year, finishing in the top 10 on the championship tour, close to qualifying for the finals. He's an Olympian, and I truly feel that they're having a couple of contenders now come through the ranks, juniors, parasurfing, and on the shortboarding side too.
Yeah, it's exciting to see for those nations that, are not maybe traditional surfing nations specifically or traditionally known for a specific sport. Get that one athlete that has that breakaway, that has that experience and is able to set the example and that tone for the rest of the country. And now we're seeing, the rest of the Italian surf community start to step up when it comes to performance surfing. Great surfing from the Italian Lucchini on his forehand. Nice little check to finish off with on the inside.
Yeah, should be one of his top 2 scores, I feel. So only looking to better something close to a 2-point ride. Kondo has a 2.33, still holding on to first priority. And what needs to happen too is that you need to find different ways to be able to fund your travels as well. As we look at the Japanese surfer up and riding.
Contaro now with a great looking opportunity on his backhand.
Oh.
Just goes down, the wave clips his calves. He's unable to hold on to the finish.
And that was unfortunate too, because all he needed to do was ride out of that. And there's no doubt that he's replacing the 1 by a good margin. Now, I think that's going to be deemed incomplete at the end. So a wave that possibly could have been in the 3s or the 4s, more than likely going to remain in the 2, Shannon.
Another score to drop through for Lucchini on his last effort. His previous two weren't enough to replace his higher 1-point rides. So it's staying really tight for that second place position at the moment. Roberto in the lead with a 9-point ride and a 2.17. Has a very convincing lead. We'll see if he's able to get himself another excellent score and get that rhythm, that feeling here in the opening qualifying round for our Stand 1 division. A 3.07 drops in for Jacopo, which betters the 2.40 as the last of Kentaro, and Jacopo holds on to that advancing position, or that second place position at the moment.
Yeah, and Kondo was a finalist at last year's event, and Pismo got 4th. So two people that have been in finals before out there in the water. A lot of experience, but as I said before, Lucchini was able to find a wave that offered up some scoring potential. And Kondo with the fall right there, a score that easily could have been in the 4s, kept in the 2s. So the young surfer from Kanagawa still looking for something to move him up into second place, Shannon. Not a lot of time though, only 3 minutes.
Time is ticking down so quickly. 20 minutes is better than the 15-minute rapid charge round heats, but it's not a lot of time. Really have to go out there with a game plan in mind, with that second option as well, that plan B, just in case things don't go your way. And Roberto on his forehand, beautiful smooth surfing to finish off with.
And he just wanted to make it clear that he was able to complete that one. Throws the hands up saying, yep, I rode out cleanly. Should be a significant score in this one and extend his lead by a good margin. And it seems like Lucchini, looking at this left, Shannon, gonna let it go. 2.5 on the clock. Still good amount of time, but was able to identify Pino. A good wave right here, runner right. And the one strong click right there, just making sure that he rode out of it cleanly. Some good stuff on this one, looking at the drone angle now. Generates the speed, comes around the corner, and just not doing or trying to overdo a lot on that wave.
Really great control demonstrated, control of that speed coming into that turn, as well as the fins as we wait for scores to drop through. Currently sitting in that leading position is Pino, and Lucchini holding on to that second place spot. He does have first priority with a good looking set rolling in. We'll see if the world champion in adaptive snowboarding in Jacopo Lucchini for Italy is able to keep himself in a good position here in parasurfing. Roberto now up and riding once again. A 7.83 just dropped through for his previous score. That wave will be a throwaway, and he's convincingly into the 16-point range.
Yeah, and I feel like he's really identified the best waves out there and capitalized on the few sections that he's had on offer in this T2. It doesn't have to be 5-6 different maneuvers to be able to get a score in the excellent range or near it. All it takes is really to get to the lip line in the most critical sections of a wave. They're obviously going to reward it, a 7.83 for just the one turn. Some great stuff right there, Shannon.
Really, really exciting surfing. Down to the final 60 seconds on the clock. And now the battle for second place has really been, the more challenging position to walk away with throughout this entire heat. Kondo of Japan chasing down a 2.61. And I've got to feel like if either of these surfers can find themselves on a wave with that open face and find that actual rail work for maneuver, they're going to be taking away that second place position.
For sure, and look at the pressure that Lucchini's put on Kondo right now. 30 seconds on the clock. Kentaro just needs a 2.61. I mean, that's one turn away from getting the score. He just needs the wave to pop up, though, and I don't know if I'm seeing anything with 20 seconds on the horizon right now, Shannon.
Kentaro walked away with the copper medal last year in Pismo for the 2022 World Parasurfing Championships. But he's in a tough position right now, and it looks like the ocean is going quiet in favor of Lucchini to take that second place position.
Yeah, and unfortunate right there for Kondo, the one opportunity that he had to extend his second place position at that point of the heat, it got detrimented by the fall and was able to not only get knocked down to third place, but Lucchini was able to get his best score. Meanwhile, this guy, though, in line for what I feel is probably going to be a second gold medal at the end of this week, Shannon.
Very consistent performance, what we would expect from a gold medalist formerly here at the World Parasurfing Championships. Roberto Pino with the win for Team Brazil. We're going to have more action to come And it's another exciting heat on the way shortly for their opening day of the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, to return right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
And we're back into heat number 3 for the men's stand 1 division, qualifying round 1 for this year's ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We just saw an exciting performance from Roberto Pino, walking away with a 9-point ride as one of the highest of the day. Now we'll see if anyone's able to match that in this final heat of the round, with Anthony Smith of South Africa, Shingo Kato of Japan, Camilo Abdullah of Portugal, and Ian Soler of Puerto Rico out in the water.
Yeah, it's Soler, only 18 years old, kid from Puerto Rico, San Juan, favorite surf break La Ocho, has a lot to prove right here, but it seems like Smith up early and he wants to get started as quickly as he can, Shannon.
The South African with a quick check on his forehand and just wanting to get that first score going, like you said. A little bit of bump on the surface of the water now, not quite as glassy as what we're seeing earlier today. Still plenty of great waves coming through. That wave selection's been really important because there has been a lot of those closeouts that we've seen with the lower tide conditions.
Yeah, it's manageable though. It's not extremely bumpy to the point where every wave is just choppy, especially if you let the first wave of the set go by and there are a second or third one. You're in a good position to get a very clean wave out there right now, but I still even feel like the first wave of the set is extremely contestable.
Paddle from one of our competitors, unable to get into it. Can see though that that solid size set did have that open face on the right. Great looking left. Now in front of us, Camilo on the inside position, pulls back. Ian also was having a look at that one.
Yeah, and that might have been considered a block. We'll see if that establishes priority for a third at the moment, but it doesn't seem like that will change anything. And you know, you look at how young a lot of these competitors are coming through the rankings nowadays. I think the amount of exposure that this event has gotten in the last few years has been huge, and more than anything, it's been the amount of events that there's been in California, I feel. You know, you come to the West Coast, especially to this part in Southern California, both San Diego and Orange County, they're two of the major areas of surfing worldwide. And it's really cool to see a lot of these people showcase their skills in two of the biggest parts of the world, really, in terms of surfing.
It's so true. This is, you know, one of the major hubs of surfing globally. And to be able to see the growth of parasurfing continuing in this region, to see the World Championships hosted in California year after year, shows the commitment in the region to the growth of parasurfing specifically. As we take a look here at Camilo on his forehand, quick start, he'll get that score on the board and start to kind of wash things away. We got a 1.57 on the board for that opening ride of Anthony Smith, and now Shingo and Ian will be looking for their first opportunities.
So they did establish priority with third and fourth, so that means that Abdullah did get charged with the block right there. And first and second priority still not established, because in a 4-person heat, priority will be established only if 3 people catch wave or if there's multiple blocks. So at this point of the heat, still open priority between blue and white.
Anthony looking to get up to his feet quickly. And he'll go down to reposition now.
Yeah, I think maybe getting a bit too far ahead of himself right there, Shannon. There's plenty of waves out there, especially a lot of sets too. You need to calm your nerves right now and just be able to identify the waves that'll give you some scoring opportunities.
Yeah, still 15 minutes remaining on the clock. You were talking about, you know, the investment into parasurfing within the region, the growth of it. It's been incredible to see. This year, there's 184 athletes in the draw for the World Championships. That's more than double the number at the very first event back in 2015. So it's been amazing to see the further inclusion around the globe of more surfers, not just from this region in North America, but from all across, you know, every different continent and every different country showing up. This year we've got 27 national teams present as well, which is incredible to see that growth and that inclusion across, you know, the sport. As we've taken a look here at a paddle, we'll see if anyone's able to get into it. And not quite. While we wait for that next set to roll through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Ben Way.
Thanks so much. We're here with Stand 1 Heat 2 winner. Congratulations, muito parabéns. This is Roberto Pino for Team Brazil. Bueno, this time you have 2 new boards for the contest. From My Surf, they made a 4.9 and a 5.1. I want to ask them about this board and how it's feeling today in this contest.
Da My Surf. Fala sobre as suas pranchas.
Esse ano, Maurício Bandeira, da My Surf, fez 3 pranchas iguais para ter o backup, se caso na bateria, na competição, uma quebrar, eu tenho outra igual. E todas as 3 eu vim treinando, todas as 3 botei no pé. E essa prancha, ela é feita na Pro Ilha, com um projeto da My Surf, muito específico para mim, porque eu sou baixa estatura e pesado, para 50 quilos. Então, um design que ele projetou para essa prancha, eu vou vir muito rápido, muito bem.
All right, he made the surfboards with Plasma Surf, and he made like 3 boards, similar but in different sizes, and he's been training in hometown very much. And this board, the problem with his board that he is short, but he's strong. So you have to have a condition for the board that he can perform.
That's perfect. And also, I know that you surf, your son competes, your daughter also surfs, and I want to ask if surfing with your children makes you feel younger, makes you feel more energetic out in the water.
Ele sabe que que o seu filho surfa, que a sua filha surfa, e surfar com ele, se ele te traz uma energia nova de revigorar, se você acha que você fica mais novo com isso tudo.
Foi mais um sonho realizado. Eu queria que meus filhos acompanhassem o pai. E meus 2 filhos surfam muito bem, né? A Lara surfa de vez em quando, mas meu filho, ele é mais viciado que eu. Ele gosta muito de surfar. E eu treinei eles bastante, com calma, no dia a dia. E eu vou dedicar essa minha vitória dessa bateria para minha filha, porque ela está indo para o hospital amanhã fazer uma cirurgia, que já faz 7 anos que a gente está nessa luta. E finalmente eu estou aqui competindo, ajudando a equipe do Brasil, mas meu pensamento, a maioria das vezes está com ela. Mas Deus vai me dar força e para dedicar essa vitória para ela, de eu chegar direto para o hospital e ver ela.
All right. He surfed together with his daughter and also his son. Otávio surfs much more with him. Lara is a little bit slower. And he was just telling us that Lara is going to get an operation tomorrow. She'll have some legs operation. And he get very emotional because he's here and he has to be here and he is willing to win and dedicate this win for her. And as soon as he get back, he's going to go direct to the hospital and give her a big hug.
Finalmente, mensaje para tu hija.
Galera, muito obrigado pela torcida, pelo carinho. família, amo vocês. Filha, vai dar tudo certo. Papai vai chegar a tempo. E vou levar essa medalha pra você. Esposa, te amo. Filhão, te amo. E fique na torcida, galera. Tamo junto. Valeu, aqui é Brasil.
Muito obrigado. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Ben. That was a really heartfelt interview from Roberto, and we really wish all the best to his little girl, Lara, back at home with surgery tomorrow, and amazing to see that, you know, that's really where Roberto's heart is at the moment.
Yeah, and, you know, he said it was a dream come true when he was able to, you know, share the water with both of his kids. He said that his son is way more into surfing than he is himself right now, and he even calls it a vice, which is really nice. You know, when you're able to have surfing as something as a familiar activity, that's really cool. As we saw a great turn right there by Smith. He dropped a good score in his previous one, Shannon.
Yeah, 6.5, and that last wave looked really solid, backlit with the sun behind him, and finding some consistency now out in the water. We're down to 8 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Camilo sitting in second place, but really tight between first, second, and third at the moment. Sorry, between second, third, and fourth at the moment, with first having that breakaway lead.
Yeah, and you know, Smith, I feel, is going to drop a significant score right here as we look at Camilo now on the left. Quick one right there, and Kato, first wave for him, Shannon.
Great backhand snap to start. Makes it around that section. Gets a second turn. Staying nice and low, looking to just pump down the line, throw a little bit more speed into that final turn as well. So he's just chasing a 3.33. He could have that on this last wave.
100%, and I feel like this is going to be more than what he needs. 8 minutes to go, catches his first wave. So Lair with priority now on the outside, and you know, the work that Smith has been able to do, especially after catching that one real quick wave, he's going to be in a strong lead right now. No doubt going to replace the 1.57, but you need to be very aware of what's happening outside of just your positioning in the lineup too. Make sure where the other competitors are, how much time there is on the clock, and most importantly, you also want to surf on instinct. If you don't feel like you're getting your scores in time, or other people's scores in time, if there's a good wave coming through and time's winding down, Shannon, you want to be on a set wave. Don't be thinking about scores that could potentially affect the outcome of your heat. You want to be able to make things decisive out there.
Up and riding now, Camilo on his backhand, looking for a 3.35, as we've seen Shingo drop through a 5.17 for his last wave, so judges rewarding it well. He's up into that second place position. His biggest achievement to date was taking away the win in the Japan Open for the Stand 1 division. He's now here competing for World Championship and is doing an incredible job so far. Finding that 5.17 is going to do great for him with that heat total.
Yeah, and Smith extends his lead, the 7.17 for him, so his best, a good heat total right here. And as I said before, with the round robin format, the crucial thing is if you're in your second heat already, as we look at Kato live action, you want to be able to improve at least on your low score. So put some short-term goals and then have your long-term goals throughout the event too. I think for most people that's getting a medal, and gold would feel even better, Shannon.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at things. You know, getting the work done in this first heat and then being able to kind of reflect on that, moving into the second one and knowing you're aiming at that stage for specific numbers to try and improve on what you've already gotten in your first heat.
Exactly. Simplify it. Don't complicate it, and surfing tends to be that way. Don't overthink it.
Up and riding now, our heat leader, Smith. Great rail work for that opening turn. Spicy as he comes through to the inside. He's got so much speed. Check off the lip, and he'll finish off clean. Gives that stare back to the crew as well.
That first carve was something of, you know, real beauty out here at a beach break. It's not every day that you're able to see somebody really late on rail. Was able to do it to perfection right there on the first one, as it seems like a couple of waves approaching the lineup. The hard thing about competing here, especially with a swell that could potentially be on the increase, seems like there's a lot more west than there was yesterday afternoon, Shannon. A lot of these waves catch you off guard, and they catch you out of position. For most surfers, it's always easier to be a bit further outside if you're riding something bigger. But for people that are standing like we're seeing right now in this division, you always want to be under the lip to catch it easier.
Camilo now up and riding. Great looking face in front of him. and gets the work done that he's been looking for this entire heat, chasing down an 8.27. This is going to help his situation significantly, as Shingo's dropped in that 4.93 to back up his 5.17. So the last half of this heat, it's really starting to turn on. That wave for Camilo is going to help him out.
Yeah, and 4.5 on the clock. Soler still with nothing really on the board, just 0.57. He does have a huge accomplishment though, paddled more than 25 miles from one part of Puerto Rico to the other. That was downwind too, so a little bit more of help when it comes to that, but his achievement just to be able to do that on his own and being only 18 years of age, it's impressive stuff, Shannon, and I could probably tell you that, doing something like that is a once-in-a-lifetime achievement, but I feel like a goal for him now could potentially be doing an Ironman too.
Yeah, that's so, incredible to hear of what Ian's already accomplished at such a young age, and that he enjoys it that much that he's going to strive to do bigger and better races like that as well, like an Ironman. It takes a special person to find enjoyment, I think, in pushing the body to those kind of limits.
Well, and it all comes down to training. In the moment, you should be ready, but leading up to it, you have to be training for at least a year and a half to be able to be fully prepared for a moment like that. Surfing, everybody's like, oh, off season and stuff like that. There's really no off season. You're surfing 365 days out of the year if you can.
Ian now up and riding, finds his way into that open face, looking for those couple of turns on his backhand. And he's looking to improve on a 1.93. Better wave selection for him on this last wave.
And I feel like he's definitely done that. So with 3 minutes to go, Smith extends his lead with a 7.9. Some good stuff right there, 15.07 heat total. But as we've seen before, you want to get the comparisons correct. And I feel like both of his best scores have still been under the 9-point ride of Roberto in the last heat. But Kato, though, he's had a good heat total too, 10.1, 4.93 as his backup. He's up and riding again, Shannon.
Up and riding the fisherman from Japan. Great hook for that first turn. Wave starting to open up for him here. A little more power to it maybe to finish with, and he'll eject. Camilo with a paddle. He's unable to get into it.
And that'll switch priority though. So Smith was already out there. He's looking towards the tower too. And he's going to be awarded with first priority right now. So Abdullah having some trouble just getting into that wave right there. And Smith getting the news right now as we look at the replay of Kato now. Don't think it'll replace anything. Got a little stuck on that first turn right there. And the wave just fizzled out afterwards. So was looking to replace a 4.93. It comes in as a 3.33. Not for lack of trying, though. He just wanted to make it up into the lip line before this wave just fizzled out. But as I said before, a good heat total, 10.1. There needs to be, 7 people that would have to beat that score line for him not to make the semifinals as of right now.
And a paddle from Anthony straight up to his feet. Great stance. Similar opening turn to what we saw from one of his 7s. He's got that 7.9 and a 7.17 on the board now.
Well, what's so impressive about him, Shannon, is that he's able to generate as much torque as a normal person could, despite his impediment. And I feel like that's one thing that is very noticeable in his body language. He fully tries to engage everything in the first opportunity that he has in terms of scoring potential on a wave. Really impressed by him so far.
Yeah, you're really able to see that coming through in his opening turns. Really dynamic, fast, and powerful. Down to the final minute, and it's our gold medalist from last year's World Parasurfing Championships in Camilo Abdullah, who has been unable to find himself with a decent score in this heat. He's chasing a 6.33. An 8.17 is the requirement for Ian Soler. Gets up to his feet just briefly for a moment there. That will likely not factor into his top 2 waves. Abdullah with a big requirement in front of him of a 6.33. And he is putting himself into position on the inside, but eyes off that wave, knows that it's not going to give him any scoring potential. Anthony with a quick paddle here and is unable to get up to his feet.
Just got a little hung up right there. I think he stopped paddling, got the incorrect time, but no harm, no foul because he is way out in the lead, Shannon, and a big heat total for him, 15.07. He's going to take the win.
Yeah, really impressive. We've seen that consistency coming through from multiple surfers throughout today. If they're able to find that one good wave, then they kind of figure out the equation that they need to get that second one as well. So an impressive heat from Anthony Smith of South Africa. South Africa's got a long history of supporting parasurfers and has been putting a lot into the development behind the scenes, and it's paying off with the South African contingency so far. Anthony Smith taking away the win. And Shingo Kato of Japan in second. This is a round robin format though. We're gonna see everyone with another opportunity to replace their top 2 scores. And we'll be back with more right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
And we're back to live action with a new discipline in the water, a new division, the prone one on the men's side of the draw. We're just seeing our men surfing today. We'll see the women entering the water tomorrow, though we don't know the official schedule just yet. And we've got 3 great competitors in qualifying round 1 for men's round 1 of the prone 1 division. Jacob Pacheco of the USA, Casey Proud of Hawaii, our reigning champion from last year's event, and Scott Patterson of Canada now in the water, with Casey Proud, the gold medalist from the Pismo Beach 2022 World Parasurfing Championships, and getting off to a quick start with a great looking left, and he'll get a score on the board.
Yeah, and he is very physically strong, especially from the upper half of his body. But, you know, speaking about the 37-year-old from Kailua Kona in the Big Island of Hawaii, medalist last year, as you were mentioning, especially with the gold. And then I think overall he's been one of those guys that has really stood out when it comes to selecting his waves well in different kinds of conditions, especially coming from a place like the Big Island. You're tend to surfing a lot of reef breaks over there. His favorite surf break, though, is Oceanside.
That does well for him, considering that he's just competing up the road here at Huntington Beach. Similar beach break and pier setup, waves being just a little bit different. But he'll be feeling pretty comfortable out here, dropping a 4.5 on the board already. And we are into a new division, our parasurfing prone 1 division, which includes any surfers that are riding in a prone position who do not require assistance, paddling into the waves or getting back onto their boards safely. So they have that ability within their upper body, that strength to paddle in on their own and to be able to get themselves up onto their board safely.
Yeah, and you can see right there the classifications on the left with their impairments too. So tends to be multiple sclerosis, cerebral palsy, or thoracic spinal cord injury too. For the most part, that will classify you into this event, and it's definitely the one that has the most competitors out of everybody. 5 heats, and only 2 of them have 3 surfers out there. Every other heat is full, so a good amount of competitors out here, Shannon, in this division.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting one, challenging to be able to make it through into those final rounds, as it is just such a stacked field. As we're still in our opening day of competition, 15 minutes on the clock. Casey Proud out in front, Jacob Pacheco from the USA, and Scott Patterson from Canada looking for their first opportunities. Scott now on the inside looking to pull himself back onto the board, and he'll just get to paddle right over the shoulder of that wave without copying that white water to the face. Some good positioning from Casey Proud out the back, and a quick double arm paddle from Scott Patterson gives him that momentum to get through that wave.
Yeah, and you can see right there just repositioning himself in the lineup, especially with that shore break on the inside. It's quite difficult to be able to get through those ones if you can't fully duck dive your board. Seems like Casey on it right now, Shannon.
Trying to stay with this wave. We lost sight of him for a moment there, and he won't be able to finish complete. Jacob has a paddle as well, but he's not quite able to get into it. There you can see one of our lifeguards, our safety crew out in the water just to keep an eye on things, just in case anything goes wrong. So we do have one of our safeties in the water most of the time. And you can hear the crew, the support down on the shoreline. It's been great to see, you know, so many of the teams down dressed in their colors with their flags flying, but also supporters and fans of the sport lining the pier throughout the morning into the afternoon now, taking a walk down the beach and getting to meet some of their favorite para-athletes.
There's a sense of honor and pride that you carry when you compete in an event like this. I had the chance to compete in 2 for Mex, and well, first of all, let's get this out of the way. Still a lack of organization, I need to say it. We didn't have uniforms each time, but just being able to be there, especially with my dad and flying the flag, that was huge, and it made me want to do it a lot more. And there's a reason why I pursued professional surfing, because of people like this. Casey representing Hawaii super well. Everybody just wants to represent where they're from originally and embody their culture. And for most of us, we just want to go out there and have fun, but getting a chance to travel, especially at a young age, I recommend everybody, if you have a chance to compete at an ISA event, especially for a region of the world that you truly embody and you feel like it's a part of your culture, go ahead and do it, because you don't necessarily have to reside in the country you're competing for. A lot of people reside outside a country, they have heritage, and they embody that kind of culture too. So go out and explore and see what kind of opportunities you can have.
That's right. As we see Jacob have a paddle, if you have citizenship somewhere that's different from where you're maybe living or were born and raised, then you have the opportunity to compete for them at the ISA level. And that's across juniors, World Surfing Games, longboarding, SUP, paddleboarding, and of course the Para Surfing World Championships, which we're in this week. It's been cool also, Mitch, to watch your journey going from competitor in your younger days into, you know, fielding in, judging, and commentating behind the scenes. But you also just recently wore the cap of coach for Team Mexico for the Pan American Games. What was it like for you, and what are you sort of noticing in some of the surfing today from your coaching cap specifically?
It was difficult, first of all, because when I do work with people, it's usually 2 or 3 at the most. I had 6 people to manage, and everybody was from a different age group. It was a bit different and a bit more difficult. But overall, I feel like today has been a real good day of surfing, and more than anything, there's been a lot of scoring opportunities out there, and that's really what you're looking for. You want to be able to have opportunities to prove to not only yourself, but to others that you're here and you're deserving of the place that you've earned.
Well, let's put a pause in that conversation. We'll go down to the beach to catch up with Ben Way and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much. We're here with the winner of Heat 3, Anthony Smith for South Africa. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So you found some great waves. We saw some really good scores. You had a 15-plus point total. And yeah, I don't know if you could hear your scores out there.
I couldn't hear the scores.
We'll work on the volume after your interview then. But yeah, some incredible surfing out there. How are you feeling here with the team? You guys got a big team here, a lot of support. Beautiful weather here in California. How's your time going?
Oh, California. It's a great place to be, you know. And if we can make it, we come, you know. And we've got 11 team members. It's a long way to come from South Africa, you know, and we're all here. You know, 11 of us. Got a great team, a lot of medal opportunities, so I'm feeling good.
That's great. You got your Peter Lawson shape here. Is this something that you usually use at home, or is this something that you prepared to bring here to California's waves?
Well, I work closely with Peter on shaping, you know, and my boards are slightly different. They look regular, but there's a little bit more foam in the front to help me pedal. So Peter and I work together on that, and we argue backwards and forwards, and we end up with boards that I like, you know. So now when I need a board, I pull him up, and he gives me exactly what I want.
And dealing with your condition and your offset pressure and standing up in the board, do you guys take that into consideration? Does that also add to needing that flotation up front?
Not really, no. It's more about paddling, you know. My problem is paddling out and getting good waves. And rather than be circumspect and miss waves, I'd rather get a board that I can paddle with. And it has a lot more volume up front. That gives me that little bit of extra paddling power. It makes the difference sometimes.
That's beautiful. Well, I'm sure you have a lot of people super stoked. This is the first heat win of South Africa today. So a little message to your buddies at home.
Well, you know what? I've got a good friend, Bruno Hansen, who's not here this year because of an injury. And I'm telling you, we miss him, you know. And I know he's watching right now. And Bruno, we're missing you here. And hope to see you next year. And then family at home. You know, my wife's here. You couldn't ask for more, you know.
Excellent. Well, yeah, I was looking forward to saying hi to Bruno when I get back in the booth. This would be his division that we'd be seeing him out there right now. And I've been seeing your messages, Bruno. We've got you here in heart, and I'm having to spread the vibes for you. But, yeah, we'll get back to the live action, and we look forward to seeing you in the next one.
Thanks, Ben. Right.
Thanks a lot. Right. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great performance from Anthony. And to find out that he had such a high heat total only getting out of the water, great surfing from him.
Yeah, no, and he was spot on when it came to the boards that he wants to use, because as Ben was mentioning and asking him if he needed more volume or a bit more of a centered board throughout the middle of it, but he said, no, I need that spread throughout the nose because I need to be able to get into waves. His biggest problem was catching waves, so take notes, kids. It's about foam. Foam is your friend, and Anthony knows about that right there.
It really is. Riding something a little bit bigger often means catching more waves, and that's the point of surfing, catching waves and then figuring out what to do once you're on it.
Well, and enjoying yourself too. What's the point if you're just going to go out there and struggle the whole time? You want to be able to actually enjoy yourself and be able to catch waves when there are waves too. Imagine going out there and surfing and not having a good time. As we look at Christian Otter-Bailey right there, Captain America. He's been a great ambassador of parasurfing overall. And it seems like he might have a couple new sponsors on his board too. Good looking board right there.
It's been great to see the sponsorship conversation growing in the parasurfing community. A lot of different athletes showing up this year with a little bit more behind them, more for that support, whether it be finances, equipment, even just insight from different coaches and shapers as well.
Yeah, and there's a difference when it comes to competing at the highest level here at the ISA and just doing your normal event, as that was pretty big wave right there for Pacheco.
Pretty committed takeoff.
But if you're competing at the US Open in Oceanside, that's already a national and worldwide event where people come from outside of the country to be able to compete at that. You're competing here at the ISA Para World Championships. There's a gold medal on the line. But if you're doing your regular WSA or just a local event that there's not as much pressure, don't take that as it's going to be the last event that you're ever going to surf. Go out there and enjoy it and make sure that you're actually using those opportunities to build into bigger and better things. Next thing you know, you start when you're 14, 15. By the time you're 18, 19, you could already be here competing for the United States. And that's a big honor just in itself right there. Just getting to wear a uniform at that young of an age, it's a big deal, Shannon.
So true. As we take a look at Casey Proud now, just getting a great angle down the line, lots of speed, really getting that weight onto his kind of that inside rail of his body. And looking to improve on that 4.5. We're seeing stories like that of Liv Stone, who, you know, learned to surf, not as a little kid, but, you know, as a teenager.
Yep.
Got involved with it through Bethany Hamilton and got onto her first surfboard with Bethany out in the water with her. A couple years later, she was representing the USA and winning gold medals. And now to look at where her career has taken her into her third gold medal win, going for a fourth this year. And, you know, she's still just out of her teens. It's incredible to see the journey that she has been able to take from such a young age.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't live in the United States or haven't really been here before, she's originally from Pennsylvania, a state that has no ocean, so big deal when she moved out to California.
Jacob Pacheco with an opportunity to put a real score down, looking to improve on the 1.67. And he's from Sacramento, just up north, also not quite on the ocean. You know, from growing up in a coastal community. Sacramento's inland from San Francisco, but it's been great to see him getting more time in the water out at Santa Cruz and really, you know, just being able to get as much opportunities as he can surfing, now performing at this level too.
Yeah, and speaking of, you know, people that have been here and done that,
Scott Patterson, too, he's 61 years of age. Favorite break is Chun's, originally from Vancouver, now resides most of the year, I believe, in Hawaii. But, you know, seeing people that are in their teens compete against people that have been surfing for 40+ years, it's really a cool experience when you come to these events and see all different age groups and people that have succeeded in different parts of life, too, besides just pursuing surfing full-time, Shannon. And that's the whole point of the ISA, to make a better world through surfing. And I think so far, day number 1 has provided those kind of opportunities.
It really has. That combination swell has popped up. Everyone's been so excited on the conditions, and that's a really fun part of competitive surfing, when you actually show up to the beach on a day that you have to put the jersey on and you're really happy with the conditions. It doesn't happen that often.
No.
A lot of times you show up and you're a little bummed because the wind is up, or you know, the swell that was supposed to be there didn't show up, or maybe it's just so big that it's kind of maxing out and it's not really contestable, but you know you're gonna have to paddle out and kind of go for broke, really. But today is a really special day of competition, and we've got a really good forecast in front of us for the entire week that's just gonna look, I think, quite fun and inviting for everyone to be out in the water.
Yeah, and you know, Pacheco, having a look at this, he's up and riding again. Surfs here quite a bit. I see him in the water every now and then. I believe he was residing in Long Beach for quite a while, but you know, when you grow up in Sacramento and some of your local spots are either towards Half Moon Bay, in the city of San Francisco, or you go to Santa Cruz and surf the lane, you're surfing some heavy water waves over there. And when you say that your favorite wave is Huntington Beach, I believe you, because this is a much more easier wave than surfing those heavy water waves over there up north.
That's right. It's just got, you know, you can kind of figure out the lineup, getting in and out a little bit easier. You've got that pier that does give a great dynamic to the shape of the wave off the pier bowl. It also, you know, allows you to get in and paddle up the inside of the pier if you need to. If it's a little bit bigger, you can use those currents to your advantage. But also, like you said, you know, it's Southern California. The waves tend to be a lot softer here. It's not as heavy as a lot of other areas up the coast. And so to be able to compete for Jacob specifically at his favorite break here in Huntington Beach is really special, wearing, you know, wearing the jersey and representing the USA flag.
Yeah, and especially competing within your home state too. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to do that. California, remember, their official sport now is surfing. So there is a state surfing day here in California. It's obviously a national and international surfing day too, which every year there's something that happens here in Huntington Beach for that day. But more importantly, just the iconic venue. I mean, look at that shot right there. That pier's been through quite a few different remodels, and it's been here for a good number of years. But overall, I just feel like this is a place where if you win and you're able to say that you won at Huntington Beach, it's a big, big honor that comes with that. And a big weight on your shoulders too, Shannon, because you're comparing yourself to everybody else who's won here before.
That's right. There's so many great names that have taken out wins, you know, at such a long history of events that have run here. For the ISA specifically, it's the very first time that we're hosting the World Parasurfing Championships here, but it's the 8th total ISA event that's run in the history of ISA competition. It's been, you know, the most, the venue that we've seen the most often on the calendar over the years, and it's great to see Huntington Beach hosting an event once again. As we take a look now at Jacob, he's dropped down a 4.4 for his last wave, now looking for a 5.93. and trying to really get radical with that finishing maneuver.
Yeah, and as you can see right there, he charges. I mean, he fully commits to these waves and goes for it. Looking to better just a 1.67, for sure going to do that and more. And, you know, it's good to see him fully commit to a lot of these rides that he's been on, because he's had 5 so far, including this one. Nothing better than a 4.4, but this one for sure going to move him up into a better spot in second and extend his second place positioning right now, Shannon, with 90 seconds to go. Get him out of support for the local team too, both Hawaii and the US having a great cheer on the beach.
Down to 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. Of course, if you're, you know, used to watching ISA events, you'll note that in longboarding, in shortboarding, in the juniors, that we don't have the Hawaii team as a team, or sorry, for the World Surfing Games, we don't have Hawaii as a team anymore because of its Olympic inclusion. Here for the Parasurfing Championships, we still have Hawaii on the list as we take a look at a great looking wave here from Casey, holding on to that leading position, although there is still that last wave to come through from Jacob for Team USA. But if the Paralympics should invite parasurfing to join the calendar for LA 28, then we'll see Team USA and Hawaii join together as one team.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, and feel like having that mega team right there would be a massive, massive thing to happen as we look at the Canadians right now helping Scott up. Just the one wave he was able to catch, the 0.8. Dom Domick right there behind him, pushing him in the chair, and then Shannon, their coach, doing some good work. They just came from Pan Americans too and were able to qualify Sanoa Olin for the Olympics, the first Canadian surfer to qualify for the Olympic Games. But Scott Patterson, 61 years of age, goes out there, catches one wave. It's a pretty cool performance right there, Shannon. Surfing has no limits when it comes to age.
That's right. He'll have another opportunity as well in the next qualifying round. And it was great to see Scott out in the water. Great to see him surfing when he's not skiing or mountain biking. An impressive performance from Casey Proud of Hawaii. He's able to hold on to the lead because Jacob's last wave for Team USA drops through as a 4.17, holds him in second, and Casey holds on to that first place position with two of his first waves. A 4.37 for his final wave doesn't factor into his top two, but does come through still as one of the highest waves of the heat.
Yeah, and some good surfing too. All it takes is to be able to get 2 scores. Now you have another heat in order to better them too.
You can see Jacob Pacheco there walking up to his team with the USA flag. We're going to have more action to come with Sam Bleakley and Ben Way coming in to call it right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back, parasurfing fans. Thanks for tuning in. You've chosen the best heat to tune into because we got the mighty Otter, Christian Otter Bailey, 11 times ISA medalist across golds and silver, the first prone parasurfer to ride Maverick, 6 times national champion, the first prone parasurfer to ride Pipeline, an absolute icon coming out of California, surfing against Harlem Lewis for England, 18-year-old from North Devon, and Nicolas Gallegos from Argentina, the 45-year-old. 3 surfers. This is heat number 2, the continuation of Prone 1 division. The men's, we've got 3 more heats to go after this. Heat 3, Heat 4, Heat 5. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth with Ben Way. And Ben, we were just talking about one of the greats of the Prone division, the mighty Bruno Hansen, representing Denmark. He's a friend of yours, and we thought about him a couple of minutes ago, and we got to give Bruno a shout out.
He's an uncle to the whole community. Like, he has really paved the way, especially for these prone guys. This would be his division. He'd be putting heavy pressure on all of these dudes. And he's been sailing, training down in Panama. Unfortunately, he broke his C7 vertebrae, making it unable for him to come and compete. We love having him here. Always really fun. I've been following up on him braving the oceans in his sailboat around the world, and a number of people have mentioned how much they miss Bruno.
World champion from 215, 16, 17, 18, 220, 221, multiple world titles. Wasn't able to compete at Pismo last year, but Christian Otter Bailey, what an absolute icon from Santa Cruz, of course. You know, loves Steamer Lane, loves Mavericks, riding his 6'8" bat tail board, a Vulcan rider, sails, scuba dives, skydives. You've got to follow him at Insta_Otter. This guy is an absolute stalwart.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, he was a pro skateboarder for Santa Cruz Skateboards. You can just see how he's just got radical in his blood. and you're going to see that board that he's out there on. He just sticks the nose out. The way he maneuvers himself and really gets himself all over the board to use different parts of the board through the maneuver is very, very unique, which is going to be fun to watch.
He's kicked off with a 6.33, of course. You mentioned in 2:06 filming a skateboarding video at Derby Skate Park in Santa Cruz. He fractured his back, and he has continued to be a pioneer of action sports. His parasurfing is world class, and that's why he's kicked off with a 6.33. 15 minutes remaining. We're just getting into that afternoon light. This will be our closing division of the day. Some big names coming up. We've got Freddie Charis from Colombia. We've got Jonathan Arias from Spain. We've got Kai Coles from Australia, a young, new on the scene, Prone 1 surfer who just comes off the back of winning the US Open in Oceanside. He's kicking up a bit of a storm, is young Kai from Australia. A lot of surfers talking about how good this guy is.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I got to see him in a couple practices. I believe we're going to see that 6.33. That's Christian. Boom, banks it off, climbs off, rebounds off that section. Gets another one. He basically just forces the board. He creates his own sections to maneuvers off of. Look at him just pumping that speed through there. So really assertive attack on that one. Get him a good, strong score.
Yeah, 6.33. So a little lull in the action as the surfers sit there at the pier bowl. A few surfers opting to get some of those lefts on middle peak, as we can see a beautiful boat moving out through the lineup there, here live from the 2023 Huntington Beach ISA World Parasurfing Championship, presented by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. Record 184 athletes, 122 men, 62 women, and this is the 8th major event that the ISA have hosted here at Huntington Beach. As we can see, Team England there. We got Dry Robe represented there. We got a really nice new emerging sponsorship here with the parasurf community, as we can see Surfing England flying the flag there for Harlem Lewis, and a big late draw for Nicholas from Argentina. I like that takeoff, Ben. That was later, it was critical, and you locked into that with a real tight engagement of the rail.
Yeah, you can see how much control and so much commitment. Look at, he still finds his way to punch out of that, but he's 21 and 22. The ISA 21 champion, ASP champion in 22, Argentinian champ, and he won the Costa Rica Open. And also does rallycross driving. You can just see, it's like he was really in the driver's seat on that one. You can just see how he's got that need for speed, that adrenaline push.
Absolutely, from Miramar in Argentina. And early in his days of adaptive surfing, he did a lot of work with Argentinian champion Martin Becerri, who's an icon of Argentinian shortboarding. Nicholas, he loves to ride La Isla Punta Hermosa, Peru, you know, great wave in his South American neighborhood. But flying the flag for Argentina, of course, Fernando Aguirre, an Argentinian, and you know, he'll be tuning in and he'll be celebrating what the ISA have achieved with World Parasurfing Championship. And you've been here for many years, Ben. How important is it for you personally to see the progression in the performances we're getting from the likes of the Otter, Christian Bailey?
Well, it's amazing. I mean, I've seen huge leaps and bounds in a number of these competitors in their performance, how they've just discovered equipment that works with them. Some of them are still searching, but it's definitely, you can't hide that it is a growing sport. We're almost double the competitors of what our original competition in 2015, and this is just too cool to see how we've got all of these new nations, new faces. And unlike certain types of surfing competition, here it's any new face is more than welcome, and they just get so embraced by the community and so much support. It's so cool.
Talking of embracing the community, a Hawaiian icon, Casey Proud, just took the win. He's with Shannon Hughes.
Right, the Hawaiian, but he actually resides down in Oceanside, and I feel like having the similarities in waves for your home break in Oceanside, getting to now compete for another gold medal, you've already got one, must feel pretty good to be competing here in Huntington Beach this week.
Yeah, 1,000%. I mean, they're very similar. South side of Oceanside pier definitely can have its Huntington-esque days. I don't know, maybe a little better crowd. You know, I was just telling Shannon, it's like, you come out here to practice, there are a million Groms out there that think they're surfing in the WSL final. So to get a wave to yourself is tough to practice out here. So, you know, Oceanside's a great training ground, host side or no side. So yeah, love it.
Well, I love that description because Huntington is packed in the best days and the worst days. What's it like for you then shifting into competitive mode when you actually get to paddle out and there's only a couple of you? Is it challenging to switch out of that mode of, you know, the intensity from the free surfs?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, some guys, they're just out there, they're like, yeah, whatever, it's just another 20 minutes of surfing. But you know, for me, I think I get a little bit more like eye of the tiger about it, and sometimes it helps me, sometimes it can hinder me. Sometimes I really want to just get out there and catch a million waves. I think I kind of did that today. I mean, my wife is reminding me like, hey, there's a 25 wave limit, so you know, try to go under that if you can. So you know, I keep that in mind, just, you know, I mean, be a little bit more selective. And I got another heat in front of me. You know, I got a couple solid scores to build off of. So I think I'm going to be a little bit more patient, just try to catch some sets and do some big moves. Yeah.
Awesome. And the support coming for you, Team Hawaii looks really stacked this year. You guys feeling good as a unit?
1,000%. I mean, you know, our team is built a bunch from this last year, really kind of getting you know, a better foundation on our team. As team captain, you know, me and the manager, Jen Gladwin, we did a lot of work to try to build that up, get some new women on the team, you know, and definitely some new surfers. Got a couple new Stand 2 guys that are really talented back on the team. And yeah, so I mean, you know, we've done a lot of work to build a team. I couldn't be prouder of the squad that we have. You know, they've been working hard all year for this, and you know, we had a really tough time with the fires in Lahaina. You know, we had some fundraising problems because of that, and you know, we kind of had to do a little bit of rebuilding after that as well. And so for us to come back from that, bounce back even stronger than ever, stronger than last year, was, I mean, nothing short of amazing. And I just can't get enough props to our team, to our manager Jen, to everybody that's helped us with fundraising from Hawaii as well as around the world. So thank you, everybody.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Casey. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your talent on the water. Really fun to watch you surfing. We'll see you in the next round. We'll go back to you guys for some live action.
Got the eye of the tiger. Fantastic interview there with Casey Proud, Ben. I mean, he really is fired up. Looking focused, positive. Talked about his wife suggesting don't go over the 25 wave limit. I mean, that's a lot of waves to catch. But, you know, talking about that 1,000% quality in the Hawaii team, it really is strong. And Casey, based here in Oceanside, knows the texture of Huntington Beach because there are a lot of similarities between the two waves, Oceanside and Huntington.
Yeah, very similar. At least similar water temperature, of course. We both pick up similar swells. Yeah, he surfs the pier. He also spends a lot of time in the harbor. We've got those two options in Oceanside. And he does a lot of surveillance on going back, finding the surf line cams, finding his best waves, and then really observing how his performance was. And sometimes he'll send me those and say, hey, you know what, I'm having a problem coming off the bottom, doing this. And those are little tools that we can use as board designers to help work on that. And here we go, Christian. That's that first one, that 6.33, where he banks it off, forces it up again off the flats, just driving off the flats.
One maneuver score, but the judge is loving that, going big, recognizing the way he came off the very bottom of that wave and really projected and powered through.
And a place that could have easily kind of taken someone down and put you, basically turn you into a piece of the lip. He basically forced his way off of that thing and was taking no for an answer. I really love this one.
So this is Nicholas Gallegos' score. Came in at a pretty decent 6.33.
Yeah, and it was basically just showing that commitment, that really, really difficult drop that he took. And here we go, Christian, live action.
Beautiful bottom turn up into the lip. That cracks that midsection there, comes straight back down and just redirects himself there. Just looking to now get into the position where he can get the easier paddle. So he's going to add to that 6.33, or our Argentinian surfer in second with a 5.43 and that lower score of a 1.50. Harlem Lewis from England coming out of Parkham in North Devon, southwest of Bideford, would surf Westwood Ho, would be his local break. Likes to surf Croyd, one of the kind of premier beach breaks of England, based in North Devon there. Really great, sucky, punchy wave, one of the kind of main shortboard waves throughout the UK. So really great opportunity for Harlem here to represent his nation. First opportunity surfing for Team England. He's also the reigning national English champion in the Prone 1 classification then.
Yeah, well, this is really exciting stuff. As we were talking about Christian Bailey, and we had seen it earlier pre-heat, where you saw the bottom of his board, he's got this design that he's worked on where the center fin is actually 2 center fins that are very highly degree canted out. And so where a normal board with the center fin's going to be straight up and down, the more you put it up on rail, the more it cavitates and the less effectivity it has. His board actually engages the fin more the more he gets it on rail. So the more he tilts that thing over, the more squirt that he's getting out of those center fins, which is pretty interesting. And he really sticks with that design. Love this drop.
Harlem Lewis up and riding on the left hand. You can see the English flag being flown there by Charlotte Banfield, who will be competing in the women's stand later in the event. Nice reconnect with the inside reform here. Just buries that rail, goes right, goes back again into the left, accelerates into the little pier bowl shore break area. Long, fast ride for Harlem. Gets his first score on the board, lands right on the sand, gets the likes of Matt Harewood there from the Isle of Wight, who's a big, important, key supporter of the English parasurfing team. Just going to make sure he's okay. He's going to paddle out for more as we see our Argentinian in second position. It's Nicolas Gallegos, the 45-year-old from Miramar, dipping under that. Of course, this non-assist prone 1 division, the surfers don't require those pushes and catches. They're paddling out and they're paddling into their waves non-assisted.
Well, in moments like this, as we're seeing, really wish you would have someone, in the case of the assist, the catcher or the pusher would pull the nose under, help them get under these waves, because they don't have that back half of their body to push the nose back up after the duck dive. So you can see it takes about 3 times the effort to get through those bigger waves for these guys.
Groms are buzzing on the beach. The action is brilliant. Come on down to Huntington if you're local, because this is an extremely exciting week, because we've got the horizons of Paralympic inclusion for Los Angeles 2028 to look forward to, and so much work that the ISA do beyond the Parasurfing Championship. Of course, they crown multiple world champions, but they also run development programs around the world to grow the sport in all its disciplines, and the coaching courses for the adaptive instruction for surfing and SUP and judging and water safety. They've just ran a fantastic program in Senegal in West Africa, and the ISA recognizes hard-working young surfers around the world with scholarships to support their education and their surfing. And they have awarded more than 300 scholarships worth nearly $350,000 US to under 18-year-old surfers in need around the globe. And many of these surfers I have met out of the likes of Central and South America, and particularly West Africa. And I have seen how those scholarships have really changed people's lives and giving them the support to get the equipment and the training that they need to really improve the surfing and take their surfing to a global space.
Yeah, and all of that works out in developing new nations. We need as many as we can, especially in trying to push this into a Paralympic sport.
And that's a big thing for the Paralympics, is seeing the record participation here.
One thing I want to point out to the viewers at home is if you look at Nicolas Gallegos, the S in the box means that he has the priority. Unfortunately, that set pushed him back, so he'll regain his first priority. That doesn't mean that red or blue can gain priority by beating him to the outside. So whenever you see the S, that means that he's got suspended first priority. As soon as he gets out back into the lineup, he will regain that first priority. It looks like he's made it back out.
Great insight there, Ben. That's fantastic to know. So he's out back there. He's got that 1 next to his name. He's sitting in second position because Christian Otter Bailey, winner of 11 ISA medals, golds and silvers, has got a 5.57 and a 6.33 as we see the iconic Huntington Beach pier, originally constructed in the early 1900s, and of course the centerpiece, the heartland of the Huntington surf community. But you've got pretty much 10 miles of open beach break sand running north and south, and so many options here. Great places to eat, you know, year-round, great climate. And for me, as someone from outside of the States, the opportunity to come here is really inspiring. Just yesterday, standing next to the Duke Kahanamoku statue, seeing the footprints and the handprints of all our multiple world champions, and meeting some of the parasurfers who kicked off their campaign today, as we see Nicholas from Argentina looking to replace that 1.5 1.50. Big drop, fast drop, acceleration, no open face opportunity for maneuvers, but commitment on that takeoff, going left.
Yeah, it didn't work out to be as good of a wave as I'm sure he hoped, but he is just trying to secure that second position. Not much time left on the clock as we see Harlem still trying to get past that shore break. And so at this amount of time, it's going to be pretty hard to get back out into the position and get one from the top of the peak. But that looks like these may be our positions into this last minute.
Harlem City Globetrotters Lewis there. If he could put on a basketball display of action, that will really change things around. He's got a 3.33, a strong score to kick off with. It was a long ride, a nice left, some rail work, some redirection. But out there in the lead, it's Christian Otto Bailey, who's got a 6.33 and a 5.57. Nicolas Gallegos from Argentina has got a 5.43 and a 3.43. What does Harlem need to do to kind of put himself in the mix here with just 30 seconds remaining?
You know what? I mean, those float boards have a ton of buoyancy. They move on much less wave energy. So even though he's not all the way out, he might be able to kind of spin himself around and grab something that happens to connect and give him some opportunity in the shore break. That's basically the only option at this moment. We're down to 10 seconds. I see these bumps right here. They're about to meet right where he's at, but we're going to hear that countdown in a second, and it doesn't look like anyone will be able to take off before the end of the buzzer.
Right there on the pier bowl section there. Didn't get the opportunity to add to that score, but Harlem Lewis, great performance, a 3.33. But look out, Christian Otto Bailey, absolutely on fire. He takes the win, but stay with us, surf fans. We'll be right back after these messages for heat number 3 of the continuation of Prone 1 men's at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back. Thanks so much for tuning in to the ISA World Parasurfing Championship presented by Visit Huntington Beach, live from Surf City, USA. As we can see the iconic pier bowl peaks there, bending and wrapping and bowling with a little north wind swirl as Santa Cruz Style Master, 11-time medalist at the ISA World Parasurfing events, Christian Otto Bailey with the Stars and Stripes flying high with team manager Sean Brody. And look at that double fin setup you talked about at the back of that board there from the Otter. Really interesting equipment under his body.
Yeah, it's such a cool looking board. It's actually, I forgot to mention, it's got a channel underneath the bottom side of the rail all the way around the outline. And so he's got all this little secret magic getting mixed. I think he said it's about a 5 or 6 year old board, carbon fiber, that's completely bulletproof. It looks like, he said he's tried to break it and it won't.
Well, Jesse Bilal brought out an old favorite earlier today as well. His green board is 7.6 Bob Hurley. He said that he felt like it was a bit of an old favorite, a bit of color, you know, capture the imagination of everybody. Sometimes it helps just to have that flash of color.
He used that in Pismo. It worked really, really well. And he's running a twin keel setup on it that's a little bit farther up. And then last year's U.S. Open, he was on a different carbon fiber board. So he's going back to Old Faithful. That's cool.
Let's call the heat out here. We got Marcos Tapia from Spain. We got Stephen Lightbound from England. And we've got Massimiliano Matti from Italy, the European champion in Prone 1 from Livorno, south of Pisa on the west coast of Tuscany. His favorite break is El Palmar, south of Cadiz in Spain, and he rides the Eclipse surfboards. He also does a lot of surfing in the Canary Islands. He loves to cook, and he's got his first score there to drop. Our Spaniard, Marcos Tapia, waiting for a first wave, and our surfer from Colombia, Freddie Charis. Of course, the two Colombians, Freddie Maramon, we saw him surfing earlier. The older surfer from that duo there, Freddie Charis, he's been competing at the World Power events for a number of years, Ben.
Yeah, actually, I made a board for Freddie just last year. I'm pretty sure, I think you might be confusing Marimon. So Marimon's the one that's been here forever. Charis is actually, I think he was new to the event last year. In the U.S. Open. So I think he's actually a new one for the team. Oh, look at this, using fins. I love the swim fin style. And so you've got all these different approaches.
Big, longer board as well, almost like a paddle board, rescue board, their style length. And of course, using the grips and the deck pad there, and the opportunity to really kind of engage that rail by gripping onto those handles as well. So we've got some scores to drop, waiting for the first wave of Marcos to tabulate, but we got a 1.5 for our Italian. But with that, let's go down to the sand with 11-time medalist from Santa Cruz, the mighty Otter, Christian Otter Bailey, is with Shannon Hughes.
Well, that speaks to the consistency itself. 11 medals here at the World Parasurfing Championships over the year. How does it feel for you to return once again to the community, to the beach, to the Jersey?
I mean, it's always a blessed affair when we, get together from all around the world, and you have so many phenomenal riders with so many unique backgrounds. And this is just one of those times throughout the year that I know that all the competitors really look forward to, because it's kind of this global conflagration of awesome athletes and great attitudes and camaraderie. So.
Amazing. Well, speaking of those medals, you've obviously got some consistency out in the water. You understand the ocean more than, so many surfers that are out there. Talk to us about the conditions and what you were experiencing out there today.
Well, first, it's absolutely amazing to hold the this year's contest in Huntington Beach. Big shout out to the city. I think a lot of the athletes are really, really stoked to have a venue where you have so much variety and so much consistency within the quality of the waves, and it really allows us to perform at the level that we know we're capable of versus a substandard wave where we're surfing waves that we're relegated to. So it's just a real blessing for us all to be here and have such beautiful weather and waves.
Yeah, it's so true. And the conditions specifically when you were out there today, you were talking about that current being pretty challenging in your division. It's all on you for paddling, for all that strength. How are you managing that current?
Well, I mean, experience has a lot to do. I surfed on the able-bodied ASP, WQS, and CT for a long time. So we'd hold the U.S. Open of surfing out here. And I have a lot of experience with just knowing the bars and knowing the current. The current's just starting to come back up, so it's kind of creating this washing machine effect right next to the south side of the pier. So I think if riders are really mindful of that and use, that central corridor as an escalator to drag them out, it saves a lot of energy than just paddling through the waves.
Amazing. Well, it's great to know, you've got all that experience through so many different, so many different challenges within your competitive career. It's great to see you rising to the occasion again today. What are you looking for as far as results this week?
Well, I mean, Team USA is obviously on a four-peat for gold medals, so we're just really hunkering down and focusing on, being present, a lot of meditation and stretching and, good coaching from our coach, Sean Brody. Just really kind of pulling together as a team to hopefully hold on to gold.
Well, you're looking strong so far. Well done out there, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Epic post-heat interview going for Team Gold. It will be their third Team Gold in a row. They've got 9 men, 9 women, 18 athletes, the likes of Forrest Weinberg, Carter Hess, Chris Oberle. They're some of the names. We've seen Jose Martinez, Jesse Bilal. We've got big names on the women's side. We've got Liv Stone. We've got Michelle Easton. We've got Elena Nichols. We've got Catherine Beattie, Quinn Waitley, Haley Houston. They've got an incredible team, and you can really see then what we heard from Otter Bailey was talking not just about performances, but mindfulness, meditation, being present. A lot of these American surfers have got a lot of experience at Huntington, and it's about now bringing the best out of themselves physically and mentally, and using that mindfulness to be present, tune in, and just be right in the moment.
Yeah, and people like Otter just using muscle memory to work his way around the lineup. And it was interesting, as he did say that current's starting to pick up and make that little spinning rip current. We saw from one of the drone views from above the pier where you could actually see a full-on little vortex tornado in the sand. So you could actually see how the currents were converging and spinning around.
Absolutely. And Stephen Lightbound from England, waiting for a score to drop there, his first wave to be ridden. He's from Blackburn, Lancashire originally, but is now based in Bristol, does a lot of surfing at the Wave UK there in Bristol. We've seen Nick Hounsfield, the founder of the Wave, here out with Team England. He's the Welsh champion in Prone 1 classification. He's also a writer and a poet. You can read a lot of his collections of poems. There's one called Only Air and The Last Custodian, and he's just released a new collection of poems, And I Climbed and I Climbed. And he also works as a yoga instructor. He's riding Skin Dog surfboards, and he has some other boards, some Surf Pro designs, and he loves to ride Croyd. Again, I talked about that great beach break. It's a powerful wave. Huntington's, it's a steep takeoff. A local experience, knowledge here is really important. What would be some of the key tips you would give for first-timers, Ben, coming to Huntington? Having a heat, not got much experience. What are the kind of main things they're looking for?
Well, there's a lot of changes in currents with the moving tides. And so if anything, if it's your first time surfing here, especially as a competitor, getting here a couple days early, making sure that you get a few waves on every tide, just to kind of figure out where you like to sit on the low tide, as long as the swell doesn't just change, which it did overnight yesterday. So whatever they were getting used to taking off on yesterday morning and the previous days was quite different this morning. But you really want to try it out on every tide, because you have times when the tide's going out, the current slows down, the tide comes in, it speeds back up. You got that outside bar, you've got the midsection, and then you've got that shore break that gets pretty fierce also at the higher tides, which these guys at certain points, should the size stay, could keep them slamming down into the sand where they would almost kind of want to kick out early. And so it's just, you've got a huge, amazing mix of opportunity and also some challenges to get out.
Massimiliano Mattei, the 47-year-old from Italy, from Livorno, south of Pisa on the west coast of Tuscany. He's in the lead with a 1.50. Low scores for Marcos Tapia from Fuerteventura, Spain. Born in Madrid, but age 2, moved out to the Canary Islands. Also scuba dives and sit skis. He's got a 0.83. But Stephen and Freddie waiting for waves to be ridden. Freddie from Colombia, Stephen based in Bristol, originally from Blackburn, Lancashire, which is in the north of England. Just said he's a published poet. He's a really great person to follow on Instagram, as we can see having a go at this wave. It's our Italian surfer looking to get his second score on the board, but it's our Spaniard, takes off, drops, beautiful, big, powerful bottom turn, engages that rail and accelerates out of that section and comes back out to the re-entry opportunity and pounds that and packs in some punch, but then comes off his board just on the inside there. But up to that moment, he really put a strong performance on that wave. It was really behind the 8-ball, pocket surfing, right under the ledge, under the lip, super active. I love that, Ben.
That was amazing. And it looks like the small, short length of that board was just allowing him in places in the wave that no other surfer could fit in with their equipment. And I'm sure we'll catch that on the replay. But as he hooked under that one, normally you would expect someone to go projecting out of that zone. And he got under the lip 2 different spots that could be potentially trouble and just made the most of it, especially that last maneuver that should have just been the end of the road, came punching out, and I guess the very, very last section ate him up. But man, that board moves, and I love seeing these guys getting on shorter and shorter equipment, because they're able to get this, look at this is a full bodyboard stance, where he's really up on that front third of the board, making that thing drive, pushing that nose rocker down and flattening it out to increase the speed, and came off of that really, really aggressively. Unfortunately, the little converging whitewash caught his board there.
And he's, you know, his home patch, fantastic wave quality in Fuerteventura in the Canary Islands on the north track there. A lot of good, heavy, slabby waves and reefs, some fun, more performance waves like the Point Break of Los Lobos. As we see Massimiliano from Tuscany there, he's adding his third score, waiting for that second one to tabulate. He's still out there in first position, but we think it's going to be a big score for Marcos Tapia from the Canary Islands, representing Spain, silver medalist at the 2020 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, a European champion, 3-time Spanish champion, dropping a 5.07 for that last wave. In the pocket, expressive, powerful, clean surfing, and high degree of difficulty, a lot of risk as we see him looking to replace that 0.83.
Yeah, I love, you can tell he's got that real bodyboard approach. Look how he changes, switches his hands, which hand's gonna pull up on that rail and engage that inside rail, and he changes his body position, really forward and aggressive. I love it. And here we have
Freddie Jarris in the bowl section there, deep in that pocket. Our Italian surfer in green, big wall left-hander ahead. He doesn't catch that, so our Colombian will have a score. Still waiting for a wave to be ridden by Steven, who has only recently made this transition out of the Prone 2 division into Prone 1. So it's really important to recognize that this is a big breakthrough for Steven in his, you know, initial kind of entry into the parasurf community. He's only been surfing, you know, for a short amount of time. Pismo 2022 at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship was his first international event, and he had battled sepsis earlier in the year, so he made a great recovery to be there. He was paralyzed from the waist down in the past, and he really emphasized how the water became a free place for him, where he felt most free. And surfing at the wave in Bristol, he still remembers that first session and the happiness and the feeling, that smile that spread across his face, and the freedom that he gets on a surfboard that he doesn't get in a wheelchair, and how it connects him to nature. As we can see, all the ways you can follow the action on Facebook, International Surfing Association, at ISA Surfing, for our YouTube, our Twitter, our Instagram, and online at isasurf.org. You can really see some fantastic images from our photographers. You can read up on the biographies. You can find out about that long history of relationship with Surf City USA, the 8th major event the ISA has hosted at Huntington Beach after 4 World Surfing Games and 3 ISA World Junior Championship. And this is the first time we've got the parasurfers here, and you could hear from Christian Bailey that they're really pleased to be here.
Yeah, definitely.
4
So we've got these weird little lulls. We have that tide starting to spin around.
Yeah, 4 minutes remaining there. Tide now pushing in. We can see the value of using that kind of pier bowl side with the rip current running out on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Iconic blue water, the Southern Californian sunshine blazing down. We're deep into fall. It's November already, but we're still able to soak up this beautiful climate in our shorts and shirts as the surfers there in their 3-2 neoprene, or some of them using Ulux wetsuits. And we can see a nice little kind of bowly wave on the inside as we see our surfer from Italy now moving down into third position, because Freddie Charis from Colombia has dropped a 2.83 on his first wave, Ben.
All right, so yeah, we kind of caught the end of that ride, so we're not quite sure how he built that score, but yeah, so White moved up. Took him a long time to get a wave. Now he has very little time to get back out there and get another one. I'm not sure exactly where he's located in the lineup.
3 minutes remaining, so Marcos Tapia, who has been a finalist at the 2020 in Pismo ISA World Para Surfing Championship. In fact, 2020 would have been down in La Jolla, and he took a silver there. So 21 and 22 with the event was in Pismo. As we can see, our Italian Massimiliano, big bowly section there, fast right-hander, good, powerful approach from our surfer from Tuscany, looking to replace that low score of a 1.23. He's got a 1.50 to his name, so it could well change the situation and move him back up into second position, Ben.
Yeah, small requirement there, and also really similar riding style in green and red. with that forward, really aggressive bodyboard style stance on the board.
Thrilled to showcase the world's best surfers here at Huntington Beach with our presenting sponsor, Visit Huntington Beach. As we can see, Stephen Lightbound there getting moved up by the beach by Matty Hammersley, Dylan Hounsfield there. Really great to see him here with Team England. His father, Nick Hounsfield, the founder of the Wave, pushing our surfer Stephen there, and you can really see the team effort there, the pride, the opportunity to really kind of not only just kind of give them tips on the way back around for the paddle, but also to give them confidence to know, we're with you, we're behind you, you've got this, go for it. And irrespective of results, the opportunity to fly the flag for your country, to push this opportunity for Paralympic inclusion, it means so much to these athletes.
Yeah, it's definitely, this is the event of the year, and just as Christian was saying, it seems like a high school reunion every one of these, and everyone's so stoked. You see so many smiles and hugs and high fives through the morning. It's unlike any other competition.
Looks like our Italian surfer Massimiliano there, she's waiting for a score to drop, but it looked like maybe a little situation with the leash, maybe might have broken a leash or just could need a little bit of assistance there on the inside. We can see one of the water safety team just swimming over to him to check out how he is, waiting for that last score of Marcos Tapia to drop. From Fuerteventura in the Canary Islands, home to some of the best waves in Europe, volcanic basalt geology creates a lot of really slabby, shallow, heavy reefs, but they're dangerous spots, really sharp, rocks. You cut yourself nasty there if you do take a slam.
Yeah, that's the beauty about Huntington Beach, is you're just going to bounce off the sand. Doesn't feel that bad. He did make that requirement 3.53, so he's jumped up into the advanced position.
Wow, and you can see there the judges to the left of the screen there with this great drone clip there. There's the competitors area. There's all of the teammates there with flags following their surfers. There's those beach buggies with the big air-filled wheels, as we can see our surfers moving back up to the pier bowl paddle out opportunity. But we move down into the last seconds, and it looks like Marcos Tapia takes a convincing win, but Massimiliano Matti from Tuscany in Italy, that last wave put him back into second position. So great performance from our Italian, staying in the mix in the dying seconds there, Ben.
Wow, that was amazing riding, really, really exciting, and on not the best waves, he put an amazing performance.
Well, we got more action coming up. We continue the Prone 1 men's division surfing next. We got some big names out of Brazil, Japan, Germany, and Spain. Stay with us, surf fans. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Pleasure to have your company, Parasurf fans. Thanks so much for tuning in as we really round off day one in style with beautiful Pacific blue water here at Huntington Beach. Most surfers riding that middle peak in the pier bowl there as we can see that horizon looking west. West is best. The sun will set there in style later tonight. So come on down if you're in the neighborhood. Stay tuned in to watch the next couple of heats if you're catching up online, because right now we've got Brazil, Japan, Germany, and we got El Salvador represented. I'm Sam Bleakley, still in the booth with Ben Way. Ben, some big names. We got Antonio Muller, we got Kengo Nishiyama, we got Jonathan Arias from El Salvador, and we got Tiago Dantas. I mean, tell us a little bit about the El Salvadorian parasurf community and what's happening down there and how it's starting to grow.
Oh man, it is so exciting. We hold multiple ISA tournaments in El Salvador. I spent a month this year down there, and just south of where we held our longboard and our World Junior in El Cocal Beach in La Libertad, same area, just about 15 minutes down the road, they have the one team training center, which is the world's first all-accessible training center. They've got pools, they've got gyms, and that was their opening wave. He's been doing a lot of training.
How timely was that? I mean, absolutely perfect to see Jonathan Arias, the 26-year-old out of El Salvador from El Cocal there, La Libertad, loves Punta Cocal and La Paz and the other breaks around Surf City, USA, and rides the papaya surfboards built there in El Tunco. And now, you know, that really represents a lot when you start to get the native surfers building their own equipment, as we can see Tiago Dantas from Brazil. Nice trim speed there, good cut back. Wave starts to die out, but connected, projected into that turn, cut back, stayed in the pocket. That wave died. So scores to be dropped. It's going to be a good start for our El Salvadorian Jonathan. That was a really nice opening wave. Kengo got a decent start as well from Japan, and also Tiago. The wave did die out, but I love the trim speed that he generated on that right-hander.
Yeah, that was beautiful. He got right into action.
So these are Parasurf Prone 1 division. Any surfer riding a wave in that prone position that does not require assistance paddling to wave or to get back on the board safely. So these surfers might be experiencing multiple sclerosis, cerebral palsy, or thoracic spinal cord injuries. And Tiago Dantas is waiting for a score to drop, as is our surfer from Japan, Kengo Nishiyama. Antonio Muller, no wave ridden yet. He has got a wave. We are waiting for a score to drop for all four of our surfers. So this is most likely that opportunity, Ben, when the judges get the use of the video replay and get the chance to compare scores.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward also to Antonio Muller, who resides in the Canary Islands, practices in really gnarly barreling tube waves, and he also uses short boards with that real bodyboard style stance.
Yeah, from Las Palmas, Gran Canaria, you know, real hothouse of bodyboard culture. Some of the best bodyboarders in the Atlantic Ocean are based in Gran Canaria because it's got super juicy, ledgy, close to shore waves. As you see, our Japanese surfer up and riding, got himself really tall there to make that drop, and did make that drop.
That was amazing. It really looked like his board was kind of falling into the flats, but he forced it down, trying to kind of settle it into the flats while keeping his body elevated. That was a very interesting maneuver there.
Good paddle speed there from Tiago, looking to get wide of that section. As we can see, that wave just cleaning up some of our other surfers. But nice duck dive from Jonathan Arias there from El Salvador. And we can see our surfer Antonio Muller up and riding. Nice projection there, big bottom turn, re-entry, rises high, puts that arm out forward, real bodyboard approach on his fish-shaped board, and attacked that section, and that had a sucky, nice bit of shape to it, and really good scoring potential, and I think that's going to be a really nice start for Antonio.
Yeah, he's a very, very dynamic rider, and I love to see that arm in the water, different style, kind of Bruno-esque, as he creates pivot points through the face, and he's also able to paddle out of the maneuver to keep that speed up. And so a variety of styles that we're seeing displayed, and it's so exciting.
Yeah, really setting the standards. We've seen some fantastic performances already from Casey Proud. We've seen Christian Bailey looking very strong, and right now Tiago Dantas from Brazil, looking to add to that 2.83. Lively, quick, strong paddling. Looks to be coming through to the inside to get in that rip on the south side of the pier. As we see a little duck dive from our surfer. On the left of your screen, we can see the kind of beach lifeguard there, water safety patrol, just keeping an eye on everyone, keeping everything safe. 20-minute heats continue, just 13 minutes left. Those scores are a culmination of the surfers' best two rides. And talking of best two rides, what a fantastic performance in that last heat. We're going to go down to the winner. He's on the glass with Shannon Hughes.
Thanks so much, Sam. Marcos, congratulations on that win. It was really tight amongst the four of you in the water, but you found that 5.07. How did it feel to find that 5-point ride?
Today was started to well. It was in the morning very good conditions and was very glassy, but now it's put it stronger and maybe broken, and it was a little bit very difficult condition, but I'm very happy to make this score, and I am waiting for another hit.
Ready for another round. You're a former silver medalist representing Team Spain again. How does it feel to be back in the jersey?
I can become here for 3 years, and now I'm very happy to return, and I'm hope to I will be the best of I can. Speak a little bit.
No, that was great. Well communicated. You're going to do the best you can, but also you've already found yourself in the medal rounds. I won't be surprised to see it again. Would you like to say something to your friends and family back home in Spain supporting you in Spanish?
Yeah, okay. In Spanish. Hola amigos, aquí estamos de nuevo aquí en el Mundial, súper contentos y bueno, esto va por todos vosotros, intentar hacer el mejor papel y bueno, pues espero que me sigáis y bueno, pues hablamos entonces. Gracias.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. We'll see you in the next round.
Wow.
Thanks. We'll see you in the next round, and back to you guys.
Fantastic. Buenos olas there for Marcos. I mean, he was on fire. I mean, really, really good. Comes from that rich culture of surfing on Fuerteventura in the Canary Islands, part of Spain there, and hasn't had the opportunity to compete for 3 years. Back with style, back with pride. And if we look at some of the names who performed so far, Casey Proud, Christian Bailey, Marcos Tapia is right up there. But what about this from our surfer in green, Antonio Müller from Germany?
I love this. He finally found some open space where he can, I mean, those are very Bruno-esque turns, and he could see him even whipping out a little snap, trying to do any kind of rail exchange in any place that he could, tap on and add to the combination. And yeah, that will definitely move him out of 4th place.
Wow, that was loose and lively. A lot of maneuvers, degree of difficulty, innovation, progression, the kind of things that the judges really want to see, that opportunity to, have that variety of maneuvers, that commitment, that combination. And we definitely saw speed and power in that from Antonio. And he drops a good score and he moves up into 2nd position with another score still to come, because he's got a 3.97, but we're still awaiting for that last score, so it could well put him up into 1st.
Yeah, I love, I checked out Antonio's boards that he brought last year. This looks like a new one, but it looks like a similar shape. But he rides a really short length fish with a twin fin setup, big wide swallowtail, and it's just that real even surface through the back of the board that keeps that speed up, even in those flat little areas where you could see him zip out a turn where if he was on longer, more narrow equipment, he would have just gone under the water.
Super loose and lively, zippy, great description there, Ben. Exactly what we saw from Antonio. The judges waiting to drop that 2nd score. As it stands, it's Jonathan Arias from El Salvador out there in 1st position, but that's probably going to change because Antonio just needs a low score of a 2.56 to move up into 1st. Tiago Dantas from Brazil is in 3rd position as we see Antonio having a look at that wave. Doesn't catch it. He's in 3rd priority. Kenko Nishiyama from Japan out there sitting in 1st priority. He's got a 1.2 and a 0.7 to his name from Saitama, north of Tokyo. He is riding a 6'8" fishtail, loves to swim as well, and it was really lovely, actually. When I was doing a bit of research, he had 499 Instagram followers, and I turned that into 500. It was a proud moment where I kind of rounded up that 499.
That's quite
to
nice of
500,
you.
Yeah. So this is any surfer riding a wave in a standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, or leg length difference there. So up and riding right now, Antonio Miller locks into that section there, behind the section, but looking to come out into the bowl. Here it is, he's right in the pocket. He's got some open face, he's climbing, he projects, he rises, and he rides out of this. Does he complete that maneuver? Very close to completion of the maneuver. I think there's a lot for the judges to reward in that last maneuver. A lot happened before, but he probably would have felt like he just needed to project out of that last section, because he just dropped a 4.67, so he's in a commanding lead right now. Tiago Dantas takes off, doesn't get that wave, but another good score for Antonio Muller to drop, Ben.
Yeah, I look forward to kind of checking over that ride again, but very aggressive, very, he had his eyes on the prize. If he was just happened to be a couple meters farther forward, he would have been able to get up on top of that section. Unfortunately, he had to force himself through the lip, and he almost made himself get back into the energy of the wave, which was really amazing in that position.
He was behind that pocket for a lot of the wave, but when he did get out into that section there, big commitment, degree of difficulty. He's looking to replace that 3.97 as his low score. He's got that 4.67, which is a very strong bit of surfing. Is it going to go into the top two? I mean, it was right behind the 8 ball, but he had to work hard to get back out on the face.
Yeah, you saw that late drop, and right where he really needed the most projection. You saw it drifted just a hair. This is where he's watching behind that section, and he had that perfect positioning. He pulls that one maneuver where it gets that end bash. Very, very often, the wave just didn't give him the opportunity, but the judges are still thinking about that one.
So he's a silver medalist from last year here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. He's also a world triathlon champion, so he brings a lot of athleticism, a lot of pedigree here to this Paralympic push for LA Paralympics to have parasurfing in the program. That would be so exciting. He's from Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. Tell me a little bit about the fish he's riding. Did he give you some details on lengths, on shapers?
I haven't seen this year's model, but I think last year it was like in the 5'4" range. Big white swallowtail on it, pulled in nose, so not quite as wide of a nose as you would see in a fish, but it did have a twin keel setup on it, and the twin keel was basically in a normal stand-up fish position, so it wasn't adjusted to be like a parasurfing style fish. It's just really short and wide and caters to that really forward style that he has.
In the bowl section there, our surfer in white from El Salvador, Jonathan Arias there. He's in second position, looking to replace a 3.03. Antonio Muller, last score, doesn't go into that top two. It's a 3.80, as we can see El Salvador there. That iconic flag, beautiful to see, the symbolism, the peace, the unity with the white, the blue of the sky and the blue of the sea. And definitely one of my favorite flags. I love all flags, to be honest, there, but I really like the El Salvador flag.
It's been so exciting working with the ISA and getting to discover and really look at and observe all these beautiful designs and patterns and meanings of these flags. But that was Coach Robbie Powers on the right side. They have their Dr. Lila that also does work with the competitors, and then Rob Powers, who is also an Olympic skeet shooter, who got the whole program started. And it's really cool how they're working with giving opportunities to all types of parasurfers. We had Team USA went and visited them, spent some time with their riders. Bruno spent some time training them, and so they're having a lot of opportunity by having a welcoming place that always has waves to invite people, feel at home, and share some of their skills and kind of help build up their team as well.
Quick paddling, Tiago Dantas there. He's got a 2.83 and a 1.10 to his name. He needs a pretty attainable score of a 3.70 to move up into second position and stay in this progression round, because the surfers who end up in third and fourth, they'll move into the elimination rounds there. They'll be in what we call the repechage, which is this unique system that the ISA uses that allows surfers the opportunity to stay in the event and still get that chance to make their way to the grand final. If you're a little bit confused, I recommend going on the ISAsurfing website and really looking at the results of previous parasurfing championship and seeing how the repechage system works and how it still facilitates an opportunity to go for gold. And a lot of surfers who do get knocked out early still end up getting to the grand final, as we see Tiago Dantas from Brazil, big powerful left-hander, drops in, comes off the bottom, comes off the midsection there, attacks that wall on that left-hander, looking very strong and only chasing a 3.70 as Antonio Muller, our heat leader, hard off the bottom, hard off the top, long float, drops down, accelerates with style and speeds through that. And that feels to me, Ben, it's like it's going to be an absolutely massive score.
So that was a setup that was missing on the previous wave. He came back, he was hungry to stomp down one of those, and he did it. Air drops down and still comes out with enough speed to look for another opportunity. And that should be his higher scoring wave, I would say.
That was a dance floor stomp to one of your fantastic music mixes that you like to play around the world. You're a great DJ yourself, but he really did raise his body language there as he went on that float. But first of all, let's look at the replay of our surfer from Brazil.
So yeah, he drove under here. He got a little bit of a check turn, but then the backwash came and caught that front right rail. But here you have, he does that off the top check turn, doesn't go all the way to the bottom, so he's able to get up and over that section, comes down with a lot of speed, and he's still hungry for more. You can start to see that tide's filling in. It's starting to kind of fatten up on the inside.
And that's a great feeling here at Huntington when you get that float. I was having a little free surf last night, and there was just one little moment where I just got a little wedge section, floated over the lip, dropped down, and it's a great feeling here in these types of waves to just float those sections and land them cleanly.
Yeah, and especially with these medium to high tide, you got a lot softer cushion coming out of those, and you actually have a bit of transition that allows you to get speed and work your way into another maneuver.
Tiago Dantas there. Looks like he's going for a little bit of repositioning here. Might be recognizing that there's not much time left, so he's coming through to the inside, but he does need a decent score. He's chasing a score in the high threes, as we can see Jonathan Arias from El Salvador in second position, looking to drop that 3.03, but Antonio Muller drops a 7.33 for that last ride. Fantastic score. Puts that heat total to 12.00. So great performance from our surfer, who was last year's silver medalist at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and really making a statement to some of the real high flyers so far, like Casey Proud and Christian Bailey and Marcos Tapia, that he is really a contender for medals.
Definitely. And I was expecting a big performance, such a strong competitor. And this is great to see El Salvador in second at the moment in the advancing position. Still 1 minute to go. He's got first priority. So I'm sure his coach is probably telling him to just get on red and blue, make sure that they don't get any waves and move him out of that advancing position. Just secure that he's going to stay in the main round.
And talking of advancing positions, definitely stay tuned, surf fans, because coming up we've got two big Australians surfing in heat number 5, Joe Taylor and Kai Coles, who are really, for the first time here, competing for the Irukandjis at the World Parasurfing Championship. But if you check them out on Instagram, you can see both of these surfers red hot, and I think they could potentially both be going for medals in the final.
Yeah, it's amazing. And just talking with Joel just a bit ago on the beach, and we were talking about the mix of the bodyboarding and this prone style and all the opportunity we could have with adding flex and boards and different materials. Could be exciting.
Exciting stuff. Well, stay tuned, surf fans, because we just had a great performance from Antonio Muller. We'll be moving on to heat number 5, and we got Shannon Hughes and Mitchell Salazar coming into the booth to call the final heat of the day here, live from Surf City, USA.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action here for day one of the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are in heat number 5 for the opening round, round 1 of our men's prone 1 division. This is our final heat of the division, 5 in total, and it's been the most stacked that we've seen throughout the day. Out in the water now, we've got 2 Australians up against Germany and Mexico, with Joel Taylor and Kai Koles of Australia up against Johannes Lang of Germany and Daniel de la Vega of Mexico. This is going to be a great way to finish out the round before we head into our final round of the day, which will be our men's stand 2 division coming up after this. Shannon Hughes alongside Mitch Salazar to call the action. We've already seen some action out in the water, Mitch.
Yeah, and that's Danny right there, originally from Mexico City, tends to surf Acapulco for the most part. As we look at the 16-year-old Kai Koles, and the good surfer that his favorite spot is in the Mentawais. I would think that, you know, that place of Greenbush might be one of the waves that he wants to look towards in the future. But overall, good to see both Australians out there, one from Lennox Head and the other from Palm Beach. Meanwhile, Johannes Lang, don't know much about him from Germany, but also a competitor out there against Mexico's De La Vega.
Yeah, this is going to be a really solid heat. Daniel with 1.5 to start things off with. Kai looking really comfortable on his opening attack for his first wave. As we can see Joel there just having a look down the line and just finding themselves in positioning. Kai opens up with a 6.5 on the board and sets the standard.
Yeah, that's a good way to start off this heat, especially with that one big section that he had on the right. To me, it seems like the tide is really hitting the sweet spot right now, Shannon. You can see the pier bowl definitely lighting up a lot more. I feel like that's really held the biggest scoring opportunity out there, especially in the last few heats. But just overall, today has been majestic with the amount of consistency that we've seen in the water.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Seeing that set roll through, that beautiful right peeling off right under the pier is really what we'd like to see with that tide changing and conditions improving through the afternoon. It got really challenging for a couple of hours there. There was still some open face opportunity, but a lot of closeouts as we see Kai with a quick up and down to start things off, and a great looking re-entry for that second score on the board.
Yeah, it should be a good backup for him too. Kind of forced the issue right there. Didn't fully commit all the way to the deep bottom turn, but that's what the wave allowed, and he did super well with the opportunity that he had on that one. So he's already going to have 2 scores in the first 4 minutes. Really impressive when you consider that he's the youngest surfer out of the 4 out there right now, going up against a very experienced competitor in Taylor. And De La Vega has been around for a very long time too. This isn't an easy heat, but given the round robin format, everybody has 2 chances to surf, and you will be taking your 2 top scores in the 2 heats that you're going to be surfing, Shannon.
And a paddle now from Kai, once again, just keeping that consistency, finding himself onto another wave, and a really accomplished bodyboarder, showing that skill, that use of that inside arm in the wave, and really feeling comfortable charging into those lip lines.
And the use of his upper body too. I mean, bodyboarding usually comes down to your chest, your arms, and being able to position those things in a real short space on a bodyboard. And look at this, the biggest set of this afternoon so far. Deep duck dive right there by De La Vega, but Kai Koles right now, 3 waves, and I feel like all 3 of them are going to be quite good. Seems like De La Vega might be looking right on this one.
Great looking wave right off the pier. Paddling in, really frothy in front of him. Didn't hold open quite as it looked like and what he would have intended to paddle into. Joel Taylor now with an opportunity and gets a great angle off the takeoff. Lots of speed heading down the line, looking for that nice finish. Connects with the lip and he'll find that ending maneuver that the judges are looking for.
It's going to be a solid opener right there. The experience really showing on that one. Took his time, wasn't able to force anything, really wanted that wave to stand up, and then once it stood up, he really lit it up. So a good way to start things off for Joel Taylor, laying with priority out there in the green jersey, and I feel like Kai Cullis no doubt can improve on his 3.67 on his last ride, Shannon.
Down to 14 minutes on the clock. We've got Johannes setting himself up in position. He's going to paddle over this one as he's looking down the line. He can see that it'll close out kind of from both sides. He'd be stuck in a pretty tricky position with that wave rolling through. He is holding on to that first place priority. And scores to come through for that last wave of Joel Taylor, which is going to factor in and really start to kind of open up that conversation for where this heat is sitting as we're on that 13-minute mark. A 3.67 for that second score of Kai Cullis, the newest member of Team Australia, setting it up with that commencing lead.
Yeah, and not only the newest member, but the youngest member too, and it's really cool to see him step up to the plate in a big way. There's a lot of people that come before you, especially the team captains that, you know, sometimes are unofficial titles, but overall, those are the people you look up to, you respect the most, and I feel like in this case, he's probably looked up to Joel before. Having the opportunity to share the flag and the opportunity on the team with him is a huge privilege, but you're demonstrating why you were selected to compete here. Joel Taylor's the current national champion in Australia in this division. So for Kai Cullis to be able to go out there and execute a game plan this quickly, that's some real impressive stuff, Shannon.
Still a long time to go within this heat as we're looking at this next set rolling through. Quick paddle there, and a surfer that's unable to get into it. Seen a lot of free surfers on the north side of the pier throughout the day. Just speaking to the time of year, the fun waves that we've had rolling through this morning with that change of the swell, those peaks rolling through. Ran into Liv Stone just on my way back into the booth here, and she was like, you know, didn't expect the surf to be this good today, considering what they've been surfing in and practicing for the last few days. So I think everyone's been really excited to see it turn on, and that's such a nice feeling showing up to day one of a competition, feeling really excited to be out in the water, and kind of bummed if your heats aren't going to be running that day. Like
right.
We haven't had any of the women's division today, just by the way the draws have worked out, and the men have lucked into some really solid conditions for opening day.
And you know, well, first of all, let's get this out of the way. Northside's crowded year-round.
All the time, no matter what it looks like.
Summertime, springtime, winter, it's always crowded over there. So the free surfs are going to be a bit difficult if you tend to go to the north side. But just in terms of the conditions today, this is what happens when you get combo swell sandbars out here at Huntington Beach Southside. And as you can see, that first tee right there, and the tee is where those pillars stick out towards the sides. Not many waves are breaking past that, which means that the sandbars are so far inside, it's much more of a shore break version of a wave right now, Shannon. So there's a lot more push, and I think a lot of people weren't expecting this kind of push out here.
Great looking wave for Johannes of Germany. Heads into the section. He'll pull out. And speaking of Germany, we saw Antonio Mueller with a great performance in that last heat. He's down on the beach with Sam Bleakley.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Antonio, really great start. You had a silver medal last year. How does it feel to get a great heat underway here in Huntington Beach?
No, I feel good. At the beginning, when we take the first wave, was a little bit groanly, but then at the last time I think that wave, and with this I'm very happy at the moment, and I hope to start and step to step.
And coming from being based in Tenerife in the Canary Islands, you know, rich bodyboard culture, you know, do you surf some pretty heavy waves at home in Tenerife?
No, I come from Gran Canaria, not from Tenerife, but it's okay. And my coach is Julian Coelho, and we are with a normal standboard surfer. And I train with her a long time now in Canary Islands. And I go at the moment to Galicia 6 months for a train.
Great places to train. Is this the first time at Huntington, or have you been here before?
No, this is my first time in Huntington, and I love Huntington. The first day was very small, but today I think we can do something with these waves. I hope it's staying so or bigger.
And you've got a great team for Germany. You've got Sebastian and Julian. You know, tell us about the German parasurf community and how it's growing.
Yes, the parasurf community is growing very quickly big in Germany. and we have now 6 people. Last year we only come with 2 people, and I think we step to step, but it's some surprises inside the team.
And some messages for all your family tuning in, both in Germany and in the Canary Islands?
Yes, 100% to my family, I say, and all my friends in Canary Islands or there, and in Galicia, because we go to Galicia, and to Melissa, my girl, this is all the time with me, and thank you for all, and we hope to go to the last step.
Well, you're looking really good. Great start. We look forward to watching more of you in the event. Let's get back to the action, Shannon.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Antonio as we see his teammate Johannes on a solid-looking wave. Great takeoff, nice and committed, put himself in the position perfectly, and got a great long wave out in front of him. Looking to angle now, back to the left towards the pier. And these are all really important moments for our prone divisions, where every bit of that angling counts into their scoring and really shows the dynamics of their surfing.
Yeah, it truly does, but you still want to do all the work on the outside if possible on an actual wave. You can see right here, he was asking for this immediately as he made it to the shoreline. He wants to be able to do the runaround and make it back out towards the pier bowl. So with 8 minutes to go, really the first score of consequence for him in this heat. Feel like 8 minutes is a good amount of time for him to get back out and get one more wave at least.
A few dolphins cruising by out at backline past the end of the Huntington Beach Pier. Great to see a little bit of sea life out in the water.
Real locals.
The real locals showing us how it's done. And that was a really great wave for Johannes, but like you said, really needing to get that important work done on the outside sections like that we saw from Joel Taylor, being able to actually kind of get up, climb that wave, and hit the lip line, which is where we saw an 8.67 drop through for one of the Australians in the water, one of the Irukandjis. Joel Taylor's just taking himself into lead.
Yeah, an 8.67, I mean, that's no joke, especially in this division. And with the formatting that we have now with the round robin, that's at least one good score that he has in his score line that could possibly move him into the next round. So as of right now, I feel like he's extremely comfortable. But once again, this kid on screen, I mean, he's really taken it to everybody else. 12.17, he had both of those scores in the first 8 minutes of this heat. And as of right now, he's just really waiting for one wave that'll improve on the 5.67. Lane gets a 3.27. And unfortunately for Danny, he hasn't been able to get anything better than a 2.5. He wants to be on a good wave right now.
Yeah, wave selection is going to be really important, especially some of those waves that have a bit of height to them. A little more consequence. That's where we're seeing some of those bigger scores, like those, 7 to 8 point rides coming through.
And De La Vega, for those of you that don't know, I mean, he's originally from Mexico City, late 30s, early 40s now, but he charges, and he might not be, the biggest ripper out there in this division, but I've surfed with him in Puerto Escondido and Cicatela, and he absolutely goes for it. Just like this guy, I mean, look at the full commitment right there, using his entire body on that lip line right there, and gets himself an 8.67 on this one. One of the single highest waves we've seen all day long. That was some impressive stuff right there, Shannon.
Super impressive, and it's putting himself into that position of consequence. That bigger wave, able to angle that board right up into lip as we take another look at this last one of Johannes.
Yeah, that was a 3.27, and the biggest difference, never made it to the lip, had some distance on it, got a little bit of a scoring potential, but still that's why the score was reduced so much. You get scored based off of what you did and not what you can do, Shannon. So right there, a 3.27, he's going to be happy with that.
Putting together a few numbers, but he is chasing down an 8.90 for the German out of Mainz in Germany. Loves cooking, building stuff, and taking care of his plants and animals back at home. As we see Daniel De La Vega now up and riding and cruising down the line, looking for something dynamic on the end here. Doing well to keep that momentum, that weight forward on the board as well, and that trim line to be able to connect through that smaller section.
Yeah, and with 5 minutes to go, a big score coming through as you see the rest of the Mexican team. There's Polisierra, team manager from Mexico, resides now in Huntington Beach, originally from my same hometown of Mazatlan. And for those of you that are asking what the flag represents, so when Mexico City was founded by the Aztecs, they saw that the eagle landed on the cactus with a snake in its mouth, and that was a sign by the gods to be able to found the city of Tenochtitlan, which eventually became Mexico City.
Wow, that is amazing. Down to 4 minutes, 27 seconds on the clock. Team Mexico back in the conversation a little bit here. Still challenging to get into that excellent range, but with the surfing, with the progression that we know that Daniel has in his back pocket, we could be seeing him with a score that puts him into that better scenario, chasing down an 8.17. And again, like you mentioned, it is that round robin format as opposed to the standard repechage round for the ISAs. Can you explain that to us?
Yeah, well, normally at an ISA event, you get third or fourth, you're getting sent to the repechage, which tends to mean that that's your last chance. Here, everybody has 2 chances, but you're still in the qualifying rounds the entire time. So with the round robin format, we're going to take your 2 best waves out of your 2 heats that you surfed. They don't have to be, you know, 1 from each or anything like that. No, it could be 2 from the same heat, or it could be 1 from one or the other. And in the end, I think that's great formatting given the size of the surfing that we see in this event. Not a lot of surfers per division. I actually think it works out better in this event.
I think it works out really well across the board. It gives everyone that opportunity to have 2 surfs, but also it plays to the strengths of the surfers that are performing to the best and putting together the best waves overall.
Yeah, well, you want people to be surfing and not just competing, and I feel like this format accentuates that very much. But with the conditions that we have today, it's really go out there and surf. You know, no excuses. Make sure that you're being on the best waves, and if there's a consistency of waves too, then it's on you to be able to find them. So in the end, you could get an 8 and a 5. You could have 2 8s, as we saw Pinto have a 9 and a 7.83 a few heats earlier.
That's right. It's going to be challenging for him to improve that come the next qualifying round.
Well, don't challenge him. Don't challenge him because he's going to want that. I mean, he's a gold medalist, and you could see the emotion that he had on his face. They're looking for gold once again, Shannon.
It's so true. Maybe that challenge is exactly what he needs. Rise to the occasion, get a couple 9s on the board, and really be that front runner heading into the next round. Once we do hit into the quarterfinals, or for some of the divisions that have less surfers, it's straight to semifinals, or even possibly straight to the finals. It will be then based off of their placings within that heat for their results moving forward. Top 2 will be advancing through, or top 2, you know, taking away, say, gold, silver medals, and the bottom 2 that will be either falling out or will be taking, you know, those lower place medals, as we're taking a look at a solid set here. And you can hear the beach announcers kind of giving a little bit of insight to the surfers that if they do head a little farther south, it's actually easier to be able to, you know, make out exactly their colors and everything, but there's so many good waves coming off the pier bowl now that I think it's a great decision to be able to stay and pick those off.
Yeah, it's hard as a judge, and especially as the spotter and the priority judge, to identify with this amount of glare. Especially in the wintertime, you're seeing this a lot more in the summertime, longer days. The glare doesn't happen until way later on in the afternoon. But right now, you're literally looking at the water for hours on hours, and it can be quite challenging, but I feel like so far they've been spot on with their scoring. And we've seen a couple of priority incidents where people have either gotten their priority suspended, meaning they come in and they get washed in by a set, and once they make it back out, they're going to reestablish priority. But I feel like so far today, it's been a perfect day of competition, and the people that have deserved to get excellent scores have gotten them, Shannon.
They certainly have. There's been quite a few that have rolled through, which is, you know, speaks to the quality of surfing as well as the quality of surf that we've had here in Huntington Beach for our opening day of competition. We're down to 45 seconds on the clock, Mitch. Joel Taylor with that 8.67 has taken out the lead over Kai Coles, the youngest member of Team Australia, just 16 years old, from a strong bodyboarding background and a foiling career with a recent injury that has led him to surfing in the prone style. And he's been putting together some great waves. We'll see if he's able to hold on to that second place position as Daniel De La Vega is heading towards the pier, and we'll just lose sight of him with our camera. Judges will have still had eyes on him for scores, of course. We can see Kai now coming through the inside, but he's having a look over his shoulder because he wants to see what his competitors are up to.
Wow, it seems like Danny took it all the way to the shoreline. He went left and then redirected right, so seems to be like it's going to be his best score.
You can see that he's feeling it. We'll see where the judges go with that score line. He is chasing an 8.70 to get himself into that second place position ahead of Kai Coles. Now, so far, to get into the high 8s, it's needed a really spectacular moment. It's needed one of those turns with major consequence to it.
Yeah, and You know, we weren't able to see the entire wave, but overall for Collis and for Joel Taylor, not much you can improve on right there. They basically surfed a perfect heat, especially Taylor. But for both De La Vega and Lang, they just want to use what didn't happen well in this heat into the next one and be able to move up into the leaderboard and improve on their scores.
That's right. They'll still have that opportunity to land in the top 12 out of our men's Prone 1 division and find themselves into the quarterfinals. Joel Taylor with the win and Kai Coles in second. It does look like we've got a score that has come through for our surfer in white, Daniel De La Vega, with a 4.23. It's his highest score. It chips away at the requirement, but it falls shy of the 8-point ride that he was needing to move himself into second. So he'll stay in third, and Johannes Lang of Germany will hold on to that 4th place position. And we'll have so much more action to come throughout the rest of today and into the rest of the week. So stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Well, that will round us out for the end of competition today. It's been an amazing opening day for the first day of the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Mitch, it's been a pleasure to be able to call the action alongside of you. However, due to the glare getting so intense, the judges have decided to call it off for the rest of the day, and we'll return to competition tomorrow.
Yeah, it seems like the right call, honestly. We only have an hour left of sunlight, too, so no harm, no foul in that. Just going to have to recover in the next few days. But what a day, Shannon. A lot of excellent scores. Roberto Pinto once again dropping excellent scores, a 9 and a 7.83. He feels like the contender in his division. We just saw Joel Taylor go to town. And how about Kai Collis, too, the young surfer, 16 years old out of Oz. I feel like we have a lot of good prospects coming through the ranks right now.
It's so true. It's been really outstanding across the 5 divisions that we got to see compete today. We didn't see the women in, but we'll see them out in the water tomorrow with so much more action to come. So stay tuned now for the highlights of what we got to see today on the opening day, and we'll be back in your ears bright and early tomorrow morning.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 pop. Woo!